Well, welcome one and all of you beautiful people right here to the KOE Nation. Folks, it is grand to be back with you. Yes, you are indeed getting every last beautiful sound that is my voice. Yes, it is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one handsome man, if I do say so myself. Folks, it is I, Phil KOE of the KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter, and we are finally here. Yes, we are here for a Memorial Day chill stream, folks. We're going to chill out. We're going to figure out what's going on in this crazy wild world. We're also going to get into some videos, actually, of some of our favorite friends of the KOE Nation. We're going to be looking at some projects from Tony G, from Chicken, from potentially Brendan Roy. We will see, folks. But yes, it has been far too long since this glorious face has graced your screen, folks. It has been a beautiful, beautiful Memorial Day. It's been rainy, but for a farmer, that's beautiful. Okay. I don't have to worry about my crops have gotten the rain that they need. They've gotten the drink that they so desperately need. And so it is glorious to see all of you beautiful people here. Now, for all of you within the sound of my voice, we're going to get into something a little different. Tony and Chicken have a new project, and this is a little intro video they did, and I also want to see how things work from Spotify. So we're going to get into Tony and Chicken's intro. But folks, I'm curious, let me know in the comments, how has your Memorial Day been? I want to know. Me, it's been beautiful. Because of the rain, me, the wife, and the baby, we were all able to sleep in, and we all needed it very, very badly. I'll never forget when we came back from the hospital with the new baby just a few weeks after, or not even, like he was maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, and wife gets in the chair, she's got the baby right here, and little baby just pokes his little head up like after a good long nap that we all took together, and it was very necessary. Hey there, Oliver! How we doing? How we doing? God bless you, Oliver, and I'm glad to hear about the amazing news that you've had, young man. So, very glad to hear that, Oliver. Very glad. But yeah, this is my first chill stream in some time. I was thinking about going live last night, but yesterday was just kind of an exhausting day. So, here we are, Memorial Day, with all of you beautiful, beautiful folks. And Oliver, I am so glad to see you, good sir. But yeah, we're gonna get into We're gonna get into all kinds of content this evening. But first, I just want to see how this one works out. This is a short introduction. What's funny is Tony and Chicken wanted to make their show Decoding the Unknown, but unfortunately, that name is taken. So this episode is called Decoding the Unknown for their new show, Dark Side of the Fringe. Yes, Dark Side of the Fringe, starring Tony G and Chicken. But let's see if I can get a banner up for that, even, like, because I'm pretty cool about that. Dark Side of the Fringe. I think we can do this. Bam. There we go. So when we actually get it up, I'll have that for you, so people actually know what show they're watching. How's about that? But yes, for those who don't know, I am Phil KOE of KOE Nation. Yes, and I'm so glad to see all of you folks here. And yeah, come on, bring it in. Tell your friends every day that you do not tell your friends, your family, your acquaintances, random people that you meet out in the public. Every day that you don't tell them about KOE Nation, you are basically causing them to leave intellectual money on the table every day. And folks, do not leave money on the table. All right. That is my main advice for you. But without further ado, I'm really quite curious as to how this is all going to present. So, well, now, unfortunately, Dark Side that covers me up. That's terrible. Okay. Like, I mean, we would have to do something close to that just so, you could still get this beautiful face of mine. But I just want to see how this rolls for just a few minutes. So without further ado, let's get right into this, because I'm really more curious as to how this runs than anything else. And I'm curious about these guys' shows. This is a very short intro they do. So without further ado, let's Let's get into it.
There, beautiful people. Welcome to Decoding the Unknown. Well, hey there, beautiful people. Welcome to Decoding the Unknown. I am Dr. Chicken. We'll get into that. Of course, the man, the myth, the legend, the sexy one, Tony F and G. Are we cursing on these shows? I don't know.
I'm sure we will. It probably won't be to the extent that people are used to, though.
That's fair.
Especially for me.
So, you know,
and everybody's already just clicking off, and they're gone. They're like, nope, that's it.
It's out. This show's gonna suck.
It's terrible.
Tony and I, you know, we're like, let's start another podcast because, you know, we want to do something different like everybody else.
Yeah,
it's great.
The only way to be unique. It is going to be different.
I just seen an orb.
And I'm out. No, I'm out. That's it. No, you completely ruined it in the first minute. Congratulations.
Yeah. We haven't even done episode 1. We're on episode 0, and we're done.
This is going to be our makeshift trailer for this show. So,
yes.
So far, just amazing.
Knocking it out of the fucking park is what we're doing. Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy knocking out home runs every time you get to the bat, you know?
Yeah. Well, speak for yourself there, champ. So stick around, folks. I know we're just doing a little intro. We're gonna go through a few things about the show, what to expect. But stick around for the end, because the one thing Tony and I have always loved about any podcast ventures that we've ever done is crowd participation, audience participation, and really this show's for you. Selfishly, we do a couple of things for ourselves, but ultimately, like, you know, we get our jollies off when you guys get your jollies off. So stick around to the end so you can hear some details
curse
what
words,
you can
Ollie.
do to be more of a part of the show and have some fun with us.
Golly
but until we get to that point, Tony, what's the show about? What are we doing? What are we talking about?
So the premise of this show is going to be a lot more like what the Dog and Chicken Show really started out as. If anybody listening is familiar with that, you know, we started out talking about mysteries, conspiracy theories, paranormal stuff, things that were not controversial, but really brought a lot of attention to things that people didn't quite understand or maybe wanted answers to. And that's really what we started doing when we started doing a podcast. And we kind of deviated from that when COVID hit, because everybody was stuck at home, and we found the art of the live stream. And it was pretty far and few between when we get to do a pre-recorded, non-live, you know, just one single story, really dive into the history and the ins and the outs and the theories and make up our own conclusions, because it became something else. And we had a lot of fun doing that, but at the core of it, that's not really what a podcast is. So we're like, you know what, why don't we go back to the roots and really hammer this thing out right and do it differently, but do it right this time. And it'll feel a lot more familiar to what that show started out as.
And the best part is now we have a ton of experience. Because all those
almost none of it good, but yes, experience nonetheless.
But you know, the natural banter we had, I think, has actually gotten way better just because of the flow of our prior shows and things we've done between, you know, we did Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. You had Hazard Analysis. You had Dog and Chicken Show, K.O.E. Nation. I didn't do so much on there, but like there was, I guess we do booze reviews on there all the time. So, I mean, all the content we've done over the last 5 years. I like it. We're going back to our roots, and I think we'll be able to produce something a little bit better than. I went back and watched episode 1 again, just for the cringe of it.
Yeah,
it's bad.
It's rough. It's just, I don't even think you get like 10 minutes into it, and the whole thing, like the audio goes to shit. The video was always terrible. Like it is rough to watch.
Yeah, I was using a turret mic with a built-in camera on it. It was an all-in-one unit, and that thing kept fucking up. We didn't have good software, and we didn't know how to edit.
No.
We had very little editing skills at the time, so that was quite the. But we've learned so much. So, I guess like this one going to be more conspiracy based. We're going to talk about not just conspiracies. We're going to talk about things you should know, crazy things that you didn't know were real. It's more of ghost stories stuff, like some of the crazy stuff, and how real is this stuff, and how beyond the pale is it, and is it something worth considering as being true or false? And we joked around, we might have a special scale coming up, like the Alex Jones's right scale. That's a fun one. We might change it up. It could be something else. We'll take audience suggestions on that one, but it could be we joked about, like, it could be Bohemian Grove is super right, and then like maybe if it's like a scale of 1 to 5 and then we hit a 3, then maybe 3's like turning the frogs gay because he was kind of right. It's like we can have some measurements of stuff like that, but we want to keep it fun, we want to keep it light, but at the same time, like, we're going to talk about some really serious stuff,
for sure,
and some really crazy things that could have major impacts on you, us, society as a whole, and some of them will just be fun. Like, some of them be old stories. We talked about Dyatlov Pass in the past on shows, just like the craziness of that whole story. So
and I think that's important to note too, is we did do, like, we've got a few handfuls of several handfuls actually, a good catalog of really fun paranormal, conspiracy, mysteries, etc. at the ready, and I do want to incorporate those on here. It'll be more of a retro episode, but we're gonna try to figure out a way to reincorporate those into this show as well, because a few of those I think we really knocked them out of the park. I mean, more than we normally do.
And there were some that I felt we needed to get back, like JFK. Like JFK is one of those ones you always feel like you just scratched the surface. Like, you don't feel like you really got there.
Well, especially now with that being
more's gonna come. I just saw another orb fly by your face, dude.
Stop it.
So outside of the history of podcasting, like, Tony and I, we started a paranormal investigation group. Shit, how long ago was that?
That was 2011.
Dear God.
Yeah. Now. I know, it's crazy to think, but we started doing that grip in 2011, and over the course of probably 10, 11 years, we knocked out around 50 different cases. Some of them were returned, some of them not. But I mean, just at least 50, if I'm remembering correctly. I mean, we traveled 10 miles for a few. We traveled to freaking Kentucky for some. I mean, it was a wild ride. Really got to see some amazing, interesting things. And that was really kind of the jumping off part, where once it started not being able to do the investigations, like, I still want to talk about this stuff. And me and Phil were doing the wrestling show, and you're like, yeah, I want to get into this. And we started doing mysteries and conspiracies. And like I already mentioned, we kind of deviated away from that during COVID, but at the core of it, like, we still had that interest and that desire to do something like this. So that's where this is kind of coming from, because it's just the topic of the paranormal in general. It's so deep, and it's just, you never run out of stuff to talk about with it. And I think it'd be fun to, even if we can find people who've got some stories of their own, bring them on, let them tell their story. We can kind of even digitally offer some advice, especially if it's something that's ongoing. These are just things I think it'd be really fun to do on this show.
Yeah. And so, we did these paranormal investigations, like he said, and then we started podcasting, and then COVID hit, and we started live streaming. And like me, historically, I've always been a very distrustful person of government authority, narratives, and what's going on. I've always been interested in supernatural, paranormal, like things that that could or couldn't, what goes bump in the night, what's that weird sound you hear when you walk out your back door at midnight, things like that. and so like when COVID hit, for me, that was the ultimate like adrenaline rush of like what, because man, there was so much during COVID that you could sink your teeth in, all the way up to the 2020 election, then beyond that, and what was going, like it turned into
Well,
politics.
it's all a puzzle. It's putting the puzzle together.
Yeah. And it turned into like, holy crap, like it got overwhelming for everybody after you get through all that. But I'm super excited for this to kind of peel it back. Like we've talked certain things of government programs that we want to talk about, whether it's here or in Canada or things that happen in the UK, Australia. But like my thought on a lot of this is if I've never heard of it, I guarantee 99% of people in the world haven't heard of it. So when I hear something new that I'm like, I just learned something crazy, I am in. I like, we need to talk about it. And even if Tony doesn't know it or hasn't researched it, hopefully he gets the time to. But man, there's some stories that I'm super passionate about. But then there's probably some stories that Tony wants to throw at me that maybe I'm not interested in until I hear them, because I'm a sucker for a story. I'll be like, all right, dude, let's go. Tell me about this, whatever.
Yeah, I'm really excited to do a retrospective on the Georgia Guidestones episode, because that one went off the rails.
Yeah, I think that one went off the rails. We did that as a live stream, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. And I was like so focused on it and like into it. And I can't remember who we had. I think Lynn was on with us, and it was just like trying to keep up with the comments. And
yeah,
that'll be a fun retrospective.
Yeah, definitely need to go back. But in this kind of, and yeah, these will all be pre-records. You know, maybe at the end of the season we can do like kind of a live stream recap and have some fun with the audience there.
Yeah.
But honestly, like, what do you want from the audience? You know, throughout this, I guess, I don't know if you want to call it a season of episodes, but we're gonna bank a few and start dropping them. But what do we want to hear from those that are watching and listening and want to get involved?
Well, it's feedback. You know, ultimately, it's all feedback. Feedback is king when it comes to this stuff, because you want to know.
Dads Worldwide. The first word in family management, family budgeting, insurance,
Oh dear.
bills, food, vacation.
That is not what I wanted to happen at all. What? I do apologize. It just started getting into Dads Worldwide in the middle of decoding the unknown. That is not what I wanted to happen at all. What? No. Okay, let's see if we can try that again, because this is not what I want at all. Okay, let me just close that, because that was a disaster. I do apologize for that. Wow. Just completely shit the bed on that one. I was right in the middle of something and it goes to a completely different show. How's about that? So we're going to try that again, folks. We are going to give that a second try. We're not going to go to that introduction again, because I think you got the idea of where we're going with this. But what we are going to do is get into some of, now I'm wondering, whoever gets the first vote, are we going to cover their JFK or their MK Ultra episode? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. But yeah, that was a disaster piece. That was terrible. So whoever gets a vote in first, if not, we're gonna go with MK Ultra. So let's load the more episodes. All right, MK Ultra. Talk about the CIA and stuff here, folks. This is some deep shit. Pardon my French. But yes, righty. Full screen there. Let's get that ready. But yeah, I do apologize for that, folks. There was no good reason for that to happen at all. It just, for no good reason, switched to Dads Worldwide. So that's a minus for StreamYard. But without further ado, let's get deeper into the dark side of the fringe and their first full episode here, folks. So I do apologize for that. That was not necessary at all. But without further ado, let's get right into it, folks. Wow, can't believe that.
MK Ultra was a covert CIA program that ran from the early 1950s to at least 1973. It aimed to develop mind control techniques primarily through the use of drugs, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, and psychological torture. The program was officially acknowledged in 1975 during the Church Committee hearings, but many details remain classified due to the destruction of most MK Ultra records by CIA Director Richard Helms in 1973. Tonight, we'll go through this, much more, and more of the history of MK Ultra.
Project Artichoke, also referred to as Operation Artichoke, project developed by the CIA and for the purpose of researching methods of interrogation. Project Artichoke was succeeded by Project MK Ultra, and initially known as Project Bluebird. Artichoke rose in the early 50s, and the original Office of Scientific Intelligence. The primary goal was to see if a person could be made against their will to perform attempted assassination. The project also studied effects of mind control, hypnosis, addictions, etc., various chemicals, drugs, and of course, famously LSD, to produce amnesia and other vulnerable states in victims.
Welcome, folks. This is Decoding the Unknown. I'm Dr. Chicken, of course. With me, as always, the man, the myth, the legend. Not wearing a cowboy hat, but it is an Ariat hat.
It is.
It should count as a cowboy hat, technically.
I mean, I did get it in a Western store, so I guess it counts. Yes, it is I, your man of the hour, the man with the power. I'm stealing from Phil, and it's already just episode 1. I can't help it. I'm Tony G, and welcome to Decoding the Unknown, folks.
I feel like there should be some more like X-Files feel to some of
Yeah,
this.
there should be.
Like I can't do the theme song or the whistle, but here's a problem. I never got into that show. You would think I'd be
Really?
a person that would have really watched the shit out of the X-Files.
Yeah.
I still to this day, when somebody starts talking about Mulder and Scully, I don't remember which one's which.
Oh, wow. Oh man, that's crazy. Mulder is obviously David Duchovny, and Scully is me, the hot redhead.
All I know is the redheaded chick's mom was in the nursing home in Waverly, Nebraska, when my mom worked there as a CNA LPN or whatever, and she took care of the chick from X-Files' mom, and she got to meet the chick from the X-Files when she would come to visit her mom there in Waverly, Nebraska. That was a cool little real life story.
That is crazy. So yeah, Gillian Anderson played Scully. That's crazy.
Well, to answer your question, Oliver, yes, this is live. I am live right here with you right now in this very moment. But we are playing a show that Tony and Chicken put together because I really like it. I want the audience to see it. Also, when this show is done, I can download the whole live stream, and then this episode, I can cut into one single thing and upload it onto Hazard Analysis on YouTube. You see, Oliver, it's getting two birds with one stone, you see. Ha ha ha. Who's the smart guy? Who's the smart guy here? That's Phil K.O.E. And yes, Bandit goes, Phil he's replaying Dark Side of the Fringe, starring Tony G and Chicken. So, yes. Is it live? Yes. Is it live? No. We are somewhere between live and recorded, folks. We are in that strange, mysterious place between live and recorded called podcasting. I'm having fun. It's been too long since I podcasted, folks. It's been too long. I've missed you all. I love it. But without further ado, let's get right back into it.
Like, you aren't even a fan of the show, and that connection, that is weird. Small world, especially especially in Nebraska, small town Nebraska.
Yeah. Oh well, I bet if I went back and watched it, I'd probably really enjoy it. But I don't know.
It's one of those things.
Better. There's so many better stories. There's shows like this. Like, why the fuck would I need to watch the X-Files?
Of course, I get that, but like, I didn't really watch it when I was on. My dad was a big fan of it, like really watched the shit out of it. But I don't know. I never got into it when it was in its run. Honestly, I didn't watch the series. I want to say maybe 10 years ago, already now. I kind of binged the entire series just because I was like, why didn't I watch this? This is like right up my alley. I never watched it. So I started watching it and I just kind of binged the whole thing. It's one of those series that you can tell in the show right when it got popular that they started trying really hard to maintain that popularity.
Yeah, that's when a show sucked.
I'm not saying it sucked from there on out, but there was definitely a point where it got
Good to see you too, sir.
It was at a cult-like status, and it got so desperate to shock its viewing audience that, like,
wait, are you telling me that the CIA may have duped Hollywood into like maybe some kind of mind control through that show when they found how much of a cult status it had?
Maybe
the CIA was like, oh, we have these people, let's tell them what to think.
I'm not saying that happened, but I'm not saying that happened.
Yeah, I think that happened. That's probably more likely.
Unfortunately, it's one of those shows where there were so many open-ended answers and none of the conclusions, and there were several of them. Like, very disappointing. And unfortunately, that's the case with a lot of conspiracy theories, because you don't always get the answers you want if you actually get them.
Well, and that's half the fun. That's why they're a conspiracy theory.
Indeed, it is.
Yes.
Dr. Chicken.
Regular conspiracies are cool, but theories are fun.
Yeah, it's like a magic trip. Do you really want to see how the woman got cut in half, or do you just think you want to see that?
It's a little of both sometimes.
Yeah, it is a little of both.
It might depend on the chick. Like, if it's Lizzo, I'll take your word for it.
Oh boy! All right,
just being real. Just being real.
No, I respect it. I respect that.
Yeah. Ugh. Anyway, folks, you clicked on this. You just kind of went through all that. You obviously know what we're talking about. We're giving you a little bit of an intro into MK Ultra, and this is early in our this new series and this new show. And so there's certain things that always come back to MK Ultra. So we figured it'd be probably a great first actual episode to kind of have a baseline for you if you didn't know, and this is your first kind of jump into it. If you know about MK Ultra, or maybe just want to verify some things, or maybe we'll tell you something that you haven't already heard. But either way, that's what we're talking about. We're not going to go through all of it. That would be a probably 72-hour or longer podcast to cover all of MK Ultra. As what did I say earlier, is 149 projects within MK Ultra spanning over some 20-some years. Of all these experiments running, a lot of them simultaneously across the country on people that knew about it, didn't know about it.
Okay, stop the presses here. Oliver goes, did you hear about Lizzo's skydiving accident? It left a crater. Bandit Oliver 22. Who did she fall on? Oh no. But yes, folks, I missed you too, the audience. I love this. I love it. But let's get right into it because I want to hear what they have to say about, like, for those who don't know, MK Ultra is basically, it's not mind control, but it is when governments utilize persuasion at the highest order, where you think you have to do this thing that you totally don't want to do. And by the time the CIA is done turning your brains to scrambled eggs, you will think that you have no other option in the world but to do what they want. And then they can make whatever political hay out of what happened there. So that is the general idea behind MK Ultra. Bandit goes, who did she fall on? Oliver goes, the world. Let's see. Oh, and Bandit makes a good point here, which does need to be stated. But they used drugs. It wasn't just persuasion. Yes, they did everything they could to break down your ability to resist them, to say no. They would even chemically induce your brain to not give the same responses that it normally would. So yes, Bandit, you are correct. It was a very nefarious project, but we're going to get deeper into it. I'm really curious where Tony and Chicken go with this. So come with me on this journey, all y'all folks.
Unwittingly knew about it. Some people paid, some people not paid, some people murdered, some people allegedly murdered, some people disappeared, some people lost their memories. There's all kinds of shit that happened. But tonight we're just going to touch on a couple of things, some key basic ones, and then we'll grow on it from here. We'll have several MK Ultra ones as we move along through this journey of decoding the unknown.
So if anybody's here from our previous endeavor, the Dog and Chicken Show, you probably are familiar with the concept of this already, because we started out the Dog and Chicken Show as a pre-recorded endeavor, and then COVID hit and it kind of took on a life of its own as a live stream show. And we deviated away from the mysteries and the conspiracies and the paranormal,
because we were living one.
Yeah, because we were literally living a conspiracy theory in 2020. So we're kind of going back to our roots, and I think we touched on that in the trailer episode. So if you're familiar with the old show, hey, great, welcome back. If you're not, so this is like he said, we're opening the door to MK Ultra, and there's a lot of ways to go from this, and there's a lot of deviations. So we've also got some classic Dog and Chicken shows that we're gonna incorporate into this one that we wanted to get back to, but we never got back to, like JFK, Martin Luther King, and some other classic.
Which we might have to wait on those. Those files are about to open back up. So
we've got some good stuff coming. So there's a lot to be excited about, especially for us now doing this.
Hell yeah. But tonight, focused on MK Ultra, and I think one of the biggest ones that might get overlooked that really blew the lid off of this whole thing is a guy named Frank Olson. If you don't know who Frank Olson is, the death of Frank Olson, 1953, one of the most probably controversial aspects of MK Ultra, ruled a suicide, of course, as most things are with government rank. Many believe he was murdered by the CIA to prevent him from exposing the program's dark secrets. The story involves secret drug experiments, classified biological warfare. All right, third time's a charm. We got to talk about the death of Frank Olson, 1953. One of the most mysterious and controversial aspects of MK Ultra, officially ruled a suicide, as many things within the government seem to be. Many believe he was murdered by the CIA to prevent him from exposing the program's dark secrets. His stories involve secret drug experiments, classified biological warfare programs, and a decades-long cover-up. So who was Frank Olson? He was a biochemist, bacteriologist. I think I said that wrong.
That's
Working
not a
at
real
Fort
thing.
Detrick, Maryland, U.S. Army facility specializing in biological warfare research. He's a senior scientist at CIA's Special Operations Division, which SOD, because everything in government and military needs to have an acronym, which researched biological and chemical weapons. Olson was involved in MK Ultra experiments and had firsthand knowledge of the CIA's mind control projects, which involved testing drugs like LSD on unwitting subjects. Tony, you know much about this guy's story and how this all came about and what happened?
So yeah, with Frank Olson, it was one of those. He's one of those players that, like, you don't want to say he got himself into the deep end and didn't know what to do, but that's kind of what happened. I mean, there was like a light bulb moment, and unfortunately for Frank, it was because of an unwittingly, drug-induced test subject. Like, he became what he was indoctrinated to do through his research and his work with the government. So it's wild to look back at now, knowing what we know now, like blowing the cover off a lot of this stuff and revealing the information and the details. Like, this is all confirmed stuff. Like, this isn't even a conspiracy. Like, the life and death of Frank Olson, this is basically just public knowledge. It's wild to see this as verified information.
The fucked up part, how he became a subject, they called it the secret LSD experiment, which the whole thing was supposed to be secret. But anyway, November 18th, 1953, he attended an annual retreat that the CIA had. It was in Deep Creek Lake, Maryland. And Sidney Gottlieb, I'm probably saying that wrong too.
Yeah,
and
Gottlieb.
Dr. Robert Lashbrook, one's being the head of MK Ultra, one being a doctor high up in the program. They secretly dosed Olson and others.
Like a dozen of these guys.
What's that?
Yeah, there's like a dozen of these people, and they weren't just. It was CIA participants would have been Gottlieb and Lashbrook. There was a Hughes and Henry Bortner, and those were all the CIA. But then the Fort Detrick participants was Frank Olson, Lieutenant Colonel Vincent Ruitt, John L. Schwab, John Stubbs, Benjamin Wilson, Herbert Tanner, John C. Malinowski, and Gerald Yontes. And these are all staffers and special ops and supervisors. Like, it's like, did they pick these guys at random, or was there a reason? And it's hard to say what Gottlieb and Lashbrook's like motives were at this point, because at this point they're pretty deep into this Black Ops project, right? So you would think at this point there's a reason to why they're doing everything that they do. So it probably wasn't random chance why they were picked. Obviously, Frank Olson was probably targeted. I don't know if this was to prove a point or to play some leveraging games. Right. And I think that probably makes the most sense is I'm in charge and you will step in line, or I'm going to make an example of you, or they just wanted to eliminate a problem that they felt they had.
Yeah. So the way it's, wrote down and read, he did tell his wife 3 days later, after he started experiencing paranoia, confusion, and all kinds of issues after this LSD trip. He tripped bad. Like he
had one of those bad trips you keep hearing about.
Yeah. And so he told his wife he made a terrible mistake. He had told colleagues and family members that he was ready to quit his job because of the shit he had seen. There's a lot of reports suggest he was disturbed by classified operations he was involved in, such as biological weapons on enemy combatants, extreme interrogation techniques used on prisoners in different CIA black sites, unethical experiments on unsuspecting individuals, like people who didn't sign up for shit. He was and concerned about his erratic behavior, the CIA had arranged for Dr. Harold Abramson, CIA psychiatrist, to evaluate him in New York shortly after his bad trip, which led to Olson checking into a hotel, the Statler Hotel in New York City, on November 28th in room 1018A. Around 2:30 in the morning, he fell from the 13th floor window, which you never go to the 13th floor, which was actually probably in reality today the 14th floor, because most hotels don't have a 13th.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. The official explanation is that Olson jumped to his death in a suicidal panic. However, no suicide note. The hotel staff reported hearing a commotion before the fall. Lashbrook never called the police. He was there in the room when this happened. Instead, he phoned his supervisor first at the CIA. The hotel window was pretty small and difficult to jump from without help. I don't know what that means. I would have to see pictures, but that's just what I seen.
Well, I'll stop you there. Like, we're talking about a New York City, like, it's not hotel. A skyscraper by any means, but obviously it's got more than a dozen stories. And this is the 50s, so I would assume this is one of the more lanky, swanky, nicer hotels, especially if we're talking about government employees. Like, so what do we mean by small motel window? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't think a hotel's got a tiny window. I mean, that's the whole point of being high up in the air, is the view. At least that's what I thought. I assume that still applied in the 50s.
Yeah. So the family never believed any of this shit. They were told it was all suicide. They were given all kinds of weird, vague explanations for his behavior, and a lot of things just never added up. And, his kids always thought, man, that just didn't seem right. Everything seemed pretty fucking sketch.
Well, see, here's the problem. You've got a guy who, in the middle of the night, like you said, 2:30, plummets to the sidewalk in front of the hotel.
I believe he called his wife earlier that night too and was fine.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that, which, yeah, his conversation.
If you're not going to leave a suicide note, you're going to kill yourself, and you have young children at home, and you talk to your wife, you're not going to be like, hey, babe, can't wait to see you in a couple days.
Yeah, no, everything's cool. It's all kosher. I'll see you soon. And then that. No. They said one of the managers rushed to him and he was still alive, and he tried to say something.
Always sad.
Obviously, he died before any help arrived, and really at that point, what were they going to be able to do? They said years after the fact, the manager said, in all my years in the hotel business, I've never encountered a case where someone got up in the middle of the night, ran across a dark room in their underwear, avoiding two beds, and dove through a closed window with the shade and curtains drawn. Yeah. And when the police got there, they found Robert Lashbrook sitting on the toilet in the room that he shared.
Well, I must say, shit, fire, and save me matches. It is Tiberius D. How you doing, sir? How you doing? Welcome. We're just having us a Memorial Day chill stream, getting into Tony and Chicken's new show, The Dark Side of the Fringe, where they're getting into conspiracy stuff like MK Ultra, which, hey, that's a good place to start if that's your first episode of your new conspiracy show. But how you been, Tiberius? How you been? I have not been able to podcast as much as normal because, like Tony said when we were doing the Andre stream the other night, Phil's been a little busy. He's crammed about 4 years into about the last 11 months. So, give him that anyways. Yeah, I have crammed about 4 years into the last year. So that's why I've been a little indisposed. Let's see. Tiberius says, I'm interested in what was going on and saw the post. Yes. Phil K.O.E. connected to all the different corners of the internet, and one of the cooler corners of the internet, the Osiris corner of the internet. got married, have a baby, become much more active in my church. I'm now participating in the day-to-day operations of the church. So yeah, I'm become a much much more busy man. Yeah, got elected to the church board. Yeah, it's been I teach on Tuesday nights at a home for troubled teens. Yeah, busy man. Tiberius goes, new marriage, dad, planting season, tornadoes and storms. Yeah, you're busy. This is true. But to quote that noted philosopher dash poet of the early 2000s, Fred Durst, take the good with the bad with the good, and I'm gonna live my life like I should. Yes, of course. Every millennial's like, yeah. Every other generation's like, ew, gross. But yeah, so been a very busy time, but good to see you, Tiberius, and I hope that this particular stream finds you well. So I'm a little curious how your life has been as well, sir. But we need to summon Nate Dallin. Summon the Dallin! Like that. It's like we're releasing the Kraken or something. Release the Dallin! Yes, and he will let you know what your take on immigration should probably be. But yeah, actually, next time I talk to him, I've got a handful of questions. He and I are going to get into a deep theological debate as well. Tiberius goes, my life is all over the place. Okay. I know you well enough, Tiberius, to know that kind of means that there's some parts that are shit wall to wall, and there's a few bright spots. I know you well enough to know that's probably closer to what that means. I should put Sig P320 memes. Oh, I'll have to find a few of those. Because here's the thing. You and I both love Sig P320s, but there is that one little problem, ain't it? Tiber goes, yep, nailed it. Yep, all righty. Yep, I kind of figured there's... Well, again, I have to re-quote that philosopher of the early 2000s, Fred Durst. You just got to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good, and you'll live your life like you should. Yes, I mean, of course. Somehow that guy made that look work. It shouldn't have, but he did. But we're gonna get just a few minutes deeper into this. But yeah, whatever comments you got, I will get right into that in like 2 minutes, because I'm gonna keep playing this. I'm going to run to the fridge about 20 feet away and grab a Coca-Cola, or as they say in Spanish, una Coca-Cola. Yeah. Bilingual, basically Mr. Worldwide over here.
So, yeah.
I believe there was actual... I don't know. I saw this on one podcast. I'm going to have to look this up, but I thought they were able to determine, there was the phone call that and when he called the CIA supervisor, that phone call was recorded. And they asked the doctor that was in the room, what's the status or something like that, and said, unfortunately, bad news. He's not with us. And then their response was, that's unfortunate. And that was like the end of the call. Like, that's a weird conversation to have with your boss. I don't care if you're CIA. Like,
yeah. So I just looking it up quick. Hotel switchboard operator connected a call from Frank Olson's hotel room to a number listed for Dr. Harold Abramson, and the operator overheard the call, in which Olson said, well, he's gone. And Abramson replied, well, that's too bad. See, I don't understand.
Yeah.
And then, Olson dies after falling from the window. But see, that's going to flick, because this says 10th floor. Didn't you say it was the...
It said 13th on this one.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So this could be wrong. Which
the room
maybe it's
number
just got
was
the names
101.
wrong.
Yeah, the room number was 1018A, so it's got to be the 10th floor.
I'm thinking this has just got the names wrong, and Lashbrook is the one that would be saying that. Yeah, because Olsen obviously would be the one. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. See, this is the problem, folks. We're doing this podcast in 2025, and Skynet has taken over.
Well, you would think being in the age of information, it'd be like, oh my God, we have all the information. There's too much.
There's too much information. Skynet's taken over, and AI is like trying to give us the information at a record-breaking speed, and they're getting the information wrong. So if they're like, hey, we need to double check one of our notes, all of a sudden those notes are really hard to get because, like you said, there's too much info.
And you have like 15 different AIs you can try to like verify your information with, and they're all wrong.
Yeah.
And then you can't Google shit anymore because, well, you can't find anything on there anymore. Well, you can't do DuckDuckGo anymore because it's just like a rip off of Google with less ads. You can try Brave, but all you're going to get is like TrumpNewsMedia.com and some weird conspiracy sites that are unhinged. Like, no offense. Like, if you watch that shit, like, we'll take every viewer we can get. Anyway, so back to this guy.
Yeah.
So obviously this thing got covered up pretty heavily. In 1975, as information on MK Ultra is coming out, and they have the Church Committee investigations, the CIA did admit that Olsen had been dosed with LSD without consent. This led to some pretty shocking things that come out of this. This is probably one of the most egregious deaths of anybody. First fatality from MK Ultra, and the first one acknowledged.
Confirm. Yeah.
Gerald Ford. I always thought it was it Gerald Ford that gave the apology? I thought it was. Maybe it was Gerald Ford.
Well, what year was this? 1953?
Well, 1975 was the confession.
Oh, okay. Who apologized to?
I thought it was Jimmy Carter.
Frank Olsen's family.
Because Gerald Ford left office in 76, and Jimmy Carter came in, and then Reagan, right?
So in 1975, the New York Times reports family in LSD case gets Ford apology. So yes, it was Gerald Ford.
Okay, so it was Ford. Okay.
Yeah. And that's New York Times. That's not AI, folks. That's the New York Times in 1975 when.
Well, I'm recalling a podcast I'd watched where they said it was Carter.
Right.
So that podcast got it wrong. Okay. Anyway, there was an official.
Well, like we
apology.
said, it's easy to do now.
Yeah. There was an apology from the president at the time, and the government did settle with the family. Now, I know in today's numbers, this doesn't sound like a lot, $750,000, but they still maintained that Olsen's death.
Ico Rich. We got Ico in the house. How we doing, sir? How we doing? Oh, it's been far too long, far too long. I pray all is well with you as well, sir. We're just having us a little fun with Tony and Chicken's new show, and I'm curious how you have been as well, sir. You need to come on sometime. I don't know when. I doubt you got time tonight. If you do, feel free. Love to have you on. But if not, I need to have you on sometime in the very near future to talk about our the new Pope. You know, the new guy sitting in Rome. We are no longer sedevacante. Hey, I'm curious your thoughts on him as well. Things are good here. I'm glad to hear. The beard of knowledge, Ico Rich. And yes, I got this is me really going crazy tonight, just having a regular old full sugar Coke. Yeah. I haven't even opened anything up. I don't know if I'm gonna drink it tonight. But that's fine, totally fine. Like, you don't even need to say it. Like, if you just tell me, like, yeah, Phil, I just got my feet up tonight and I have my nice slippers on and I'm drinking my evening drink and I'm just that's fair. That's fair. Everybody needs those evenings. Actually, because we had enough rain here, it was wonderful. My wife, I, and my baby, we all slept in really, really deep today. We all needed it, and it was so. It was gorgeous, gorgeous. Um, but Hey, that's so for a farmer. Rain on a Memorial Day is one of the. That's a blessing from heaven. I was supposed to be on Prime tonight, but a storm ran through. Oh, yeah. Well, sorry to hear that. Well, at least you are joining us here this evening. Okay. All right. Like, yeah, sometime I'd love to have you on to talk about the Pope. I am going to have Nate on, and I am going to ask him your question about his thoughts on birthright citizenship. Excuse me. Because that's one of those that, like, I'll be honest, even I was kind of surprised when I heard that there was like a Republican effort to end birthright citizenship. I didn't even like it. Even me as a Republican, it seemed quite shocking and kind of like not necessary. Like, well, no, that's just part of America. Like, if you're born here, you're one of us. Yeah, maybe the circumstances that got you here weren't perfect, but that's kind of like if somebody has an illegitimate child, it's still your child, even if you don't like the circumstances that brought him about. Like, that's how I kind of view that. Like, so I've always, to me, birthright citizenship seemed like kind of a given, but I know that's kind of a different. We're getting off here, but that was your question to Nate, and he and I are going to get into a very deep discussion about theology. So he's a very devout Mormon, and well, you and I have discussed theology and Christianity enough to the point where I think you know where I sit on the Trinity and the creeds, and being a creedal Christian, as the Mormons would call us. And well, there's a reason. Like, Oliver, my nephew, if you're still listening, the reason we have the creeds in Christianity, like the Nicene Creed, the Athanasian Creed, the reason we have them is because it's how you weed out the heretics. Okay, you got to have a way to do that. So, but I hope you're still listening, Ollie. If not, we'll talk soon. But yes, Iko, I really look forward to catching up with you sometime soon. I don't know, whatever day works for the both of us. Basically, we'll make it work. But kind of like that one time we had like a 3-hour conversation, I was able to get like 4 videos out of that. I suspect if we had another hour-long conversation, you and I'd probably get like another good chunk of videos out of that. But yeah, I look forward to that, sir. I look forward to it. But without further, here we go. Ika with a comment. I respect Mormons, even though, yes, I stick to the creeds. I can't grant their theology, but individual Mormons can be great. Yes. That is often the case. Like, them as people, they're wonderful, even though, like, you and I would view their theology as abysmal. Okay, like that's just, it's, and I wonder how they view us. That's going to be kind of one of my big questions. It's like, all right, how do y'all view us? that's what I want to know. All right, so that'll be a fun one. But they view us as gatekeepers. Yes. That's. But at the same time, it's in any religion, whether it be Christianity, Islam, Buddhism. Wow. But Buddhism, it's always useful to establish the line of what is heresy and what is orthodoxy. Okay, like there always will be those boundaries, pretty much with any system of thinking. I can't think of anywhere, like, if there's, even with nihilism, okay, there would be nihilistic heresy and nihilistic orthodoxy. You know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of my thoughts. But yeah, sir, any day that works for you, we will make that work, because I am quite curious about your thoughts. And it's been too long since we've talked. My hair's gotten a little grayer since we've talked last, and I'm sure your beard's gotten about 3 feet longer. So, but without further ado, I want to give Dark Side of the Fringe its proper day in court. Let's rock and roll.
was a suicide.
How much was it? $750,000.
$750,000 in 1975.
How much is 750K in today's money? That would essentially be just over $1 million.
Oh, that's still not that much for the death of a family
No,
member
it's
that you
not.
gave LSD without
but-
consent.
Oh yeah, they've got what a slap in the face, really, realistically. But again, this is a government role.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. Mm.
More info came out later in 1974 or in 1994. Sorry, the Olson family had his body exhumed for independent autopsy. Dr.
Yeah, his
James
son was
Stars,
not
a
letting it
forensic
go.
scientist. What?
Yeah, his son was like on a war path, I believe, to like prove what actually happened. So exhuming the body just to try to get some more answers, that was like a big deal.
So Dr. James Stars, forensic scientist, found skull fractures and no signs of typical suicidal impact injuries. I hate how they phrase that, because when you're like, well, he jumped headfirst out a 10-story window. What the fuck you talking about? He's going to have impact injuries and skull fractures, like you'd imagine, at least. But his findings suggesting Olson was struck on the head before falling out the window. This reinforced suspicions that Olson had been murdered, possibly thrown out the window. Duh.
So, yeah, this also says it was the 10th floor. So I think that's another one that's backing up the 10th floor idea.
What room number was 10108?
Well,
that's floor 10,
is
room 18.
Yeah, 1018A.
That should be the 10th floor.
Yeah. Yeah, 10 would mean 1018. So it'd be the 18th room of floor.
And if you want to
Ooh, she's real fine, my 409.
8675. No, that's 309.
Yeah, it's 309. God, we're old. No, if he fell out of the 10th floor, you can. I know we're arguing over 2 floors here, but that's still a big
3, potentially 4 if the 13th floor is real.
Right. So that's still a big amount difference. That would explain why he wasn't killed on impact. So I think the 10th floor actually probably makes more sense. So yeah, you said you were talking about the son, and so this is murder and wrongful death allegations, 1975. That's where we're at with the Ford apology. Olson's family told friends that he fell or jumped. I think that was probably just to, I don't want to say keep the heat off of them, but probably more to do with like, we just don't want the attention from people we know, or he had suffered a fatal nervous breakdown and that's why he jumped. It resulted in the fall, right? They didn't know the specific details until the Rockefeller Commission uncovered the CIA's MK Ultra activities in 75. So that was the year the government admitted that Olson had been dosed with LSD without his knowledge.
Yeah, the church committee hearings.
Yeah. After that, the family announced they planned to sue the agency over his wrongful death. The government offers them an out-of-court settlement of, it was 1.25, later reduced to 750,000. And see, this says about 3.8 million in 2021 values. So that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense, which they accept, obviously, because they accepted it. And then they received the apologies from President Ford and CIA Director William Colby.
Well, there we go. We figured out a lot of stuff. I guess there's like
you call this decoding the crap of Google that they can't get their shit straight.
Yeah. I guess, a couple things come to mind. Like the basic questions around this is like, what do you believe? Do you believe that he committed suicide? And like, take yourself back to you got drugged unwittingly. You had a bad trip. You were kind of freaking out. You have CIA doctor who you've worked for this CIA, you know some shit, whether it's bad shit or not, doesn't matter. You know some shit. And so the CIA sends a doctor to put you in a hotel room. He evaluates you, stays in the same hotel room with you, and then you allegedly, like Tony said, run entirely across a large hotel room, missing 2 beds, and nosedive out a window that's got the blinds drawn down. Like, that's like, unless you're running from something, like, you ever, who's that comedian? The one comedian that has like sleep problems, and he always has to stay on the bottom floor. And he tells the story about how he had a dream that he was the Hulk and he jumped out a window in the middle of the night. So like, unless you have these like weird like sleepwalking issues, Mike Birbiglia, that's actually a funny skit. If you like storytelling comics, Mike Birbiglia, he's got some good ones. He's got some heartwarming ones too. I like him. Then so you got to think about that. Or was he just assassinated? Like, did somebody smack him in the head with a lampshade or a back? I'm trying to think of weapons you would use. This is like, you gotta think Clue. This is back in the days when Clue came out. So like, it was a candlestick. Like, you got to use those types of weapons of like what killed him and struck him upside the head, and then obviously somebody threw him out the window if that happened.
So yeah, I mean, it's the 50s. And it's going to be a lot easier to get away with a murder like this. But you still have to, I mean, these aren't idiots, obviously. They're in a deep black ops project for the government. So, yeah, how do you obviously, they didn't kill him first because he was still alive after the impact. How do you get him out the window, right? So, like you said, maybe hit him with a frying pan, the old classic comedy trope, right? Just enough to make him woozy, knock him slightly almost unconscious, and then chuck him out the window. But even then, like, that's some serious force to take another human being and chuck them through a window and the shades drawn. Like, that's, you would almost think that he'd have had to have some help, because to get that kind of trajectory, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I assume that's why it was so easy to rule it a suicide, because somebody would have to almost be willing to make that kind of a trajectory and a dive to make it through and down without just like splattering against the thing and like crumbling on a heap on the floor. So unless we're talking about like Brock Lesnar grabbing the motherfucker and throwing him through the window, like,
maybe he went back
I
in
just
time.
don't see it. Yeah,
could have went.
So I don't know. But
Brock Lesnar's a time traveler. You heard it here first, folks.
We'll dive back into that one ASAP. The Brock Lesnar files. I'm sure that'll be good.
So this is hilarious. I asked ChatGPT for fun. We were talking using AI to help us along in some of this. So I said, what likely weapons would be available in a hotel room in the early 1950s in New York City?
Oh, God.
Common household items as weapons: glass bottles and ashtrays. They were all pretty heavy and thick back then. I'm like, okay.
Ashtray's a good one. Yep.
Lamps and lamp bases. They were made of heavy metal or ceramic.
Sure.
I'm like, okay.
Sure.
Obvious furniture. We weren't talking about cuts, but it talked scissors and razors. Bathroom fixtures, because everything was ceramic. It would have been a lot stronger than today's stuff. Iron or fire pokers, or if it had a fireplace, one of those little iron shovels that you used to clean it out. And then as it keeps going, firearms or weapons left behind previous guests or hidden by the CIA. It literally says that.
Okay.
And then it stops and then goes, the likely weapons in Frank Olson's case, 1953.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's like, now it knows I've been like
right.
researching MK Ultra. So
holy shit.
It was just perfect.
Well, anyway. you asked like, what do you believe? And I mean, this is one of those cases where it's almost lunacy to say, oh yeah, obviously this guy committed suicide. Like, we're talking about a guy who was balls deep in a top secret CIA operation concerning mind control. And then out of nowhere, he unexpectedly, after having a weird and awkward calls his wife, says, "I'm fine, I'll see you soon," and then commits suicide. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. And then you 20 years after the fact, you've got an apology from the president himself, the head of the CIA, and a 3 million, almost in today's money, net worth settlement. Like, no, there's no way this was an accident. Because they aren't just paying you off because, oh, sorry, we slipped him some drugs. Because how easy would it be to say, yeah, no, Frank fucking did that himself at one of our parties. And he committed suicide because he was a fucking weirdo. No.
We told him
you don't pay the family money and apologize to them if you think, oh, yeah, he was a weirdo and he did this to himself. No.
Now, Tony, you ever went to those parties in high school where they fill a bucket full of booze randomly and then throw fruit in there and then like, you shouldn't eat the fruit, but you do anyway?
I don't know why you're asking me. Like, I'm pretty sure you were there.
Yeah. But that's what happened. That's what happened to Frank. They told him don't eat the fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't eat the cherries. Don't eat the cherries in the jar of moonshine, Frank. Ah, shit, he ate them.
Damn it, Frank.
Yeah,
anyway, R.I.P. Frank.
No, it's pretty obvious what happened here. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if anybody can actually look at this and say, yeah, no, the CIA is at no fault here. This is obviously a man who went nuts. No. Don't mean to draw a conclusion there. I know we don't. I know we're just starting off this topic, but like, no, none of this. No, I don't believe any of it.
So,
am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Okay.
But with that said, folks, like, we wanted to give you one more, just one more titillating piece of info, and we're not even going to go balls deep in this one. We're just gonna kind of rub the nipple a little bit, if you will.
Dip the toe. I like it.
I like rubbing the nipple.
Well, I try to keep it PG-13.
Are we though?
No, we're not. I'm sorry.
I mean, sure. Whatever.
No, I wouldn't know how to even go about that, actually.
Okay, that's a different show. I'm like, I have not spoken to a 13-year-old that I like in a long time. Like, most of them piss me off. Most 13-year-olds that come and talk to me, I just look at them and be like, geez. Like, I feel like my dad. My dad's famous quote, every time he heard something stupid, he would go, Jesus Christ. That's how I feel every time a 13-year-old kid talks to me today. I'm like, oh, fuck. We're doomed. We're doomed. Anyway.
I feel like every generation feels like that. Like, so
I know.
It's cyclical. It comes back around.
I feel like a boomer. I feel like I'm turning into a boomer.
I feel it every day.
Anyway, we're going to get into one of the more famous ones. And like I said, we're just going to rub the nipple on this one. Operation Midnight Climax.
Oh,
Tony, what do you know of Operation Midnight Climax? Because I'm going to tease you with a little more.
Yeah, I'm actually excited for you to tease me with this because, like, I listened to a lot of in-depth stuff on this, and like you said, there was almost 150 different projects within MK Ultra, and I'm like, and now I'm trying to think back, which one was this? Where was the switchboard operator connecting this one, and which hole got plugged here, and which wire got crossed there, and like, was this this was the one where they kind of started going nuts and like off the rails with the project? Am I wrong? They started getting really self-serving with it. Is that where Midnight comes into play?
That was kind of all of them, dude.
Well, sure. Yeah. I guess you could say that about most.
Like, you're describing all 149 projects.
Okay, yeah, you're right. That's not fair. It's a government black ops project. That's true.
No, Midnight Climax, I guess it was a little sex espionage. it worked with interrogation and drugs.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway,
I
uh,
know
I'll
where you're
just
going
I'll
with
just
this.
get into this.
Yeah.
It was one of the most outrageous and ethically disturbing projects under MK Ultra. The CIA used prostitutes, drugs, and secret surveillance to conduct mind control experiments on Johns and unwitting subjects, if you will. The operation ran from the early 50s to the mid 60s in San Francisco and in New York. Involved testing LSD and other drugs on unsuspecting individuals in controlled settings. So in 1954, under the leadership of Sidney Gottlieb, we heard that name, head of MK Ultra, supervised by George Hunter White, a former Federal Bureau of Narcotics agent. So we kind of talked about what the aim of it was. It was the mind-altering drugs, interrogation, sex espionage. The operation was designed to see if CIA operatives could use sex and drugs to extract information, manipulate behavior, and create unwitting assassins in the process.
I can't believe they needed a project for this because did you just say the CIA wanted to see if they could use sex and drugs to manipulate people?
And rock and roll, yeah.
And rock and roll, baby. Yeah. Like, oh, wow. Yeah, let's take those two things that people love and see if we can control them with it.
It is fun. Remember Whitesnake?
I do.
Their number one biggest hit. Did you know it was wrote by the CIA?
That can't be true.
Hold on, I gotta look this
No.
up. I just heard this the other day. Whitesnake's highest charted song,
like by the CIA as like
Here I Go Again.
Or, yeah.
Here I Go Again, I think is what it was. Written
what the
by
no
CIA.
I just like it almost sounds too wild. They're too stupid or random. I don't know.
I know this is kind of off the fucking topic here.
No, but this is it's so random that it almost sounds believable, but like I'm inclined not to believe this.
CIA.
Like why Whitesnake?
Maybe it wasn't Whitesnake. I might be getting the band wrong. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up on here.
No, Here I Go Again.
No, it was Here I Go Again in 1982. Let's see. Oh, they're saying that there's multiple. So this is okay. This is an MK Ultra thing, so this isn't too far off. If
this is actual conspiracy concerning MK Ultra.
Yes.
Not public knowledge yet.
The frontman of Whitesnake, he had one of those almost too perfect rock voices, but a lot of people feel he was a CIA asset, mainly because of how fast their career took off. The lyrics are so vague and can mean pretty much anything, and that kind of lined up with a lot of MK Ultra experiments for propaganda. And they did use like psychological warfare in rock songs at the time to spread the fucking message of what they wanted. So like some of these songs that they would play overseas is where I heard some of this was like you would have like the biggest metal bands go play overseas and nobody knew the fucking songs. Nobody knew who they were. But then Ozzy Osbourne would get up. They didn't even know what he was saying. And people would just go nuts. And no,
I can
don't know what Ozzy was saying half the fucking time.
There's a kernel.
You still don't know what Ozzy's saying. And Whitesnake was like the other one. Like they would get up and people go nuts, but nobody understood what the fuck their songs meant.
Well, it's pretty like okay. So David Coverdale and Bernie Marsden wrote the song. Do either of them have any CIA connection?
Well, that's what a lot of people think is David Coverdale was a CIA asset. and that the CIA was propping them up as a band to make them more popular and helping him write those songs.
Well, like, it sounds ludicrous on the surface, like you just bring it up in conversation, but like we weren't going to even get into this, but like we know verbatim.
Yeah, this is a total sidetrack.
It is, but we know verbatim, and it's verifiable that like Charles Manson and which one of the fucking Beach
the
Boys,
Unabomber, the OK City, Oklahoma City.
Well, no, I was just thinking solely in musician world.
Yeah, sorry.
Manson and the Beach Boys, the connection there in the music world, like that's verifiable. Like they were literally like.
Stay tuned for future episodes, folks. We're gonna get into that,
and that is a wild. It's so fucking wild. Like the CIA Manson connection is absolutely insane. And it directly comes from MK Ultra and LSD,
and
obviously.
Actually,
holy shit!
And actually,
so it makes sense.
Midnight Climax.
Okay, bring it back. Circle us back.
We're bringing it back.
Jen Psaki, circle back.
I'm bringing circle back. Never heard that in a while. So how this operation worked? How this operation worked? The CIA would set up safe houses disguised as just regular old apartments in New York and San Francisco. Nothing suspicious. These locations, though, they would have two-way mirrors, recording devices. It was all bugged and cameras. Then the CIA would pay prostitutes and then sent to bars to lure men, often business or military personnel, sometimes even drifters, back to these safe houses. Once they got them inside, the prostitutes would dose the men with LSD or other psychoactive drugs, and you know, they would drink and eat some food. But most of this was obviously without the guy's knowledge. They weren't saying, "Hey, you want to come do some drugs?" They were like, you know, they'd be like, "Hey, look at me, I'm a pretty girl. Let's get some food and go back to my place." And then, you know, they would sprinkle some fun stuff in their taco, the edible taco, like with meat and cheese and lettuce. That was from the food truck. Yeah.
Obviously. Sure. Yeah.
CIA agents observed. They would watch from behind the mirrors, and obviously recording all this. Now, mentioned it was CIA in San Francisco. That was the main hub for all of this stuff. So they even give the address 225 Chestnut Street in San Francisco. Was the main part, and it was George Hunter White, a hard drinking ex-narcotics officer. Really enjoyed this role. He shows up in several other things later on down the road, but we'll digress on that one down later on. We talked about the victims a little bit already. They would turn some of this into sexual blackmail sometimes. When these experiments weren't working, so they'd be like, "Hey, like, we got you. Like, we need you to do this and this and this now," and use that as part of the experiment too, which kind of reminds you of a certain guy with a certain island that totally didn't kill himself recently.
No, absolutely not. No,
yeah.
Weird that you would make that connection. I don't know.
It was just first thing that popped in my head.
Yeah, weird.
Now the fun part is, you know, I mentioned that George Hunter White, he comes up through more and more. The dude was kind of a party animal, and when they weren't doing operations, these places turned into like little party hubs for the CIA. So agents would show up.
That's key. I think that's very important, because
we have to boost the morale of our spies. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about, like, you know, being team players and like being company men, and you got to get a little R&R, even if it's on the clock sometimes, right? Sure, that's why Frank Olson took the LSD. It wasn't unwillingly. He knew, obviously, right? Like, that's the precursor there. Sure.
Victims and the Johns that went through this experience mental breakdowns, long-term paranoia, and psychological damage. Some permanent psychosis, went crazy. Victims went to the police or hospitals, dismissed as delusional or crazy, and got sent home most of the time. And since the CIA did not keep proper records, it is unknown how many lives were ruined by these experiments. So, like, as we look over at California and go, I just don't know about them folks. This might help explain a few things.
It's a big state, lot of weird stuff going on over there over the years.
Let's see, and then the shutdown and cover up of the operation. Wrapping this up, and then we can kind of discuss it and wrap this bitch up entirely. Is so ran until 1965. Concerns of government ethics began growing within the CIA. I wonder why. Richard Helms, the CIA director at the time, ordered the destruction of all MK Ultra files in 1973. Now, the Church Committee hearings happened in 1975. They do reveal the existence that Midnight Climax happened, but much of what they do have remains classified. White, the guy I talked about who loved the party, he retired with full pension, never faced any consequences. When asked about the operation later, he simply said, "Of course, I was libertine, but it was all in the name of science."
Science.
And he's like, "Hell yeah, I paid some bitches to fuck some dudes up, and we had a good time." In the name of science.
In the
That's
name of
kind of
science.
how that went.
So, like, I know you said round us out, and maybe we'll have to splice and like reroute this back to the beginning. But so, like with MK Ultra, this started further back than the 50s, like because during the early 40s, you had Nazi scientists in Auschwitz and Dachau. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. During World War II, they were practicing interrogation on obviously human non-willing participants. They were using substances like barbiturates, morphine, derivatives, hallucinogens, mescaline, and this was done on all people of Europe, prisoners, obviously. And the goal was to try and find a truth serum, essentially. And in the words of one lab assistant to Dachau, it was scientist Kurt Pleitner, eliminate the will of the person examined. So that's kind of the key concept here. Like that's the basis of the origin here, to try to pull information out of somebody, whether they like it or not. To put it in layman's terms, American historian Stephen Kisner said CIA project was a continuation of these earlier Nazi experiments, as evidenced by MK Ultra's use of mescaline on unwitting subjects, which had previously been done by Nazi scientists. So obviously they took notes. Like they knew it was up, they knew it was going on. It was documented. And when we reintroduced and took some of the scientists from World War II over here, we're like, hey, these were some things we were doing. And we're like, well, gosh, we'd sure like to incorporate that into some of our research. So drug-related interrogation experiments kind of began in the early to mid 40s. And that was when it was the Office of Strategic Services. And we were trying to look for that truth serum. Like
the
that was
OSS. I wonder why we changed the name.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've always been looking for that truth serum. Like there's no floating black orb Death Star from like Star Wars A New Hope with a giant needle when Princess Leia gets I don't know. Sorry, that scene always freaked me out as a kid. On an interrogated person. In 1947, the United States Navy, they initiated Project Chatter, which was an interrogation program, saw the first testing of LSD on human subjects. So, like you said, there was a lot of offshoots of MK Ultra before it really became MK Ultra. And then when it was MK Ultra, it deviated into several other ways. And then in 1950, the CIA, that was under the direction of Walter Smith. That was when they initiated a series of interrogation projects involving human subjects. And that began with the launch of Project Bluebird. And that became Project Artichoke in 1951. So, like, we've got origins dating back to World War II. It kind of, the concept became, it was a defense mechanism, right? Like, okay, so we know we're taking POWs across enemy lines. Like, we know we're losing people, we're losing soldiers. We can't afford to have our information leaked. How do we prevent that from happening? Okay, well, let's start trying this and let's experiment with that. And let's use these people to try to figure out how we can close down the psyche of an individual so they won't give it up. And along the way, this really got twisted from a defense mechanism into more of an offensive mechanism. Because, yeah, Project Artichoke was just flat out mind control. That was what the entire program was based off of. It took information from the intelligence divisions of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the FBI. The whole idea was, can we get control of an individual to the point that they will do our bidding against their will and against fundamental laws of nature, such as self-preservation. Like, how can we make a person do things they wouldn't normally do when they're not under the influence, not thinking clearly, and even to save their own lives, essentially? Like, how can we make our fingers snap and have that person do something they would never, ever do completely against their will? And that's kind of the idea of it going from a defense to an offense. Because like, if you think back to kamikaze,
it went beyond just like the like snap of a finger makes somebody, like, it was the crazy shit that you hear in the movies with like the Manchurian Candidate shit,
yes,
where you'd hear a secret code word and then all of a sudden there was experiments and there's evidence and some testimony that they did get some people to the point where they would get them to have a totally different identity within their brain when they heard certain cues, which could be a phrase or a sound or a gong, whatever.
Yes.
And they would turn into the second person. And then that second person had hidden encrypted knowledge that they didn't remember it. They didn't remember that any of it happened. And then they say the phrase again, they shut back down and they're like, what the fuck just happened? Where am I? And they were successfully able to do this and fuck with people's brains and memories and hide hidden personalities.
This is full on like elite level hypnosis.
It's fucking crazy.
Like, I'll tell you right now, like, I've been hypnotized 3 times willingly when I was probably 10, 15, 20 years ago in my younger days. And twice it worked better each time. Like, the first time I was pretty well aware of what was going on, but it wasn't like I was like trying to prevent it. The second time it like half-ass worked at the beginning, and then like towards the end I didn't remember shit. And then the last time I remembered like almost none of it until I was shown the video. So it's like one of those things, like, it's not training, but maybe it is training, because it was the same thing every time. Like, oh, you're getting sleepy. It was the old classic trope. And I'm here to tell you, like, it works. It's the power of suggestion. It's very powerful. So if you couple that with an elite level of persuasion, suggestion, and obviously drugs, the mind is a very powerful thing. But how resistant is it to elite level hypnosis and suggestion? And that's kind of the core concept of this. So essentially,
like some people hear some of this shit and right away they think of like the Men Who Stare at Goats movie.
Yeah, which
Which was like some more like a lot of that shit was based on true stories too.
It was absolutely,
but it was like kind of ridiculous, like the walk through walls thing or make yourself invisible thing. Like that in the way they portrayed it was in like a more funny comedic, like, but like these were real things that they tried to do. Now this was post MK Ultra though. Like Men Who Stare at Goats was not way after, probably good 5-10 years after MK Ultra ended, and some of this other shit that they tried to do. But there was like they tried to take the shit they learned from psychology, like much of what you see on the news and the propaganda and you know, even on social media, and how people, you ever wonder how like somebody can be so obsessed with this one stupid thing in politics, and you're like, whether you agree with it or not, you're like, God, why is that the only thing you talk about? Because they got the bug. Like, and all of that came from MK Ultra. Like, they know how to propagandize people and just hammer it. And it goes on and it affects our lives even today. But like, I don't know. I got a little sidetracked. I thought of that Men Who Stare at Goats thing, and everybody plays this shit off like, oh, it's not real because I remember that movie but no,
where do you think
man,
the ideas of these things come from? Like, it's obviously coming from somewhere. Like Project Artichoke, like being the core of MK Ultra, this all came from somewhere, and like we said, this is all public knowledge. Like, this is
and psychological manipulation is fucking real.
And people do that on a daily basis without even realizing it.
Oh, it's so it's heavy.
Yeah, like you can persuade people to do about anything you want with some very easy, non-hypnotic things. Like, it's very easy to do.
Yeah, how do you think I'm good at my job?
Yeah, no, obviously you've managed to stay employed this long. It's impressive.
I don't do anything.
So, Project Artichoke was the CIA's secret code name for carrying out in-house and overseas experiments using LSD, hypnosis, total isolation as forms of physical harassment for special interrogations on human subjects. So they tried cocaine, they tried pot, heroin, peyote, and mescaline, but eventually they got to seeing LSD as the most promising of all the drugs that they were trying, because I think it was more along the lines of like, you let your guard down, but it allowed the person to be more manipulated. It was a lot more subservient. So the subjects who left the project were fogged with amnesia, vague, faulty memories from their experiences. And in 1952, that's when the unknowing CIA agents were secretly drugged to determine the drug's effects on unsuspecting people. And that's when they started in-house testing on their own people. And even one record states an agent was kept on LSD for 77 days. Like, wow.
We'll get into that in probably part 2 to the MK Ultra files, because dude, that's 70 days or whatever by one agent. Wait till you hear the stories of how many days and lives and tragedies came out of the future of MK Ultra.
That's wild. Yeah, that's wild. So to round this one out, Artichoke, it researches the potentials of dengue fever and other diseases. Declassified memo reads, not all viruses have to be lethal, but
dengue fever or dengue fever?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm actually curious. What is the actual pronunciation?
Dengue?
I'm looking at pronunciation. It's I can't even say pronunciation.
You can't even say pronunciation.
Yeah. Wow. I'm getting a cold, folks. So this is a great way to like launch shit. Dengue, D backwards E, long N, G-I, dash G-E, capital I, Dengue guy. That's how you
sure. Let's fucking go with
obviously.
it.
So we're gonna go with Dengue guy. dingy guy fever and other diseases.
You're a dingy guy.
You're a dingy guy. Not all viruses have to be lethal. The objective includes those that act as short-term and long-term incapacitating agents. So the concept here is, can we make them more vulnerable if they're sick? If they're sick, they're more vulnerable. If they're drugged, they're more vulnerable. If we couple the two together, double vulnerable. Perfect concept. Makes total sense. CIA disputes that the department would take over the operation, and it was finally decided that CIA research staff, U.S. Army Brigadier General Paul Gaynor would oversee it. And the CIA sought to establish control over what it perceived as the weaker and less intelligent segments of society for potential agents, defectors, refugees, prisoners of war, and others. CIA report states if hypnosis succeeded, assassins could be created to assassinate a prominent politician, officials, etc. Overseas operations took place locations throughout Europe, Japan, Southeast Asia, Philippines. Teams were assembled to manage these operations, and they were told to conduct overseas bases operational experiments utilizing an alien as a subject. So we're talking about full-on Bucky Barnes Winter Soldier level shit here. Like, again, these things came from somewhere. Like, great writers, great fiction, superheroes, anti-heroes. It came from somewhere, right? Like, a lot of things inspire great writing. So if you're a big fan of like Captain America, Winter Soldier, this is like the fucking kernel that bred that entire concept, folks. Like, I'm sorry, but it is. And you can look at it and go, oh yeah, no, that obviously that's just it's a made up story. No, this is all verifiable. This is all public knowledge.
Yeah. I can't wait to get to part 2 of this, because there's so many. There's so many more.
Absolutely.
There's some hard truths to drop. Again, those of you that if you stuck with us through this long, either you're just really interested in this stuff, or maybe you didn't know any of this and you're compelled, and or you know, maybe your name's Trey. just checking.
You,
just checking.
Shut him out.
But at that point, like, there's so much more to get into and so many more interesting things with this that just, like I said, are gonna blow people's minds. I can't wait to get into those, but we have others to, like you mentioned, we're gonna go over some old stuff that'll be dropping. We'll try to add some updates to that and modernize some of those older episodes, because some of them are 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah, which
6
is crazy
years old.
too. Yeah, but here we are.
So we'll try to add some updates to them and all that good stuff. So, but I think that kind of wraps up tonight's presentation of the intro to MK Ultra. We covered, you know, the history, the basics, where it came from, you know, how it got exposed through Frank Olson, in some fun ones like Midnight Climax that might pique your interest into the other 148 programs that ran during this time frame as well. So
yeah,
I guess with that, I guess I'd say, folks at home, got a theory, got a story of your own, got a conspiracy you want to know more about, you got a mystery you want us to dig into, reach out to us.
Hell yeah.
Links in the show notes and description and all that. Reach out to us, and we'd be happy to dig in, even if it's just a fun one. Maybe it's a crazy one. What do you want to hear about? Or would you like to be a guest on the show and tell your story? It can be paranormal related. It can be aliens. It can be true stories.
Yes.
Well, I hope you're going to try to pitch us a true story, at least seemingly true to your existence.
If you're going to make it up, you better be good at telling stories. Like, at least make it sound believable.
Yeah. And if you're not comfortable being on camera or being on the show, that's fine. You can call in. We can always do a question and answer over the phone. We can do all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah, can we muffle the voice and like put the person in the shadow like we used to in the early 90s on those, like,
dude, I'm like if they don't want to do that in real life, I will just put that as like a picture blob on there.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. I always loved that. My name is Jeff Smith, and I was abducted by aliens.
I can filter your voice. Even if you don't want it filtered, I might just filter it just to be a dick.
Just for funsies.
This be great. Post editing is going to be awesome too.
Yeah.
No.
Faux show.
Tony, what do you got for the folks at home as we wrap this bitch up?
Yeah, like we said before, interaction and just feedback. It's so key, especially with something like this. Like, tell us what you think. If you think we're full of shit, like this one, I don't think anybody's gonna say, yeah, you're full of shit for thinking this one's bullshit. I think this one's pretty obvious that
some shit happened.
Some shit happened, and we're not being given the whole story. So I think that's fair to say. But yeah, we've got a lot of different branches to explore on this one. So this was a fun one to start with, and I'm excited to see where we can go from here because there's so many ins and outs, and love to hear from you folks. That's what it boils down to. This was so much fun. I love doing this type of stuff. So can't wait to do another one.
Awesome. Until next time, folks, keep questioning, keep searching, and keep decoding the truth. Cheers.
And the unknown.
Or the truth. What's wrong with the truth?
Because the name of the show's The Unknown.
No, it's
not. Okay, keep searching.
It's now Dark Side of the Fringe
questioning and
on
keep
Spotify. Turns out Simon Whistler already had a show.
There it is.
Decoding the Unknown.
Gee. He got mad because one of our things earlier said decoding the truth.
I'm a huge fan of
Maybe
Simon
that just
Whistler.
stuck in my head.
Obviously, it resonated with you.
Maybe it did. I don't know.
Obviously.
DTT doesn't sound as good as DTU.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Anyway, until next time, folks, keep questioning, keep searching, and keep decoding the unknown.
There it is.
Nice. So that's my good buddies over at Decoding the Unknown. So that was episode 1, but now it's Dark Side of the Fringe, rather. Sorry about that. Let's go to all those lovely episodes for Dark Side of the Fringe. Now, here's the thing. They've got several other episodes. They've got episode 2, the Dyatlov Pass mystery, which I'm sure is great. But I'm just going to be honest with you. Episode 3 is about JFK. I want to see their JFK episode. Like, let's be honest. I want to see it. You want to see it. We'll get back to the Dyatlov Pass episode, but I really want to see their JFK episode. So we're going to the JFK episode, guys. Because, this is my show. You're here with K.O.E. And we're doing this. So their JFK episode, full screen, so you get the full experience. So let's fire this one up, folks. But yeah, this is their full episode on John F. Kennedy on JFK. Let's rock and roll.
It's November 22nd, 1963, and the air is crisp as a presidential motorcade rolls through Daly Plaza. Crowds cheer, cameras flash. Then suddenly, a crack splits the sky. A bullet finds its mark. Then another. Chaos erupts as the young president slumps in the open car, his wife scrambling beside him, grabbing brain matter. Within hours, he's gone, and a nation is left reeling. What happened in those fleeting seconds? Join us as we go back and recount the assassination that changed the world. John F. Kennedy Jr. He's a junior, right? Did I get that wrong?
No, you're
Anyway.
correct.
Am I? I don't know why. There's so many Kennedys. I gotta ruin the drama every time.
You did. No, JFK Jr. would have been his son. So he was born in 1960 and he died in 99.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what was fresh in my mind. Anyway, we're talking JFK, folks. I am Chicken,
the
by
original,
the way.
the OG,
The OG.
not Junior.
Yeah, we're not talking Junior. But yeah, we're stepping back in time. I am Chicken. Find me at Barton Cluck on the X, as it were, and as always, partner in crime, Tony Muff.
Yeah, Tony freaking G, folks, back again as we dive into an oldie but a goodie. And who's responsible? We still don't know. It is March of or do we? It's currently March of 2025. We originally recorded this episode in September of 2019, and this was going to be our jumping off point to really deep diving into this topic, and we never really got to revisit it as our podcasting formats and the world around us changed. But we really did kind of open a lot of doors on this one. So there's a lot of things we discussed and really just kind of started talking about when we originally brought this topic up. And I mean, I thought we did a really nice job kind of going over everything. So there's a lot here to unpack, and there still is. And as we sit here almost 6 years later, the world's changed a bit and things are coming to light. Or are they? We still kind of sit on pins and needles as the files of that assassination are being slowly, subtly, somewhat revealed. Here we go, folks.
Yeah. So let's join us. We're going to jump into this old episode from 5.5 years ago, and then we'll see on the other side as we give you the updates on what JFK files have dropped, what new learnings do we have, and can we conclusively say anything at this time? Meet us at the end. We'll talk about that and much more. See you then.
Buckle up to the back and the left. Whoops. I couldn't help it.
All right. So do you want to introduce tonight's episode, Tony? This is one we've talked about several times. I don't know if it's going to be as epic as we wanted it to be. I think this might be a part one.
I was going to say, I think this is probably more introductory to the topic than it is anything, because we'll be honest, like, this is kind of thrown together. Like, I've had a very long day already of cleaning up after watching the Husker game yesterday and corralling kids, and it's been a little hectic around here, and didn't have a crap load of time to do research. But it's such a famous topic, you almost don't need to do a ton of research because it's almost ingrained in your mind if you've paid attention to it in the slightest. This topic, of course, is going to be diving into the JFK assassination and the various conspiracy theories that go along with it. Like I said, it's already so well documented. We're essentially just doing our commentary on it and our initial thoughts. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is definitely more so a part one because there's so much detail. And of course, was it last year or even more recent that they released a bunch more documents and information on it?
So yeah, so it's like a rule with what is it, assassinations? I don't remember. There's like a law or rule or something that the federal government after 25 years has to release all the information unless the current standing or sitting president decides not to. And Trump, of course, was like, no, let it go, man. Like, let it all go. Except for 1% of documentation is still completely withheld.
Yeah, he initially withheld it, but did he not eventually do it, or is there still a little bit being withheld?
Last I read, there was still that 1% withheld. Not only that, but then like of the last 10% that came out, there was a lot of redacted information.
Okay.
for whatever reason. I'm sure there's some national security thoughts and
Well,
some
and that was, yeah.
Clinton names dropped in there, or Bush's or something.
Well, yeah, the reasoning that Trump had to not release all the data was it made it sound like super epic. So now people are going to be even more interested. So, yeah, I don't know if that was a good thing or not. Maybe should have just not touched that one. But yeah, I guess we'll see if that ended up getting released or not.
Yeah. That's kind of how this whole thing has gone from the start. So what was it, November 22nd? In Plaza Square. We've all heard about it in Dallas, Texas. President Kennedy and the governor, both of their wives, and then as if you look back into the Mandela Effect episode that we did, there was a car with 3 rows of seats, and it really throws you off when you look at it.
Yeah, it is. I think that's mostly due to the fact that it's so well documented that Connolly and Kennedy were the 2 that got hit. So you don't think about the actual size of the car and the people inside the car other than them. But yeah, it still throws you for a loop. You look at that car for the first time in a while and you see that there's 3 rows of seats. You go, whoa. That's clearly Photoshop. It's not. Yeah, it's creepy. It's weird. And that's the initial thing that I guess got us on this topic again, looking at it. But
well, part of that was because as we research this, and you sent me a couple YouTube links, and I've been looking at stuff off and on over the years, but especially this week trying to prep a little bit for this one. All the reenactments, they all just show a regular car, and it's a limousine. It's convertible limousine is what he was driving in. So it has the 3rd row, and it's not like a typical limousine you'd see. So I think it's some of that thought when you see that Mandela Effect picture is you're like, oh, well, I saw on Oliver Stone's movie JFK that it was only 2 seats, or I don't even know, maybe that movie had 3, but so many of these reenactments, you see them on the History Channel, Discovery Channel, but they all have the wrong vehicle, but they're not focused on the vehicle. They're trying to disprove.
No.
They're trying to disprove other things.
Yeah. And that just kind of furthers the easy idea that the mind is such an easily fooled thing. So, yeah. And that kind of leads into a lot of the conspiracy talk as well, because it's so natural to look at something and how it goes down and try to pick it apart, especially something as high profile as this. When somebody of the stature of the president gets assassinated and it happens in such an open way, and then the following events are so strange and so they feel like a cover up, it's just natural to assume that it is. And people start looking for ways to connect the dots, whether or not there are dots to connect.
Absolutely. And here's the deal. So it's one of those things in our generation, our generation's JFK is 9/11. Like, seriously. Yeah. And within hours of JFK being assassinated and the Twin Towers being hit, within hours, conspiracies came flooding in. Now, both incidents, right or wrong, there's reasons to think there was a conspiracy, and there's stuff going on that make people, ask a lot of questions. And when you don't have answers to those questions, that lets the wondrous mind that we all have just wander about. And, some people just question everything. There's nothing wrong with questioning everything. And that's where these conspiracies are born from, is people that have questions and nobody gives an answer to. So JFK, holy cow, that had a ton of questions and so many weird little nuances behind it. So first off, I guess we'll start off with Oswald. Single shooter from sixth floor book depository. Do you think he did it, T? Was it just him?
I think there's no doubt in my mind that he was a shooter, and probably the shooter. If there is only one shooter, it probably was him. If you watch some of the obviously you watch the footage, you watch the angle, you watch the distance, the speed of the car, all the intricate details of this, and it looks incredibly suspicious that he could possibly have been this good of a marksman. Now, today, we can recreate that with 3D imaging. We can recreate that actually by replicating Kennedy's skull, the car, the distance, the height, so on and so forth. We can recreate that, and people do that. And I think one of the links I sent you actually does a recreation of that, and it kind of proves that it is absolutely possible, and you don't even necessarily need to be a super skilled marksman, because the theory there was always that Oswald was not a specifically skilled marksman. Like, you needed to be a Top Gun marksman to make the shots that he made. But today you can look at it and recreate it and go, well, he either A, got lucky, or maybe you didn't need to be as good as we originally thought. And the gun, I wanted to say that the research I was doing at the time cost maybe like $30 tops. The scope, the gun.
Yeah, it was like $13, and the scope was $7. I think.
Yeah, some astronomically low number by today's standards, and it's not even like a super impressive gun. It's just a recycled war gun, I believe.
Yeah, the Kirkonwa, or
yeah, that's something similar. Yeah,
something along that. I don't know. So Oswald. There's a lot around Oswald that makes this more fascinating. Is the CIA was tracking Oswald for like 5 years prior to the assassination, and the dude had been to Russia a few times, and of course, this is communist red scare time, and we're in the middle of the Cold War, so everybody's freaked out. Is he a puppet of Castro? And we had the Bay of Pigs kind of blunder that came about with Kennedy. And some folks thought maybe this was communism trying to get back at Kennedy for taking a shot at them and horribly screwing that whole deal up.
Well, I believe it was 7 weeks prior to the assassination. He had gone to Mexico, to the Cuban embassy, and had a trip down there with maybe himself, maybe someone else that they couldn't identify.
Yeah, yep, I believe that is correct. There's a lot of shady dealings with this dude and with foreign governments, so that immediately brings up okay, who else is involved? If Oswald is the sole shooter and was the guy. So back to real quick your talks about the gun, the angle, and the building. Most people that go to Plaza Square go sit up in the perch where he was, and they're like, oh dude, I can make that shot. Like, right. It's not that far. It looks big on TV and it looks big in the pictures, but most people look at it are like, oh no, like this is super easy. I think Joe Rogan even said he could probably made that shot with his bow.
Yeah. Now the thing about that though, it's not just a matter of the specifics and this, obviously the height, the distance, the speed. It's also the fact that you got to look at who is doing the shooting. And we're talking about Oswald here. So
he had military training though.
Yes, he had military training, but he wasn't like an elite marksman. But you didn't have to be. But Oswald himself, from what I was researching, he had a long history of, it might be mental illness. Obviously, there's some form of mental illness there. Just how deep that goes, I don't know. He had, I believe, threats against Eisenhower, and even said he was going to kill Nixon. And I believe he shot at a general at one point. So, yeah, clearly you've got to take into account who's doing the shooting. Not just how good of marksmen are they, but what kind of mental state are they in? Is adrenaline pumping? Are they nonchalant, don't care? Because these are things that go into making a shot like that. Because when the adrenaline kicks in, when you're making a shot, when the pressure is on and you're about to assassinate somebody in that moment, yeah, it might be an easy shot if you're shooting beer bottles. In the moment, taking a life, assassinating someone of that high profile, yeah, that's where questions really come into the mental state. What kind of mind frame is he in to actually be able to do it?
So obviously, if he truly did shoot the president, obviously, just shooting a person, you're in a terrible mental state to want to go down that road. So
yeah.
But his marksmanship was called into question, and he was trained by the U.S. Marine Corps. And so some critics of his marksmanship, I guess, brought up that there's other facts to it. So 3 shells in a bolt action rifle. And so those that don't know, bolt action rifle, you literally have to lift up, pull back and eject, and then insert the next, lock it back down, pull up, aim, and shoot. So he got 3 rounds off, and they said between, I think it was like 4.8 seconds. Yeah, 4.8 to 5.6 seconds. So that's not a lot of time for a bolt action, aim, shoot, bolt action, aim, shoot. And that's one of the biggest probably criticisms of him being the lone shooter is some folks think that might be difficult, and some folks look at his marksmanship record in the Marines, and it wasn't that good. And they say even at that distance and that angle, it was just too much to go on, and
the high pressure of it.
And get those 3 shots off that fast. Now, and some people blame the gun, saying the gun's just inaccurate, and that's why they didn't believe it. And I've seen that one debunked a couple of times. People argue over if the Carcana was actually a good rifle. The video you sent me earlier, it's pretty plain and to the point. If you got a good barrel, it's gonna be accurate. I mean, like,
clean the gun, keep a good barrel. Yeah, it is what it is. But no, you're right. Like, it just comes down to that situation. And so we've talked about him and being his marksmanship, his mental state, and the specifics of the shot. But then, of course, there's the actual hit itself, which almost makes no sense when you look at the shot from where he was, the speed, the distance, and then the reaction of the hit, the fatal hit, of course, because the shot, okay, so they're saying the 3 shots, right? Now, the limited amount of time of him to reload, shoot, bolt, action, so on and so forth. That's pretty impressive for anybody to do, especially someone in that state who wasn't a great marksman, maybe. But the reactive hit, the fatal shot, was not maybe a part of where he was. If there was a second shooter, the angle of the hit is why people think that there was another shooter on the grassy knoll.
So yeah, in the whole grassy knoll theory, and maybe we should go through, and we're gonna pop up the Zapruder film, and those that listening in or who may not know the Zapruder film, that was a legendary video posted. Nobody had, was it Geraldo? Geraldo was the first one to publicly air it on his talk show.
Right?
Way back in the 70s. And you watch the president get his head blown off on national TV.
Yeah, it is. It's
crazy.
Still, I mean, it's obviously still very extreme footage, so viewer discretion advised, but it's such a famous clip now. I feel like a lot of people have seen it, but still, it is still very graphic.
So I'm going to play it on here, and I'm not going to have any audio with it, because we can talk through this and kind of rewind, fast forward, and all that, and have some. I don't want to say have some fun with it, but let me get the
analyze.
There you go. Okay, get that changed up. So here we go. This is just a 30-second clip, and this is probably closest to the original. Apologize those watching, but this is how they tried to frame it to make it like almost a still image while it's playing along. So this is probably the most accurate view you can get of what happened that day. So you see Kennedy wave, they get behind this sign, and then it's immediately right there as he comes out from behind that sign.
Yeah.
You see he's grabbing his neck. Now, that's the magic bullet. Am I incorrect on that?
No, that'd be right, because initially they thought there was a first shot that could maybe be a car backfiring. But this shot specifically, now, if you break it down and look at it scientifically, like I think one of the clips I sent you, it goes through him, and then it goes through Connolly, and then goes through Connolly's wrist. The projectile makes sense, but the bullet kind of going nuts after it goes through Kennedy makes sense to the injuries to Connolly. So it is absolutely possible that bullet did that.
So yeah, the magic bullet theory is that this bullet entered through the back of Kennedy's neck, came out through the front, went through Connolly's body, came out, hit his wrist and broke his wrist bone, and came out completely intact. So the one thing that I found interesting on the video that I'd never seen that you had sent me earlier is the mechanics of the bullet itself is actually it's a very durable bullet. Now, my argument with that, and probably with any other conspiracy theorist, would be, okay, then if that's the case, like the other bullets and even bullet fragments inside the body of Connolly in his x-rays, you can see little metal shavings, but the bullet is still pristine. And I believe that's the only bullet that hit Connolly, while Kennedy had, multiple shots. But
well, they only recovered 2 casings, if I'm not mistaken. So if that first shot was a shot, they never found the casing, and it could have just been a car backfiring. Maybe nobody actually shot there.
So there was actually another person shot that day, I do believe. I might have to look this up and verify it, but they believe the first shot actually was a complete miss and actually ricocheted and hit a gentleman, I believe, on the underpass that they eventually drive through in this video.
Okay.
You ever heard that one?
Yeah, I feel like that sounds familiar.
All right, so we're gonna keep playing through the Zapruder film here. So right now, Kennedy's grabbing his neck, and obviously right now, you see his wife turn. There's obvious concern in the vehicle at this point, and the crowd likely has very little idea what's going on.
Now, on this part, where if it went through Kennedy and struck Connolly through his body, hit his wrist, they say he's reaching for his gun, which would be impossible if his wrist were damaged. But that's also kind of his job, so it's still instinctive, even if he's not physically capable of doing it, right? He's carrying a gun. That's the president. You instinctively think to protect him, do you not?
Right. Well, but he's the governor. He's not the Secret Service guy.
Right. But if he's carrying a weapon,
if the magic bullet went through and hit him in the hand and broke his hand, he ain't reaching for a gun. He's probably going, "What the hell just happened to my hand?"
Right. And maybe that's what he's doing. People think he's reaching for a gun. We don't know.
So right here, we got the frame where this is the most controversial. So the explosion of his front forehead. And I'm trying to back it up as close to frame by frame as I can. So as he's riding along here, we're about 12 seconds in. And as we move frame to frame along here, we'll see a bullet that came from behind. And right there, you see splatter almost shooting out in front of his head. And being shot from behind causes I could kind of see where a lot of people would think that, or the other way. This is one of those ones that, depending on your experience with ballistics and shooting and anything you've done, but there's a lot involved here with it, especially when it comes to the skull and what the skull's reaction to this is. So the theory is the bullet comes in through the back of his head, and then when it comes out, it kind of like blows out the front of his skull, causing this splatter. But when you look at it, his body kind of jerks backwards because of it. And that's why people are like, well, you shot from the front. That's the grassy knoll, right? Somebody else had to shot him from the front side.
Yeah, there's the jerk. Now, obviously, I guess it comes down to angling and how he's sitting in the car. Which way was he moving after getting hit? Because any twist, turn, or movement of any sort is going to determine how another shot affects his movement. So it's really, really hard to recreate exactly how that fatal shot would make him move. It's almost impossible. It's such a unique set of events and statistics that it's almost impossible to even think about. But yeah, like you said, it's so easy to look at that as a shot from the front or a shot from the back.
Yeah, it's interesting watching it over and over and kind of playing it back and seeing just imagine being there that day and then this happened right in front of you. First it'd be horrifying, but yeah. There's a lot to just that film, which they didn't want to release that film for, oh dear,
obvious reasons.
Yeah, well, yeah, that that right there, yeah, it leans more credit to not only those not scientifically educated on ballistics and how that could happen to create more of a conspiracy, because that just lends to the credence of, well, there's no way he did that. Really, he if Oswald did the 3 shots and he could get them all off in that time frame, then he missed completely on the first one. So yeah, he was probably not a good marksman, but it's not that hard of a shot to make, according to several people. The second one was a little off and was wrong, and he took the third shot and scored pay dirt on it, and completed his mission. And I think that's where the conspiracy goes. Is I think most people are pretty convinced Oswald did it, or at least attempted to do it, or was involved with it. So he's likely guilty. He screamed that he was a patsy, after they caught him. But
yeah,
sure, I'm a patsy too. Yeah, I'm a patsy. But so it just leans into the, okay, so then you start asking the questions of why and who and how, and you start breaking it down of, okay, why are we trying to kill JFK? What was the purpose for killing JFK? And then you look into his history, and all of this boils up. So he's involved, almost guaranteed. Whether he's a patsy or not, he's involved at some level, pulling the trigger to setting things up, whatever. He's there. Like, he is there. People seen him there. So he is involved regardless.
Oh, he's absolutely involved. I guess what it really comes down to is, was he the only shooter, and did he deliver the fatal shot? Because that's what's really in question. But he was absolutely involved, and there's no doubt in my mind that he actually delivered that shot that went through Kennedy and hit Connolly. Let's see. Part of the stuff that came out, as far as the new information, there's a 413-page memo documenting numerous threats against JFK, ranging from KKK to mentally ill people, which obviously Oswald could fall into. And then it also has a portion that asks a former CIA director, is there any information involved with the assassination of Kennedy, which in any way shows that Lee Harvey Oswald is in some way a CIA agent, or ... and the document abruptly cuts off. So I would assume that's probably part of the stuff that Trump has not released. So, and I think the reasoning he gave was because it would kind of change a lot of things, national security, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, that could be a huge puzzle piece right there that we just are not going to ever have access to. So, if he was just an unstable patsy, kind of put in this place by a group like the KKK or the CIA, I almost think that there would have been another shooter that day, just to kind of ensure that it was fulfilled. Because if he was as unstable as they say, can you trust him to get the job done without having a backup plan in place? So I think it's entirely plausible, just looking at the footage, that there could have been a second shooter there in case he missed. And it's debatable whether or not he missed once or twice.
Yep. And that, the second shooter theory, whether it was Grassy Knoll or other locations, and how that lays out, that leads into the next killing that happened immediately afterwards of JD Tippit, which was the police officer that supposedly had tried to approach and stop him after the shooting. A lot of people believe that whether it was Oswald or this second person, one of them had actually killed that police officer, and the other shooter got away and left Oswald behind to take the rap for the whole deal.
Yeah. And then obviously there's a ton of stuff on Oswald here, but Oswald being assassinated, like that gets screwy in itself, obviously. And that's a much more clear-cut assassination, because that everybody saw that happen. That was pretty clear-cut by case. But who did that, what what led to that. That is just a whole other mystery stacked on top of a mystery. That's highly interesting to me.
So are you going to tell me the most high-profile convict you have in the country is just going to get murdered in front of God and everybody, or is it going to be like a high-profile person in prison like Jeffrey Epstein that just gets to hang himself?
Yeah, exactly. The FBI knew about a threat against Oswald, and essentially they did nothing. The FBI received a call from an anonymous man who claimed to be the head of a committee with the goal of killing Oswald. Dallas PD assured the FBI protection to be given, but clearly not enough happened, because if you watch the footage, I mean, there's nothing. It's almost laughable that somebody that high profile could be in that open of an area and just be left open to having it happen, because you knew it was going to happen. You could almost feel it before it happens, right? Everybody there is like, where's it coming from? Like, this is going to happen.
Yeah, and I didn't give you this one beforehand. I just happened to glance over it as I was reading through some other documents here. But have you heard anything about George Bush being a part of the JFK assassination, or him being involved? I believe at the time he was working for the CIA. I've seen people thought he was a director, but he wasn't the director until like the mid to late 70s or something. But the big thing is nobody could confirm his whereabouts on the day of the assassination. And that's a whole nother episode of George W. Bush being involved with a whole lot of shady stuff. He's probably just as bad as the Clintons, if not partners with them.
Anybody who gets a high profile enough position to become president, the skeletons in the closet of these people, it's insanity. Now, Trump, obviously, he was an open book because we got reality TV shows of him, so we knew half of his skeletons already. But like, yeah, lifelong politicians such as the Clintons or the Bushes, yeah, the ladder to success is a bloody one. So yeah, I am a little intrigued by this, because no, I'm not familiar with the idea that Bush is involved in it. So please go head into it. I'm interested.
So supposedly, there's this gentleman. I'm trying to find his name here. It was a Jorge de Morinchild. So he was a geologist.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, thanks. No, I'm not going to. Look it up, folks. Anyway, so he's a geologist. He's friends with Bush and with Oswald. And so supposedly he had wrote a letter to George Bush asking for assistance. And he had all kinds of other things going on, being pressured from different avenues throughout the government. But supposedly George Bush failed to respond to the letter, and 6 months later, this gentleman committed suicide.
Right.
Yeah, I always love suicides on here.
It's you got to be specific with it nowadays.
Is there a body count to the JFK assassination? Because like the Oliver Stone movie like made it sound like everybody involved died right afterwards. Is that true? Do you know?
No, I guess I don't know, but
I'm gonna have to look that up. That'll be part.
It's got to be a good chunk of people, because
there's got to be something to that. So yeah, it's just another avenue of George H. W. Bush, Bush Senior, not Junior, the late president. I don't know what there's. What are your thoughts? Like, is there's a lot of roads to go down, whether you do Cuban conspiracy and internal conspiracy of our own government's trying to take him down because he was doing too much and going too crazy and afraid he was going to let loose. I've even heard he was going to announce that there were aliens and that's why they wanted him off. I've heard of it all.
Right. No, I think a lot of it kind of comes down to what his relationship was with like the FBI and the CIA. Now, obviously, these are highly regarded organizations within the government, but obviously he didn't get along with the CIA great. I guess I'm not 100% sure how awful his relationship was with the FBI, but if Bush is obvious, like you take the fact that he became president out of it, because that's all you can look at now, is because HW became president and his son becomes president, so on and so forth. That's all you think about. But he's involved in the CIA. He's very high in the CIA. So obviously, I mentioned a few minutes ago that the ladder to the top is a bloody one. So it's highly plausible that if the CIA was involved in killing Kennedy, he would obviously be a big gear in that process.
Yeah, would
somebody who climbs the ladder and eventually becomes president is probably going to be a higher suspect than somebody who didn't.
Right.
I mean, that's just kind of the way it goes.
Yeah, I don't know. He was upsetting a lot of folks back then and doing a lot of I honestly, I wasn't alive in the 60s, obviously. I don't even think I was thought of in the 60s. I don't think I was ever thought of. I just showed up one day. Oh, shit, that guy. Oh, man, another one. But, yep. That's what you call an accident, folks, right here. All right.
Preaching to the choir, man.
Yeah, no kidding. There's a lot to go into on this. And like you said, we're kind of doing an introductory here of, there's links to the Bush family, there's links to the CIA, there's multiple shooters, there's Cuba, there's Russia, there's communism, there's so many avenues to take this, and each one could take an hour, 2 hour, 3 hour podcast.
Yeah,
so
we could dive an episode into each conflicting thing. It's impossible. One of the things, if we don't want to get into it tonight, was I found kind of interesting the Umbrella Man theory. Are you familiar with any of that?
Yeah, some folks. So they're on the Zapruder film, or no, I don't even think it was on the Zapruder film. I think it was actually photos taken from somebody.
There's multiple angles, photographs of it.
It's a sunny day, and randomly this dude opens up an umbrella.
And just stands there.
Yeah. So
there's no raincoats. Nobody's wearing raincoats. Nobody else has umbrellas. And you just see from multiple angles, right there, as the motorcade's passing by, a guy holding a black umbrella over his head.
So why would one do that?
Right. Now, obviously, the conspiracy aspects jumped into this immediately. It's just before the shots are fired. You can see him from multiple angles. Like you said, beautiful day, no rain. People had to assume immediately that this was part of the assassination itself, that some people went so far as to think that this was an intricate gun, and having it opened, it somehow launched bullets. Maybe that's how we got these weird trajectories. When apparently he actually had to go, he was identified, and he had to go to a Senate hearing, I believe, to explain why he was there with the open umbrella. And it turns out it was just in some form of diluted protest, I think in opposition of something that Kennedy's father had done. It was some just awkward thing that was so just random that it almost had to be true, because obviously the conspiracy theory was even more outlandish, but it was so weird. It was a very strange form of protest, but that was the reasoning given.
Yeah. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck,
must be a zebra.
Yeah. Like again,
I've been to.
Right. Again, I wasn't alive in the 70s or the 60s, so I don't know if bringing an umbrella.
Oh, everybody had an umbrella again.
Well, yeah. Oh my God. I just it is shady. Like, I don't know if I want to.
It's weird.
It's super weird. An umbrella? I'm gonna open an umbrella.
That's how you protest, I guess. In the 60s.
You suck, Mr. President. Like, you think he gives a shit?
You can't tell me they didn't have oak tag and markers back then. You can't make a sign. What the fuck?
Make a WWE sign.
If you smell. He's standing there with the open umbrella. Man, I'm really gonna show this asshole right now. Then he gets shot. What do I do now?
It came in handy. It stopped the blood splatter from hitting him.
Yeah, I guess in hindsight.
So yeah, there's a long ways to go. So I guess this will be the start of a mini series. When we run out of topics and ideas, we can jump down each of these rabbit holes one by one. We can talk about Cubans. We can talk about everything. I will probably, just throw it out there that plug your ears, those that are sensitive. This whole thing is fucked.
It is, every bit of it.
It's bad. The fact that even Wikipedia has like 30 pages on this is ridiculous. Of not only the conspiracies, but like the facts, and then like the actual resource page on the Wikipedia. Holy crap. There are 474 references to documentation on this just on Wikipedia.
Yeah. It's insane. Well, and I think a lot of that is it's such an interesting case and such a high profile one. And then obviously with the release of new documentation and information, the interest has reignited. So yeah, there's going to be, and obviously Wikipedia is take it or leave it type of take it with a grain of salt information.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
The rabbit hole can become fact real quick, and somebody comes along. Wait a minute, hang on. Then somebody changes that. Yeah, Wikipedia is fun, but it's like Wikipedia is fake news.
It's it's kind of the definition of fake news. Well, yeah, but sometimes it's more accurate than the real news.
I know, that's the problem. Like, I always go to it. Like, that's usually the first thing I click on if I look for something is Wikipedia.
We got problems. Yeah. We got problems in this country if Wikipedia is the best resource we got. It's more factual than CNN.
Well, I guess it goes hand in hand.
CNN, home of fake news.
Well, we had to watch the Husker.
Whoa, are you mind blown after watching that episode? Too soon?
All right, your phrasing's better than mine was. I'll give you that.
All right. Nice. Anyway, folks, welcome back. So you went through everything that we had talked about in that prior episode. Now, here we are. It is March 30th, 2025. Donald J. Trump is president again. Yeah, that's right. If you just lost 5.5 years of your life, no, he hasn't been president that whole time. He lost allegedly,
and
then won allegedly. It all depends on who you ask. Everything's allegedly these days. I don't even know if we're real at this point.
I don't think so. I think we're AI.
But 80s originally was mentioned 80,000 documents. Now it's up to supposed to get 88,000 documents. We're almost there. We're almost at the 88,000 mark. But all this treasure trove of documents has come out in recent weeks. The internet sleuths and AI, which, hey, we had an episode about AI too. We might want to revisit. As just been pouring through these documents looking for the smoking gun. Guess what?
It's there.
No, it's not. It's not there. It's not there. It pretty much said the same thing that we all kind of suspected. That you should still be very weary of the CIA.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's happened. We're getting Donald Trump kind of teased how this was going to get released, in the midst of his presidency, the first go around, right? And then during Biden's term, he kind of sort of half-assed did set some wheels in motion to let this stuff loose. But then, like many things,
or he burned it.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it was. He was saying he was going to do that and then did the complete fucking opposite, but I digress. And now that Trump's back in office again, they're actually coming out. And a lot of it's been pretty much a nothing burger, and it's been a lot of sleight of hand because they're letting a little bit go, but they're not letting the big ones go. And like you said, there's still 8,000 to go. So Are we literally just waiting for the big finale? Like, is that what they're gearing? This is not a Netflix series. We're not binging Breaking Bad here.
Yeah, right.
We just want to know what happened. Like, you can spoiler alert this, CIA, Pentagon, whoever. You can just tell us. That's the whole point of this. This isn't a trickle down or trickle up. Like, just give us the fucking answer.
There's things that like people aren't buying with this whole release right now. Like, you go back to, I think it was George Napolitano had that interview where he was discussing, hey, I was talking to Donald Trump about, why didn't you release the JFK files like you originally said you were? And supposedly Trump told Judge Knapp that if you knew what I knew, you wouldn't release it either. And so everybody's just like, oh my God. So now here we are. He's back in office. Trump's, doesn't care. He's not trying to get reelected after this. So he's just burning it all down, which, whether you like it or not, there's some good will come from this. But no smoking gun. There is no major revelations on the assassination itself. Like, nothing that we have seen as of this day really doesn't do anything. You do get a lot more insights to CIA operations and some other things they were doing, like how many times they were meeting with Oswald ahead of time in Mexico City, all these other plots against Fidel Castro and a lot of things in Cuba.
Which make perfect sense.
You get confirmation of JFK's mistrust of the CIA. Like, it was always speculated. Now it is for sure that, like, not only the Bay of Pigs incident, there was so much that JFK hated the CIA for, and he was pitted against them for sure.
I think that's been the biggest thing for me was it really did reveal. Like, if you go back and look, today at the Bay of Pigs and the Cuban Missile Crisis, like all of everything that JFK was trying to do, it's not like it was a propaganda machine like we see today in terms of the government and the media and the population, but they were still effective at it to a much different degree, not like the levels you see today. But the story being told was a lot more widely accepted regardless of what voter base you found yourself in. And that, like you said, JFK against the CIA, it wasn't like it was, oh my gosh, it's Donald Trump versus the media. It's not like it was JFK versus the CIA. It wasn't that same degree.
It wasn't out in the open like that. Yeah.
Yeah, not out in the open like that. There might have been some speculation. So it was a much different animal. But
so
the operations in Cuba being what they were and how close we were from going to a Cold War to a hot war, and how much he wanted to prevent that, and the steps he did do versus the steps that he didn't, like, it almost didn't make sense. But then you look what his predecessor did. He completely changed the ideology and the process that JFK was taking to try to prevent a global conflict. So do you blame the CIA?
Yeah, well, here's
did they want the hot war? Is that what it was?
Maybe. So here's one of the most, probably the biggest thing that came out of this last dump of files was 1961 memo from White House aide Arthur Schlesinger Jr. suggested to JFK of reorganizing the agency due to its extensive use of undercover agents posing as diplomats. And he gave the example of 47% of political officers in U.S. embassies were CIA operatives.
How many?
47%.
Ooh, that's a lot.
They had their hands in
almost
a lot
half.
of stuff. Yeah. So, and that led to, continued distrust after Bay of Pigs. And it was like the CIA was trying to run the government no matter what the president powers say that they are. Like, it's what we've always suspected is, like, you get into the office and then they're like, hey, congratulations, Mr. President, here's your agenda. Like,
Yeah.
So, maybe that was the watershed moment of where that actually started. Maybe we
Could
had
be.
real presidents before then, and then CIA was like, no, like we're doing this. We don't need you.
Yeah,
you're
one
just
person
our
can't be
puppet now."
trusted. We know
Yeah.
better.
But outside
But
of
that
that,
makes perfect sense.
yeah. Outside of that, other things, some names that were redacted before got cleaned up, so we know who these people are now. Very limited new information when it comes to any conspiracy theories, really. Let's see.
I think for me, though, the lack of actual confirmation of the actual assassin, that's
there was
the most
more
telling for me.
I guess it added context to some things of like, what did Russia think of Oswald? What did the Cubans think of Oswald? Like, it gave a lot more, like, it kind of did add a little bit more fuel to Oswald being involved in this, whether he was a lone gunman or not. Like, everybody was looking at him. And
Sure.
this is like one of those 9/11 moments to where the CIA wasn't talking to the FBI and the FBI wasn't talking to the NSA. And like, everybody knew a plane was going to hit a building, but they wouldn't talk to each other, and they all knew pieces of this information. It was kind of, I don't know if that's necessarily what was going on with this guy or not, but like, everybody knew something. They were all watching him, and it's like they let it happen.
Okay, but in the 80,000 documents that have been released, has there been anything that, like, point blank says, yes, this is our assassin, it was Oswald?
No.
Because they can't.
Yeah. Well, so that's where we're left with some hope. So the last dump, I believe, was March 18th, something like that, a couple weeks ago. But let's see, what's it say? About 2/3 of the anticipated documents have already dropped, including 500 IRS, some FBI files. See, we got 2,400 to 8,000 documents potentially left to be released after being processed. So we'll see. Maybe there's still might be that damn smoking gun in there. That's a lot of pages still.
Is it just that they...
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance. Is it just that they failed so miserably? Could this be the conspiracy? Is it just because everybody involved in this failed so miserably at their job that's the reason for the redactions and the hiding of the documents and the investigation and the fact that it took this long to release that? Is it because they look so foolish and so inept at their jobs? Is that why? Could it just be that simple? Yes, Oswald did it. There was one gunman. There was nobody else involved. It wasn't the mafia. It wasn't the communists, whatever. It's just because the government failed so tremendously at their jobs. That's why they hid it. Because if you look at it, the most glaring thing, in my opinion, has to be that, yes, if you do go with Oswald did it, which has been the narrative that the government's put forth, nobody on the government was held accountable for how poorly they did. Nobody was fired. Nobody was demoted. And everybody at every level failed so tremendously during the prevention, during the investigation, the protection of Oswald. Everything, top to bottom, was such a miserable fail on the government's part. Is that just the reason for the cover-up? Because they were so bad at their jobs?
Yeah, it very well could be. Like,
was it intentionally bad or was it not intentionally bad? Could it possibly be that non-intentional, that they were all that bad at the same time over decades? Like, I don't think it could be that. I don't. But
my favorite summarization of this, I think I've shared it with you in the boys chat a couple of times, but Angela McArdle. So she was the head of the Libertarian Party for the last, I don't know, several years. And the day the files were originally supposed to come out, she posted on X, "Guys, do you really think the people that killed JFK wrote everything down?"
Exactly.
So it's a pretty good point. And it's
it's a great point.
It's the history is written by the victors thing. They're gonna have all the interviews and documentation that they need to point the narrative that they need.
I think that's the point that has to be made.
This is back in the days when they were hot and heavy and MK Ultra shit going on. Like they were playing with fire at this time, and they're like, "Fuck it, let's go." Like I do not doubt that manipulation was used in all of this.
Is it the files have been such a source of controversy for decades? Is it because we've all just kind of been blind to the fact that, gosh, you got to release those documents. You've got to release them. Stop redacting them. Stop covering up lines and names and things. Well, who's to say?
Well, was it done on purpose to create some kind of spark the controversy on it? Because if it would have just came out with everything right away, well, honestly, here's the other problem, because this wasn't a big thing right after Kennedy died. They caught Oswald. Like, if you want to get into the Ruby, what's the guy that killed Oswald? Jack Ruby thing, and then his partnership with some pretty shady MK Ultra fucking people. Well, I'm sure we'll get that in a future episode. But like, there was a lot of shady shit along with the mob and things that tied into it already. And I think that might be what they were trying to be like, hey, we don't want the public to know that we hired, Jack Ruby to go fucking shoot this guy.
Which is almost universally accepted anyway.
Oh yeah, totally is. But so I think that's why they shy away at first, and then it wasn't until, this is so weird to say, but Geraldo Rivera reduces or shows the Zapruder film for the first time to the American public, and everybody sees what I described as We Came Back. Mind-blowing experience for everybody that they did not expect to see the back and to the left. And then, Oliver Stone comes out with the JFK movie.
Make it out alive?
I know, right? But then you have Oliver Stone comes out with the JFK movie, and like it becomes bigger and bigger, and it became this like cult of phenomenon thing that like everybody had to have an opinion on. It was pre-internet. Everybody was just saying shit to each other, and it was you knew more people that believed there was a second shooter prior to the internet than probably any other conspiracy. Like now that the internet's here, everybody knows what all the conspiracies are.
You have to
have an opinion about everything nowadays. But back then, that was the hey, I know a secret. Did you know Kennedy was fucking murdered? It wasn't just the one shooter. There was a guy on the grassy knoll. Did you hear this? My grandma told me the story. Like it was different then, and now it's so baked into the culture. It's
almost better known. The conspiracies are just more ingrained into society than the actual information. Why is that? Because again, there was no information. Everybody just assumed that the documentation that was being hidden and redacted from the public eye, all those confidential files, held all the information.
Well, and that's when Hollywood really was like the gatekeeper of a lot of information. Because unless you were reading stuff at the library, like there was no access to this information.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the fact that they put it out there that they were concealing these files was mostly the biggest smoke and mirror to begin with, because, hey, we've got all this stuff and we're going to hide it for decades and decades, and we might bleed a little bit out here and there, but for the most part, we're not going to let it go. And now, decades later we've been blind to the fact that there was probably nothing there to begin with, because like you said, they didn't document it. Why, if they were responsible, would they document it? They wouldn't. They're not hiding the documents because the truth is in there. They're hiding the documents because the documents were a nothing burger to begin with, designed to make us speculate on something else entirely. And we kind of fell for it. That's the funniest thing.
Either way, folks, I'm here for it. We've traced the echoes of the gunfire through Daily Plaza. We've sifted through the latest documents. We've wrestled with the shadows of doubt that still stretch across November 22nd, 1963. Was it one man in a window or something more sinister lurking in the grassy knoll? The truth remains elusive, buried in time and secrecy, maybe in one of the leftover documents. Come back, hopefully, we get those last remaining documents, and someday we can crack this one and finally give you the truth, because it was decoded, and we got it decoded.
That's right.
Because that's what we do here. We decode stuff.
It's our thing.
Do.
Yeah. I am Tony
like
G, the Umbrella Man, folks.
Oh, no. All right, that's it, folks. We appreciate you. Thanks for taking a journey back in time with us, and then getting some updates. As always, folks, appreciate you. Love you. Bye.
And there we go. That was Dark Side of the Fringe, episode 3 on JFK. How are we doing there, folks? That was actually really good. Now, there's one stat that I would challenge when they say 47% of everybody at U.S. embassies is CIA. I'm saying you're off by 53%. Yeah, that's all. That would be my one piece of pushback, if you will. Yeah, sure. There's, yeah, the idea that there ain't a single CIA person in that whole, but like, nah, sorry, I'm calling wolf tickets. Okay, I'm looking at some of these. They got ancient aliens, awesome. They got moon conspiracies. They got one on Nessie. Okay. But we're going to hit the Dyatlov Pass because I remember this one was weird, but it was good. So we're going to hit this one up. It's an oddball, but just go with it. Okay. I know the Tony and Chicken really put some effort into this one in particular. So give me one moment, get everything set up properly. Get all my propers propered. So without further ado, let's get right into one of the most unusual conspiracies that really captures these guys' imaginations. So let's get right into it, folks.
Nine experienced hikers ventured into Russia's Ural Mountains. Never returned alive. Found scattered across snow, their deaths were marked by bizarre injuries. Missing body parts, a campsite abandoned in panic. Was it an avalanche, government cover-up, a monster, or something far stranger? Join us as we revisit and update you on the craziest mystery of the 20th century, Dyatlov Pass. Welcome to Decoding the Unknown. I am Dr. Chicken, and of course, partnered, as always, the man, the myth, the legend, the man who makes cowboy hats sexy again. Hey, see, I had to change the tone there.
It is I, Tony freaking G, back again, your blend master of ceremonies. Yes, today we are doing a retrospective review from an episode of the Dog and Chicken Show from July 25th, 2019. We look at the mysterious deaths of 9 hikers in the 1950s known as the Dyatlov Mystery. Did a Russian Yeti kill them? KGB? Aliens? Weather? Who knows? But we're going to go back and we're going to listen with you as we dive back in to an older podcast we did. And we are going to give some of our updates and thoughts after we listen back to our original thoughts. And we can decode some more of the unknown once we're done doing that and bring you back up to speed with any of the updates that have happened since.
What do you remember about, like, this was 5+ years ago that we recorded this originally? Like, what were the big things you remember standing out about this one?
Well, first off, that I hadn't really heard of this one when we dove into it the first time. And
right.
When we used to do that, and I didn't know anything about it, it was always so much fun to learn about something a singular event that was so strange and weird that gets almost no attention unless you're actually looking for something like that. Like you've really got to. This isn't one of those well-known things. Is what I'm saying. It was always so strange to find a new topic that fit the theme that we were going for, and this was so interesting to me because it touched on everything, all the theories in this one: right. UFO, aliens, Bigfoot, government cover-up. I mean, it was everything. It covered all the bases. So this one was a grab bag in terms of conspiracy theories.
I just remember some of the crazy things that we had learned about some of the bodies and how different, like it was, if all of them were found the same way, it would be a little easier to explain. But like there was like tongues missing and like cut open from the inside of the tent. So somebody like they went through an avalanche, like something else was going on with some of these. It was just so different as you went through all the different people on there.
This was not
what they had to
Donner
experience
party.
Was not the same thing.
No,
this is crazy.
You could, some might compare this to a Donner Party situation, but it's not that. I mean, the scenarios are very similar. It's extreme cold. It's the mountains. It's snow. It's deserted. But what came out of the aftermath and the way they found them and the mystery behind it, totally different. So, yeah, you're right. It was the details. It was the devil in the details on this one because none of it made sense. There was almost no consistency. And I think that's why so many different conspiracies bloomed from it.
Well, folks, without further ado, we'll play our original dive into this mystery, and then we'll catch you on the other side as we do have updates since this recording. More investigation and other information has been released. So we'll see you on the other side for the updates to Dyatlov Pass.
Strap on and strap in.
And this one should be pretty fun. If folks at home, if you haven't heard of this, and I don't even know if I'm pronouncing this right. I've looked at it a couple different times, but you're going to hear a bunch of butchering of names and I don't know, maybe a mysterious story, but we're not familiar with Russian names and language and any of that. So be prepared to be confused on what we're saying. But Dyatlov Pass incident is what we're covering tonight. So,
AKA the Devil's Pass, am I correct?
Yes, because it was on what was it? Devil's Mountain or Death Mountain is what the natives called the place. So this was a popular passage through this mountain. So yeah, I think we can go and get it kicked off. Before I tell the story, Tony, anything you're interested in with this, or I know you looked into it before. What are you looking to hear out of this one?
Yeah, this is one I'd looked up a long time ago, inadvertently. It wasn't one I sought out. I think it was just one of those that kind of fell into the category of unsolved paranormal mysteries, and that's one of the big theories that came from this is because of all of the strange pieces of evidence that came from the deaths. People wanted to classify it as paranormal because of the unique circumstances of how the people were murdered, how they died. It just, a lot of it just screamed paranormal, mostly because at the time, the CSI wasn't a thing at the time, so they didn't really conclude something concrete as to why they perished. So it was a big paranormal thing, and there's a lot of ways you can go with why they think it's paranormal. It could have been a Yeti, it could have been a UFO, it could have been a ghost, it could have been a demon. Yeah, there was so many open-ended theories, and there still are, because if I'm not mistaken, this is still like the original case closed was, well, they died this way, and we don't really know why.
Yeah, I love it. We got Yetis, we got aliens, and a bunch of dead Russians.
Not Yeti. The Russian Yeti. Let's be clear. It's not like Sasquatch came over from on a boat. This is the Russian Yeti. Unrelated. Maybe they're related. I don't know.
but same type of creature. Let's assume that.
I'm just saying this is like a little orgy for a group of people here. Like, you
Well,
think
I don't want
all
to offend the
fun
Yeti
stuff.
enthusiasts.
No, I'm just saying there's so much fun stuff here. You got conspiracies, you got paranormal, you got governments, you got dead Russians, you got Yetis, you got aliens. There's so much to look at here.
There's a ton of theories.
Yeah. I just tickled a bunch of people out there. You're welcome. So anyway, I'm going to get started with the story. Here's what happened, if you're not familiar with this. So it originally started 10 hikers, Russian hikers, heading up to, I believe it was called, let's see, what did it say? The mountain is known as Kolat with an H, K-H. So I got to do this. Kolat,
like cool
cycle, which is whatever. Cool whip, yes. It's the meaning is dead mountain in the language of the indigenous people of the region, which some funny stories we can get into those indigenous people and how they did drugs. Funny story. We'll get to that. But anyway, very treacherous mountain range, but also very popular with thrill seekers and skiers and mountain climbers. So this group of 10 departed in January. And back then, I'm trying to remember what year this is, like 1959.
I'd say late 50s.
Yeah, 1959. So in 1959, of course, no cell phones. Very like when you went out into a mountain. Good luck. What day you coming? What day you coming back? Well, how many weeks from now?
And let's be clear, though, these weren't like just your amateur thrill seeker. Like, I believe they were experienced at this type of hike, if you will. They'd done things of this nature before, so they weren't going out completely unprepared. They had the equipment, they had the experience. So yeah, it wasn't like just a bunch of random people decided to do this and that's why they died.
Correct. And they were pretty young. Most of them were in their young 20s, but they were pretty experienced at this. And you're absolutely correct. But the point I was making was back then it was hey, we're coming back around this time. So if I left January 31st and I said I'd be back February 12th, you're going to give me a few days or a week before you come looking for me.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, time's not on your side when you're in a mountain that's for its brutal cold. Negative 30-degree temperatures.
Yeah.
Is what these folks were dealing with.
Insane. Can't imagine. It just makes me cold thinking about it.
So that's exactly what happened. These folks went off onto this mountain pass and trying to climb. One of them felt ill partway through the trip and decided to stay back. So there was originally 10 on this journey, and he decided he wasn't going to finish out with them, stayed behind at a base camp while the other 9 went on. The original plan was they would be back February 12th. And come February 20th, none had returned. By that time, that's when they finally got worried. You think, okay, 8 days later, whatever. That's what it was. It's Russia. You better be tough, whatever.
Yeah, right.
So 8 days later, they go create a search party and start climbing up this mountain, trying to figure out what happened to these guys.
And the one that had backed out, he went with them. Correct.
Yes. So they found some pretty astonishing, I don't know. There was a lot of things that did not make sense. So the basic story, some experienced kids, hikers, early 20s, go up a mountain, having a good time. They actually kept a journal of every day of the trip and everything they did. They called it like a little newspaper is how they treated it. And somewhere around February 1st or February 2nd is when they think something crazy happened. The search rescue crew went out on the 20th. And it was later that week they discovered not only their tent, and then shortly after they found one group of the expedition died apparently from hypothermia, the original, or for 6 of them. And then I believe it was 2 months later, around May, they found the remaining 3.
Yep.
Cause of death, Tony, do you remember what the official cause of death was? I thought it was funny.
The other 3 that they found later, it wasn't. Did they classify it as hypothermia, or was it the blunt force trauma to those 3?
Well, so that was. I'm trying to find it here. I don't see it. It was something so vague.
Or was it the
ridiculous?
One of those, I believe, was the blood in the. They thought maybe she'd bled out internally, because I think that was the female.
Well, yeah, it was. Well, the actual cause of death, though, like for the first 6 was hypothermia. For the other 3, they chalked it up as something along the lines, and I'm sure I'll find it here, but something along the lines of natural forces that
unnatural.
They couldn't. No, it said natural forces they could not overcome.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yep. That you're right. That's exactly what it was, and that's basically how they.
What the hell kind of report is that? What the hell does that mean?
I think that line right there is one of the big reasons people believe that this was like an inside government conspiracy, because how do you close the case with such a vague description and give the cause of death such a vague, open-ended answer? That adds credence to that theory, I guess, but I think it mostly just comes down to the fact that they didn't have anybody who really knew what the hell they were doing as far as crime scene investigation goes. Yeah, okay, so I want to point out one thing right now. When you say the word tent, people immediately get the image of a camping tent that you would take to the lake in their head. That is not what this is. This is like a big military thick grade tent. It's big, it's thick, it's meant to withstand the harsh environments. So when we start talking about the strange things that happened, keep in mind that this is a heavy duty tent. You can live in this thing. It's not just meant to go pass out in after you drink a 12-pack at the lake. It's not that kind of tent.
Yeah, exactly. So for those just listening in, of course, doing this on YouTube and other platforms now. So for those of you listening, we got it pulled up on the screen, one of the images that it shows of what the rescuers found on February 26th. If you want to see this, of course, you can jump on our YouTube channel. But allthat'sinteresting.com is where I'm pulling some of these images from. And what you see is a tent pretty much knocked down, covered in snow. So what they discovered happened with this tent was it was cut by the hikers from the inside. So something frightened them or caused them that they had to get out of this tent so badly they are willing to destroy it from within to get out of the tent. And then
thus ruining their shelter and essentially sealing their fate with the hypothermia.
Absolutely. But then that was the freaky part, is the first group of bodies they found were a mile down mountain from this tent, in probably where they should have put the tent. You think about if you're going up a mountain pass, do you want to be near a tree line just in case there's an avalanche, or do you want to be out in the middle of nowhere in the wide open where God and everybody can just trample over the top of you? Typically you would want to be near a tree line where you have resources, whether that's animals to eat or twigs to burn and things to make fire. These guys were a mile up the mountain and decided to pitch tent there, which was the first kind of weird thing. The second is cutting the tent open from within. But then when they find their bodies, not only did they find their bodies a mile down mountain, they were nearly naked. Two of the first bodies they found were in their underwear with no shoes, dead in the snow of hypothermia.
Yeah,
what on God's earth would make you cut a hole in your tent, run a mile in negative 30-degree weather in the snow, naked?
I have an explanation for that, but let's run through all the strange pieces of evidence before we start giving our thought on why these events went the way they did. I know one of the other, I can't remember which set, was it a part of the pair or a part of the 3-person? Because I think it was the same woman was missing a portion of her tongue.
Yeah, we'll get to that. That's on the second group.
Okay. And then also, I think, was it 2 people had unnatural head trauma, skull crushed in via a force that could not have been done by another person.
That's correct. So this starts to get a little bit more interesting as Tony was leading to there. So these were the first 2 bodies discovered. So they found
clearly
two...
not wearing anything ready for the elements.
Right. So these ads are so weird that I'm getting on here. For those watching at home, sorry. So the first 2 bodies were Yuri Krivanashenko. He was 23, and another Yuri. There's 2 Yuris here, and I believe the guy left at the bottom, the 10th guy, his name was Yuri too. So hey, fun fact: there's 3 Yuris. How many people in Russia are named Yuri?
I feel like it's a John or a Tim.
Probably. Anyway, so here it shows negative 13, 22 degree temperatures, whatever. Maybe we're a little off there. Anyway, both men's bodies were found only wearing underwear. So this is an actual image from the bodies found. Of course, the snow's a little trampled around them, probably from the folks that had found them originally. But crazy enough, and you kind of get a feel for, you know, the weather conditions that they had there. But then you look at the surroundings and how much snow may have collected around them. It's hard to really get specific. So anyway, those 2, hypothermia.
Yeah.
Clearly. They're almost naked. That's weird, but hypothermia. Yuri and Yuri, rest in peace. Then they found the next 3 bodies. So Dyatlov, which is he was the leader of the expedition and who this is named after, Rustam Slobodin, 23, they were found on their way back to the camp. So apparently they were at the bottom. I believe there was evidence of a campfire nearby. And then these 2 were trying to make their way back to the campfire at that point. You can see, almost looks like the images shows one's kind of wrapped up in a tree and deceased, obviously, and the other one almost looks like he was crawling minutes before you know, passing away. So pretty tragic thought of that type of weather scenario and what kind of circumstances you might have to be in to die that way. It's kind of crazy to think about. So and then we got another image here of Dyatlov and laying down face first in the snow. So circumstances, of course, in this case, it caused a lot of speculation, but immediately they only found these original bodies, and everybody was just, hey, hypothermia. The kids got out of their tent. Whatever happened, but they got down to the bottom of this base and got to this tree line, tried to make a fire. 2 of them passed away. It looks like the rest of them decided maybe it's best we get back to base camp, and died of hypothermia on their way back to base camp. You think it's a mild jaunt with -10, -20, and plus the wind chill that you have. The elements are just outrageous. So the original 6, all confirmed, dead from hypothermia, and not much of a chance of survival. Where it gets crazy,
yes,
the final 3. So you have Nikolaya. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name.
Just Nikolai.
Yeah, no, it might be. I don't know. Suffered significant skull damage in moments before his death. Then Lyudmila Dobinina, 20, and Semyon Zolotarev, 38, had major chest fractures that could only have been caused by an immense force comparable to that of a car crash.
Yep.
The funny part about this, not funny, weird part, so they have severe damage internally in their bodies, but the report comes out saying that there is no soft tissue damage on the exterior of their body other than what was caused post-mortem.
Right.
So that meaning they have broken ribs and fractured skulls, but there is no evidence of blunt force trauma on the outside of the body. There's no evidence of the chest being crushed by, say, a bear or something, you know, attacking them post-mortem that would cause some of that stuff. The of course, there's probably going to be some animals and things trying to eat away at him. Then the craziest one, and probably the one that causes, those two are creepy enough. The last one was the gal, Ludmila Dubedina. I've said her name 2 different ways now, whatever. She was found like laying almost in like in a ravine or a river type thing up against a rock. Her eyes are missing. Her tongue is missing. Half her jaw is gone. Again, from what I've read, there was no evidence of like, you think, okay, there's a dead body laying there for 2 months. Sure. I'm sure a vulture or some other animal come and tear it apart, but there was no evidence of an animal. You think if you're going to rip tongue or eyes out, they're going to grab a hold of some other part to get leverage. There was no evidence of that. And I've read to where they thought maybe her tongue had just dissolved on its own. I've also read where that they believe her tongue was removed before death. Don't know. The problem with this is this was covered up immediately, and I don't know if it was necessarily cover up. It was back in the days of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, back then, anything that came out that had to do with anything kind of crazy, weird, immediately got classified, and nobody got to talk about it. And boom, case closed, move on. Of course, fall of the Soviet Union, 90s, this stuff comes up, and they start digging through this file, and it's missing tons of information. So we are at the mercy of the internet, folks, and what little records they have, and the wonderful world of conspiracy thoughts and people trying to put 2 and 2 together. The last thing, Tony, before I hand it over to you, was about 50 miles away around that same time. There's no confirmation, but there are reports that other hikers experience strange lights in the skies.
Oh, yeah, forgot about that.
And then with that being said, the last image, so these hikers, they were fairly wealthy young group of folks and were having fun with this. Like I said, creating a newspaper. They were also taking so many pictures. This is probably I don't get too excited about this, but a lot of people have. So for the folks just listening, it is one of those amazing orb pictures. So Tony and I, from the world of paranormal investigation, I've seen these pictures so many times, and it just pisses me off.
That's the same one I saw on the videos that I was watching.
So anyway, the belief is, so his tripod was Krivonishenko's camera. Supposedly his tripod was set up and pointed in a direction that appeared they were trying to capture something on their camera. Now, he was one of the ones that was found naked, but so he doesn't grab his shoes, he doesn't grab his clothes, he doesn't grab anything, but he did grab his camera as he runs a mile downhill.
Yeah, that's strange.
This is the last photo taken on his camera. We don't know what this is of, but neighboring other groups that were hiking 50 miles away saw strange lights in the sky and reported them. So that sets you up, folks, for a lot of different thoughts of how did those last 3 die? Why were the first 2 naked? What happened here? Tony, thoughts?
Well, before I jump into the multiple theories, you're forgetting one odd piece of information or evidence, if you will, and that is that a few of them had some level trace amounts of radiation found on their bodies.
Yes. Damn it, I forgot about that. That brings in the government conspiracy, folks. Sorry.
No, that brings
2 of them,
in
but
the
it was only 2 of them on their clothes.
Yes.
Only 2. That strikes me as pretty odd.
Yeah. Like you said, you take all the information that we're given from this case, and it's missing gaps, missing pieces. We don't know a lot of vital information, but what we're given is so unrelated, so strange, and the way they were found is so odd that it leaves so much up to the imagination as far as what happened, how did they get to this point. Obviously, you just touched on it. One of the first series would be government conspiracy cover-up, right? Obviously, people here are thinking there's foul play because A, we're missing all this information. B, there's so strange circumstances on how this person ended up in this position, why they were naked, so on and so forth. Why everything just kind of came to an abrupt halt, why they tried to get out of the tent. So many reasons of why you could point to that and the weird way that they closed the case without really saying a verdict on what happened. Understandable, like you said, it's Russia, late 50s, so it's a very plausible theory. But I guess for me, I don't know enough about the individuals. Is there one or a few among them that would there be a reason to off them in this way? Because I think this is a pretty lengthy way to go about assassinating somebody. I think there's easier ways. So that, for me, I kind of write that off personally. Touching on the radiation, though, people want to use that and the strange lights seen by other witness accounts, as was this paranormal to the UFO aliens. That one's even further out of reach for me, I guess. Like, because you show that picture, and to me, that could just simply be a picture of the moon out of focus. That's my thought. It could be so many things. I don't think that's proof of anything. Yeah, it's weird that that's the last picture on his camera, but there's no evidence of a large spacecraft landing anywhere. There, radiation is the only thing other than the weird accounts of lights. And I'm just going to be frank about the lights. It's Russia. You're talking 1959, right? There could be a bunch of weird stuff whizzing around the sky that people don't know about that's part of the military at that time. So that doesn't do anything for me. I think the UFO thing's about the biggest reach. The radiation doesn't do it for me there, because I think the two that it was found on, if I'm not mistaken, it was a very, very low level of radiation. And the clothing of these two people, I believe they worked in a field that they interacted with something radioactive. So I think that there's a case to be said that it came from their line of work at some point, and there was still a trace amount from whatever job they'd had. The next one, I guess, if we're going to go on the batshit crazy side and say it's one of the more plausible paranormal ideas, would be the Yeti. I don't know enough about the Russian Yeti. Obviously, it's a big, burly monster of a creature. They're attributing that idea as to what caused the skull fractures and the placement of the bodies. It carried them here. It bit out the tongue. It took out the eyes, so on and so forth. This unnatural, strong creature, stronger than a normal human being. That's what caused all these problems. That's what killed them. The low levels of radioactivity found on the clothing of a couple of these people, that opens the door for so many weird theories. And the way that these people were found having low levels of radioactivity on their clothing is weird enough. And then obviously the tongue being bitten off or cut off, a piece of tongue is missing. So the first theory, let's start off with the government conspiracy cover-up. Obviously, you said that a couple of them at least were wealthy-ish, right? So maybe not are they important enough to assassinate in such an elaborate manner, because this would be a very high-level type cover-up that involves a lot of extra steps. Personally, I think that I don't think that you need to go to these lengths to assassinate somebody. I think that there's much easier ways to do it, especially in that time. Way easier to cover up. So I kind of throw that out personally. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think there's an assassination. I mean, so there were talks. These kids had the journals and daily newspaper thing, like I was saying. And there was a lot of people wondering, was there a romantic relationship which caused some chaos in the midst? But it seemed like they were all pretty open. They're all really friendly. There was a little flirtation, but again, they're kids. The oldest one was 38. The youngest was 20. Yeah. Like, I don't see a whole lot of threat in a group of these folks that are going out to have a little bit of fun. Who knows though? Maybe one of them's a spoiled rich kid like we have these days, and it just pissed somebody off. I don't know.
Right. And yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know how important these people were with would there be one important enough that the government decided they needed to take care of? So I don't know. That one, I think it's too many extra steps because there's a better way to go about it, I guess, is my thought. The next theory, touching again on the radiation being strange, because it is a strange piece of evidence. It also takes into account the strange lights seen by other firsthand witnesses. That picture that you show of the odd light, I think almost to me it kind of looks like an out of focus shot of the moon. It might not be. It could be anything. It's a very hard picture to depict what's going on. And let's just be frank. Like, yeah, there you go. I can't see anything more than a blurry light source and a reflection there. So,
and maybe a pubic hair on the camera lens.
It's a little weird spot there in the bottom. I throw this out because this is 1959 Russia. The military probably has testing weapons, aerial stuff that people don't know about. So that's easily explained to me. I think that there's probably enough stuff in the sky that the military's trying out that's easily explainable. I don't think that is proof of an alien encounter. There's no proof of any big spaceship landing anywhere near, but how do you prove that anyway? It's snow. I get it. I think that's probably the most outlandish theory would be UFO aliens. I don't see it. It just doesn't seem to hold any water.
Yeah, I don't think it holds any water either. Like, but who knows? We don't. I don't know. Listen to Bob Lazar. I don't know. Anyway,
it's a weird theory. I mean, it
is. I think I've heard alternate theories to this of not necessarily being alien, but more government experiment type thing to where,
sure.
What do you think is going to cause 9 people to freak out and jump out and cut a hole from the inside? So there's theories of government weapons that cause delirious actions, whether that's certain frequency waves and sounds, or what if they were just testing bombs overhead?
Sure.
And scare the hell out of me. This is a group of folks not only coming out of World War II. Granted, we're probably not near the height of the Cold War by any means, but I'm sure they're young enough to remember the scariness of the world back in the mid to late 40s. They're all old enough to have been around for that, or at least grew up with it. And you start hearing, government bombs or crazy, experimental weapons being blown up in the sky right above you, and maybe even feeling shock waves or shrapnel, or, God knows what's going on. And what do they think? It's pitch black at night. It's in the middle of nowhere. They're a mile away from a tree line to where they might be able to find safety. What do you do?
Well, yeah, that's just it. That's one of those big portions of it. Like, why did they leave their tent? Why did they get out of the tent? Why did they leave? Why did they go in separate directions and split up? It's weird. And that leads into another of the theories, of course, being the Russian Yeti idea. Did some big, supernatural, strong monster creature come and cause the blunt force trauma, skull fractures, tongue chunk bitten off, rib cages being broken, because they said it could not have been done by another person? So was it a super strong being that did this and then carried them off and put them in different places and strange places? Is that why they were split up? I don't know enough about the Russian Yeti, I guess. I just...
It sounds like another Yeti. That's enough for me.
Well, I think the Yeti is such an easy cop-out for something like this, because it's one of those urban legend, folklore tales, and since the evidence being presented is so vague and so little concrete information given, it's easy to say, well, clearly it's the Russian Yeti. Let's just get the hell out of here and chalk this one up to monster.
Right.
I don't know.
So
I don't think so.
My problem with the Yeti theory is they were clear back in the 50s during the report of this that there was no soft tissue damage outside of postmortem. There was no evidence that any of this happened. That's why they contributed it to a thought of a car crash. That you had to have been internally damaged due to almost like moving 30 mile an hour up and then hitting a wall type damage. That's how your bones got broken, not somebody hit you or a Yeti smacked you across the forest that. That one doesn't hold weight at all to me. If I get hit by a Yeti, man, my head will be ripped off first off if a Yetis are what they say they are. But I would have some external damages, and it would be pretty obvious that I got hit by something. That's what throws me off on the whole Yeti thing. Plus, hey, Bigfoot's not real. Sorry, folks.
Wow, way to offend a big chunk of our listening audience.
I'm trying to get my second dislike.
You're on the way. The one I want to touch on here now, theory-wise, is more interesting because if you want to go crazy theory, holding water, I think the demonic possession theory holds more water than most of these because of the weird ritualistic style evidence being found. No clothes, chunk of tongue missing, people getting their heads smashed in. They escaped the tent from something within. Did somebody get possessed or go crazy inside the tent and they had to cut their way out to get out? That, to me, would be, if you want to put on the tinfoil hat, that would be the most legitimate of crazy theories of all of them, in my opinion.
So with that, there is explanations for that specific instance when you're finding people with hypothermia with their clothes being ripped off.
Yes.
So this is something that happens. I believe the stats were 20 to 30% of hypothermia victims fall into this. They call it paradoxal undressing. So what this is in a nutshell, I am no scientist. I am just some dummy out in the middle of nowhere in America. Pretty much, you get so cold, your body goes, I want warmth, to the point where it says, to hell with it, I'm going to make you feel like you're warm, and you lose your freaking mind. So what your
body feels like you're burning.
Yeah, so you rip your clothes off trying to cool off at that point, which obviously is counterintuitive to what you're trying to do to survive.
Exactly.
But your body goes into panic mode. It doesn't know what else to do.
And that's the exact reason why these people were found like that. What made them leave the tent originally without the rest of their gear? Were they already in a state of hypothermia? They're coming out of the tent, so they shouldn't be at that point, which is weird. But they leave the tent without the clothes. So that doesn't quite sync up timeline-wise for what little bit of information we have for timeline.
Yeah, correct. And there are a couple other thoughts on the clothes, because the ones that were climbing back up to base camp, and even the ones that were unexplained deaths that they couldn't determine was hypothermia, some of the clothes they obviously had layered on and may have taken some of those of the clothing from those folks. So I don't know if they died in their underwear, but they definitely didn't have shoes, and there was not enough sets of shoes. Yeah. But they did rob them of some of their clothes probably after they died. Sorry, T, if you're dead of hypothermia in front of me and I'm cold as hell, I'm taking your shoes. I'm taking everything. I'll be nice. I'll leave you your undies, your tidy whities. You can keep them on, brother.
Appreciate that. I'll keep that in mind. That's the weird one. So let's just discuss what we actually think happened, because it's not UFO, it's not government, it's not demonic. Is it Yeti? No, it's not Yeti. I think it's not possible to explain it all because we are missing so much information. But we can kind of give our thoughts on what we personally think happened. So why don't you,
before we get into that, there's some that I may have missed the radiation, but you missed the indigenous Mansi people or Mansai people.
Oh, that's right. Yep. I forgot about that.
That's where I get to tell my little funny story of how these guys do drugs. God, I gotta have a segue into this. Just make my own, damn it. Anyway,
hashtag segue.
Yeah, hashtag segue. So anyway, the Mansi people, or Mansi, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. So they are an indigenous tribe in the area. They have often been feared by by hikers and people coming through the area because they are known to be pretty brutal and not, well, they don't put up with your shit. And they believe they have some pretty strict beliefs, but there's I'll just get into one of the crazy things. I'm just gonna get right to the funny part of it.
Okay, that's good. I like it.
Magic mushrooms.
Yes.
The magic mushrooms that they have in this specific area, and these people could not consume them because they are poisonous. However, they do have psychedelic compounds in them. So if they wanted to do magic mushrooms, they would die. So these people are crazy enough to figure out, not only can I have these magic mushrooms, get high and not die, but that the only way you could do it is to filter it through a reindeer and drink the reindeer's piss.
That is impressive way to filter something.
So now, do we want to continue talking about this story, or do we want to talk about how do you figure out that a reindeer can filter toxins out so you can have psychedelic piss?
Man, that I would love to hear the original story as to how somebody originally found that bit of information out. I mean, I understand you're probably limited onto what flora and fauna you have around, but your wildlife, you have a reindeer. You know, you sit there and go, you know, I bet if we ran some drugs through their system and drank their piss, I would get balls messed up. Let's do this, homie. It sounds like a frat story. That does not sound like an indigenous tribe finding a new way to do a ritual. That sounds like a bunch of guys with no cash on a weekend trying to find the easiest way to get a buzz. That's what that sounds like. And one takes a chem lab class. Right.
So anyway, back to the Manzi people and try to get back on a serious note. Thought I had to share that little piece of info with
That's
you
awesome. There's a little bit of me that kind of wishes I would have tried that back in the day.
Yeah. So some people had questioned maybe the indigenous tribe here. So if you're not familiar with the indigenous tribe here, and they came from the time of the Mongols in Western Siberia, and they were one of the original South Ural steppe people. So these folks were not to be messed with. They lived off the land and knew what they were doing. And if you want to be out in the middle of the mountains or in the middle of the forest and you know try to scale the mountain and ski down it, don't run into these folks. They're probably hungry, and you look kind of fatty as an American or a Russian at this time. You'll definitely look a little scrumptious to them. I don't know if they were actually cannibals or not, but I'm just kind of rolling with it at this point. I think the crown's starting to hit in a little bit, so I'm rambling.
Yeah, I agree. It's an idea, it's a portion of it, but I don't think that has much to do with what happened here in this particular case.
Yeah. So back to our thoughts. What did actually happen to these people? I mean, we only talked about a few of the possible explanations to how these folks died. We maybe 5 or 6 possible scenarios here. There's tons. You go look this up. It's all over the internet of so many different thought processes of who killed them, how they died, and it gets ridiculous. Some of them are really, really cool thought processes. The big ones that really stand out, though, is avalanche. No, I don't think it was an avalanche. You look at the pictures right after the bodies were found. There's no debris from trees. There's no huge mountains of snow covering some of these folks. Like, really don't think the avalanche piece. Once again, I'm just some dumb guy out in the middle of nowhere, but looking at the pictures, reading on a few articles, I don't see the evidence for it. There's another one, katabatic wind. I don't know a lot about that one. Infrasound, I mentioned that one earlier.
Yes.
Military tests, I mentioned that one. Yep. Paradoxal undressing, we kind of talked about that. The rest is pseudoscience, and God knows. Tony, do you know anything about the katabatic wind?
No, I guess I heard the term a couple of times when I was watching videos researching the topic, but no, I don't know enough about it. But I think that more than anything, it would. I guess I don't know how strong it is, but could that explain some of the placement of the bodies, and could that be a big part of the infrasound? The reverberation is something we probably talked about before. Infrasound can hit at a specific decibel that can actually make people hallucinate and get sick and have dizziness, so on and so forth. Did that lend credence to one of the ideas of the demonic possessing? Somebody went crazy. Somebody thought they were being murdered or attacked by the other ones, and that's why they had to get out of the tent. I think that there is a case for the infrasound idea, but I don't know if that goes hand in hand with that idea. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Like you said, I don't know enough about it.
Yeah. So the infrasound is interesting, and that's where we're talking, is that combined with a military test. The katabatic wind, this is one that I'm not familiar with. As you're kind of running through there, I started reading. So it's a rare event that can be extremely violent, and they found this in Sweden, in the mountains. So there was 8 hikers perished in 1978 after a katabatic wind. Very similar topography and similar expedition. So what it does, it really doesn't explain a ton on what I'm reading here, but it does explain where this could possibly fall into it. So it would have made it impossible for them to remain in the tent. And so the most rational course of action for the hikers would be to cover the tent with snow and seek shelter in the tree line. So as you see in the image, it was cut open, knocked down, covered with snow so it wouldn't blow away, and then they could come back to it later and set up. So apparently this is a pretty crazy wind event, and they would not have a lot of time to respawn. Again, I don't know much about this. There was also a flashlight left turned on top of the tent. Possibly that was left there intentionally so the hikers could find their way back once the wind subsides. So maybe this was a crazy, crazy wind event that caused a lot of this. I don't know.
Okay, no, that actually that makes a lot of sense. I think that definitely leads to a lot of information we probably didn't have before. You know, what information do we have about those in 1959? That's the question. I'm sure they didn't have much. So, yeah, especially if the flashlight was left turned on, that's definitely a way to retrace your steps, find where your base camp was. That's 100% what that had to be, clearly. What, I guess, if there's no other things we really need to touch on, what do you think happened?
So I do like the wind event theory a little bit. I think there's
a
lot
too now that you explained that. I like that.
Right. But I still think there's a lot of things at play here. I think so. It wasn't starvation. These folks were 6 to 8 hours since their last meal. I don't really think there's evidence for an avalanche. The wind and the weather probably does play a factor in some of this. I don't want to rule out, you know, you got radiation there. That's got to be explained somehow.
I think that's because of their jobs. I'm pretty sure that one or two of them had to be. It had to be part of it, right? It's the only thing that makes sense, unless, like you said, military testing.
So the part with anytime anybody's like radioactive, and we talked about it last week with the dude with the uranium rod. There's legal limits that you can buy on Amazon, folks. Like,
yeah, it's not crazy. It sounds crazy, but it's not out of the realm of natural.
To the everyday person, we're like, what? You can buy uranium? Yeah, you can.
Turns out. Who knew?
Turns out you sure can. So I don't know. I don't want to ever rule out, especially with the Soviet government back then. You never know what they were doing. They were up to some crazy things, admittedly, back then. Either way, I think most of it was natural. I think the wind idea, along with probably the paradoxal undressing, I really think that makes a ton of sense with that piece of it. The part that freaks me out and that I just can't wrap my head around is the remaining 3 and the internal injuries. And
Sure.
And honestly, we're never gonna know what really happened in that. So that's what makes this one so attractive to not only speculatory thoughts and people wanting to dig into it and come up with new theories and new thoughts. Entertaining, love it, want to hear them. But you know what? Never gonna know, never gonna be able to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's unfortunately happened to these 9 folks, but man, like it's those 3. The other 6, sure, they the wind, weather, paradoxical undressing, crazy events. I think the other 3 probably survived the weather and all the craziness. But what happened to those 3 at the end? That's the real mystery. The first 6 died naturally.
Sure.
The last 3, couldn't tell you, man. That's the real unsolved mystery here.
Yeah, I think you're right. It definitely is. Those 3 are the most unique and strange, unexplainable portions of this case. I'll give you just kind of an idea of what I think happened. I think you're 100% right. I think the paradoxical undressing, because of the hypothermia, there's no way to deny that. It got so damn cold. I guarantee most of them had hypothermia and started undressing because incredibly hot. That's what your body does. You feel hot, you take off your clothes. You're not thinking rationally because you're going through this trauma. You start doing things that are unnatural. So maybe they already had low set early on stages of hypothermia. That's why they left behind their clothes, or they didn't have enough time to get out of the tent. Here's what my idea, like the tent thing throws so many people for a loop because they tried to get out from the inside by stabbing the tent. That's crazy, right? Why would you destroy your shelter? There is a theory on what happened there. There's a picture, I'm sure it's not on the site you're looking at, but there's a picture of, I assume, the guy that owns the tent. You can see his big heavy coat, and his sleeve is completely charred up from burning fire, some sort. If you look at pictures of the tent, when it is not, stuffed down with snow, there is a chimney coming out of it. Like I said, this is a big, heavy-duty tent. They had a stove in there. Theory is they put the stove out. Some of the cinders reignited, and their tent filled with smoke. And in an effort to vent the smoke out, they stabbed the tent to get rid of the smoke. Once that did not work, they had to vacate the tent. At that point was that unnatural wind happening. So they did what they could. They did what they could quickly. Then they tried to get to the trees, like you said. I think it's insane that they were split up the way they were. Like that's rule of survival. You don't split up in a big group like that. You stay together. So the 3 that were like the others that are found here and here died of hypothermia, had their campfire, they died. They didn't make it back. The 3 that are so strange. The fact that there's no soft tissue bruising, that's incredibly strange. I don't know enough about it, but would the harsh levels of cold explain that? If they're covered in snow, if their bodies are covered with snow, does that prevent the major bruising of the internal injuries that they had? I assume it would. I don't know enough about it, post-mortem or not. I think that would have a lot to do with it. You're ruling out the avalanche theory. But I saw somebody else mention on another video that there's what's known as a miniature avalanche, and it would be a lot less likely that you would see traces of it 2 weeks later or a week later. And I believe those 3 were they found under like 3 foot of snow. Is that not right?
I can't remember how many. There was some covered under a significant amount of snow. I don't remember how much it was. But then again, this is a week later, almost 10 days later before the bodies are found.
So is that just snowfall, or did that...
Is that snowfall, or is it the wind that's causing the drift?
Exactly. And that we can't tell. So a miniature avalanche wouldn't be one that would be charted. It wouldn't be one that was noticed by everybody. It could be small enough that it wasn't noticed, but it could be big enough to sweep 3 people away down into a ravine. She hits, bites off her own tongue or a chunk of it. Her internal organs fill up with blood because it was a small amount of blood. It wasn't like she was just balls to the wall blood. It was a small amount mixed with some other stuff that was already in her stomach. That's why they say that. She bites off her tongue. The skull fractures can be explained by their bodies crashing off of things, hitting rocks. The broken ribs, same thing. I think a miniature avalanche there's the chimney. There you can see that. But I think a miniature avalanche explains why those 3 were carried off and put in a weird spot and explains what happened to them injury-wise. Plus, there you go, the chimney explains why they had to escape the tent from the inside. So I think it's a couple ideas. I think the wind, I think the chimney, and I think a miniature avalanche explain most of what happened here. And obviously the hypothermia being the big factor here.
Yeah, I just had to show a picture of the reindeer there. Sorry. No, it's possible. I like that thought process. I think it's more natural than any of us ever want to admit. Just like the 1.5 million people trying to run into Area 51, including
what's the number up to?
1.5 million, at least, maybe more now. That was like 3 days ago when I looked. And Chuck Norris, I haven't confirmed if this was actually on his Facebook account or not, but somebody had posted Chuck Norris is in. So the element of surprise, Tony, you mentioned Chuck Norris, the rules.
Well, I like to feel like I'm responsible for Chuck Norris being in now, if he is indeed going. Yeah, that's
congratulations.
Thank you. I'm glad Chuck's getting back in the game, starting at the top, taking down those Area 51 bastards. Okay, so I guess that kind of wraps up our thoughts on this. It's an incredibly interesting unsolved mystery. It's a product of the time with all the misinformation and lack of information and open-endedness. It's just a product of the time and circumstances, and we're never going to know. This was 60 years ago, and you're in an element in an area where there's no way to go back and look now. It's open, shut, closed. We're never going to know what happened there.
So the best part, T, is the government officially reopened the investigation to this February 2019.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're at with it.
They're not going to get anywhere. I mean, how do you go back 60 years later and add concrete information now unless they already had it?
Yeah.
Reopening the idea of government conspiracy cover-up. So I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in a year.
Fake news.
Fake news. Hashtag fake news.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad we got through that one. There was a lot, and man, I know we didn't hit on everything.
No,
we
it's
didn't
impossible to.
We didn't even come close. There was, things we didn't even talk about, the burn marks on the hands. We didn't talk about the blood in the trees and them trying to climb trees. There's so many different ways to go with this. We could have taken up 3 hours, but I think what we want to do is get through of the stupidity of the picture with the balls and the orbs and the pubic hair.
No orbs. No.
Just
no.
It's just shut up. Yeah. But then I don't know. It's a story that I don't think a lot of people have heard, and it is creepy. It is freaky, and that one out of all the stories that I've heard, that one probably has more allure to it. And what happened to those last 3? How did they get the internal injuries? Now, I'm Tony, you're not a scientist. I'm not a scientist. Does the cold mess with you? Does the snow push down and crack your bones and not cause external injuries? I don't know. Like, I could imagine a world where that works, but I'm stupid. So I don't know, man. I like to watch UFC fights and see people get the shit kicked out of each other. So I'm a barbarian, man. That's where I'm at.
I guess, a couple of the questions I guess you and I have, let's ask a couple people. Maybe somebody listening in can give us some insight onto that. But that kind of wraps up this story. I like it. It's an interesting one. It's an unsolved mystery still to this day, and maybe we'll find out some new information on it here in the coming months. Who knows? But all that being said, what do we got going on in the world, man? What do you got for us?
Oh, well, like I said, we're up to 1.5 million on September 20th that are wanting to storm Area 51. And I know I stumbled through it last week a little bit because I just couldn't find the words of what could, at that time it was 500,000 people, by the way, 500,000 people, and I'm like, you could do something better with your goddamn time. Like, why are you gonna go to this place? Like, and I couldn't come up with the words on what to go and what to do, and I was just like, pick a topic, I don't care. Now people are doing that, and they're like, hey, if 1.5 million people would like to go and storm this, how about like maybe you go and storm, you know, who do you hate? Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump. Like, if you're going to do it, make it worthwhile. If you're going to die for a cause and you want to find information, do it to people that don't suspect it to happen. Don't tell them you're coming on the 20th.
That's the idea.
Don't do it on Facebook, jackass.
No. Yeah, we touched on all that. Wow, 1.5 million people. Now, of course, the bigger and bigger that this story gets, the more and more people that go to it and click that they're going there. So, yeah, those extra million now, most of those are bullshit now too. So the numbers are becoming to get even more and more deflated. Where do we go from here? Like, we're a ways off from September 20th. We 2 months away. What's going to happen in those 2 months on the causes side, but also Area 51 on the government side? Like, what are they doing in preparation for this? Because they're not sitting idly by, because they know the same thing. When this thing opens up, and we're going to want access. Uh-oh. So what are they going to do?
So I don't know what they're going to do. What I've seen, Tony, is what is Roswell, the city, going to do? I've seen advertisements already. I've started seeing things popping up on Facebook. I've started seeing all kinds of, hey, come visit Roswell. Come see us at Roswell. That tourist destination is going to go insane. That city is going to be more popular now with this event on September 20th than probably they have. Roswell's got the name and fame, and people come there already and spend tons of money there already. Imagine the amount of people that are going to walk or drive into Roswell, New Mexico on September 20th. They're going to be all over this. There's going to be so much merch. There's so much money to be made off of these 1.5 million dipshits that are coming to Roswell. Well, coming to Area 51, but they're going to go to Roswell. They're going to make the money.
So I kind of want to look up here. What's the distance between Roswell and Area 51? I'm kind of looking that up here. I don't know here. I'm trying to find it. It's not working very great. Like, is this going to just end up being an elaborate tourist trap destination, big stupid event? I'm so excited. I can't wait. I truly can't wait for this to happen. I just want to see what happens and what the fallout is going to be. It's very exciting to know that we have so many stupid freaking people. God, dude, what is going to happen? I'm so excited. Like I said, what preparation are they doing? How are they going to handle this? Are we just going to shoot on sight? Are we going to take them into custody? I don't know. It's very exciting. But so many people are convinced that they're going to have aliens to take home, and it's going to be their new pet and do their dishes and pay rent. So, yeah, there's that. I actually had a meme on Imager go up to 30 900 upvotes that I made on this. So I'm pretty proud of that. That's a pretty big accomplishment on my part. So there are some good things coming out of it.
What news story is coming up right now? What's bothering you? What's got you interested?
I got one pulled up here. I didn't really read much about it. It's loading. One thing I wanted to touch on, I shared our video a little bit last week from the stuff we talked about after the Mandela effect, that being your AOC clip, which some people, amazing. It's amazing that some people want to defend her as much as they do. I'm not a fan. Even people that claim not to be fans want to defend her. Well, the big gripe was, well, he wasn't answering the question that she was asking, because she was asking why are these people being separated that are entering legally? So his response was deflection, and his response was just general, and he didn't answer her question. She wasn't prepared to answer his question that wasn't a question. So that was the big gripe. What would be your response to that?
So she stopped asking questions. The question, she was pretty clear on her questions, and she led him down a path of questioning she wanted him to say zero tolerance. You could tell that's where she was going with it. And he said, yes, zero tolerance. Like, she was trying to put blame on him to start with, said, did you author this? And he said, no, I did not author it. She's like, did you sign it? He's like, yes, I signed it. And she led him down the path to that. She set him up and thought she was going to have some kind of gold mine. Like, here's what they do in these situations is they lead you down to where they know your only answer to a question. It's like a magician. What's a magician do with you? They'll eliminate. It's a deflection, and it's eliminating every option and answer you have available to you as you go down the road until you only have one thing left to say. And that's what the AOCs of the world do, is they get you down to that one last answer. But he had one she hadn't thought of. That's it. That's what happened. That's what all these do. And it's not AOC in general. That happens to Barack Obamas of the world. That happens to the Donald Trumps of the world, George Bushes of the world. It happens to all of them. They're these little tricksters. It's just AOC's too stupid and will say it, on television and on C-SPAN. That's my opinion.
I think yeah, that's 100% right, because it's not about getting your point across. It's not about trying to persuade the person on the other side of the aisle into thinking like you do. It's about looking good for yourself and trapping the other person into looking badly so you look better.
Yeah, it's not a conversation. It's a make. Hey, I'm going to make you look bad so I can look good and look like I have an attitude and shake my head and like point at dominance over you. No, stop it. You're a person. I'm a person. Let's talk about this. You have some things that are right. I have some things that are right. Let's meet in the middle somewhere. Where in the hell has this gone? Sorry, this is going to take me on a tangent now. Why? Everybody's bitching, and I'm sorry I'm bringing this up right now. This has been bothering me for a couple of days, and I've been drinking a little whiskey, but I gotta say it on tensions between what I see on Fox News, what I see at CNN, what Donald Trump says, what these 4 little girls are saying. 4 women, whatever. Everybody's bitching about what the news is covering and how the news is portraying it, and everything comes back to CNN or Fox or MSNBC. Yet, and it's not just normal day-to-day people. It is famous people, it's rich people. Everybody's bitching about this. The government's bitching about this. Donald Trump, for God's sakes, is bitching about this. Where's the media that just flat out says, hey, we're going to do a half-hour programming for Democrats and a half-hour programming for Republicans. And then we're going to do a half-hour talking to each other about what should be done. Where in the hell is that? Or do we just love the ratings so damn much and the commercial and revenue and the they are making us so stupid right now with all of this garbage that they're shoving down our face. Like, I don't understand it. Why does everybody want to keep bitching so much? Why don't you find a freaking solution to the goddamn problem and stop bitching so much and watching these stupid shows? I quit watching all of them. I can't stand it anymore. They're all so full of shit. You switch to one, switch to the other, switch to the other. I don't care if you're left, middle, center, or right, wherever the hell you want to go. They're all full of shit. Every goddamn one of them's full of shit.
Yeah, you're 100% right. No, you're 100% right. I can't understand. Like, this is how it was explained to me, because I've said this before. I don't get into it because you can't trust anybody. You can't find something that's actually neutral to report these issues without giving their commentary and their agenda push in the meantime, because that's the goal. That's the priority for everybody, all these news sources. And the response I'm given is, well, it's just your responsibility to weed through the bullshit, find the real news, and then decide for yourself. No, that's not how it's supposed to work. Why haven't we done anything about that? Because that is a freaking problem. When we are, you hate Donald Trump all you want, but hashtag fake news, that's a real thing, and it has been a real thing for a long damn time. Guess what? He had the balls to say it at least. I mean, come on. It's true. We have been force-fed a bunch of agenda-pushing bullshit for far too long, and the general person is not going to want to do their research on both sides of the aisle, news source, find the middle ground, do their research. Nobody is doing that. The general population is not doing that. They are going to see the quick headline, and they're going to make the decision based off of that solely.
All right, folks, welcome back. Hopefully you learned something and found something pretty compelling in what was our original dive. But now we're going to jump into the updates. When we left you off in 2019, when we recorded that, Russian authorities had just reopened the investigation with the ongoing public interest in it. They had a renewed focus trying to explain what had happened to the hikers in several instances. So we're going to go through some of those. Was there a reason
for the re-interest, or was it just continued
I think interest? Well, it obviously was it's our so original recording. It was our original recording that piqued so many people's interests that the Russian government was like, you know what, we better answer this.
I'm glad we can take credit for that. That's nice.
People have to know.
Yeah.
We have to take credit. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. So not only was there a 2019 investigation, there was another study done with Swiss researchers in 2021. More on-site evidence was looked into in 2022, and then as recent as March 2025, new hypothesis has been introduced as well.
So as of this month already. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Because when I originally looked back, just out of curiosity, it was, I think it was like fall of 24, maybe the previous year even. A lot of the mystery had possibly been put to bed behind what actually happened. And like we kind of teased on the intro, KGB, aliens, Bigfoot, or weather. Well, a lot of that seems to be pointing towards weather.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of that, so we'll jump into the 2019 investigation. In July 2020, the investigation concluded what they described as a slab avalanche that forced the hikers to evacuate their tent, leading to hypothermia and fatal injuries. I hate names. Andrea Kiryakov, deputy head of the head of the regional prosecutor's office, stated it was a heroic struggle. There was no panic, but they had no chance to save themselves under the circumstances. Was the conclusion of those findings. My problem with this, there was no debris that would obviously come with an avalanche. When you think of this, the researchers arrived weeks later. There was no signs of snow having violently displaced the tent or anything else that was with them. Like, if we're gonna believe that this slab avalanche, there would be some major disruptions to the environment that would be very obvious to somebody, especially an investigator at that time. Thoughts?
So, to explain, a slab avalanche, it's a type of avalanche where a large layer of snow, aka the slab, fractures and slides down the slope, often triggered by a failure in a weaker underlying layer. So that could be because of some sort of rumbling in the ground. That can be because of temperature changes. Who knows? Formation slab avalanches occur when a layer of snow, often formed by snow, storm, or wind-blown snow, it bonds into a stable, continuous layer over a weaker layer. So the underneath portion of it is a lot weaker. So something changes and that top portion, which is stronger, breaks free. So now you've got a much more bonded, stronger piece just doing what gravity does. It's falling, it's sliding, it's slipping. And it's the trigger could be when a weak layer fails, the cohesive snow above fractures, cracks, goes outward, forming a long, distinct area. And there's no just exact way that this is going to stop. Obviously, gravity's got to come into effect again. So how far this goes, anyone's guess. So like you were saying, there's no real remnants of the campsite just sticking there. It's like it's wiped clean. So my thought here is that it could have been completely blown further away and buried, and because we aren't familiar with the site, like we haven't personally been there, so it's hard to say. You would think they'd be diving into this. I'm sure they have, and I'm sure that's why this is the leading theory now, is a slab avalanche. But what I wanted to point out, I thought when I read back to one of the articles when they reopened this case, was originally they said this area wasn't known for having slab avalanche reports, but they'd gone in a specific time that wouldn't happen.
There was also like questioning, like, these guys were experienced hikers. They wouldn't be on a slope that would have an avalanche. They wouldn't be camping out in a place that is going to put them in danger and at risk. And then and not only that, I'm not an experienced hiker on a mountain by any means, but from what I've read is you don't kind of casually go over to trees like some of these folks did during this incident. You seek higher ground. You don't leave clothes behind, like going naked or with no shoes. Like, it's going to be treacherous. Like, you're gonna suffer and die if you don't have those things. You cut yourself out of the tent. It doesn't explain these things necessarily. From the things I've read, it gives and then not only that, like the coroner, like the wording from the coroner that we went through in the prior one, was the injury sustained internally with no like lacerations or bruises or anything onto the outside of the body. They broke ribs. There was like there was very heavy injuries internally with no soft tissue damage. It just doesn't explain that. Like,
no, that part is strange. It's almost like they would have had to been put inside of a protective container and then thrown around inside of the container. So if you were inside of a tent, inside of a sleeping bag or three, and then the slab avalanche hits and it throws you around, basically like steamrolling you down a mountain, maybe there wouldn't be some outlying damage
tissue.
To your tissue.
Yeah.
It would all be internal, and then possibly maybe that's why they had to cut themselves out, because they're trapped inside of this thing. It was kind of my first thought. How this might have happened: the hikers likely cut into a snow slope to install their tent, creating a weak layer. That's one theory. Makes sense, depending on where they were at. Strong Katabatic winds then deposited the snow on the slope above the tent, causing a delayed failure of the snow slab. So it's not like this had to be sitting there for a long period of time. Resulting avalanche could have caused the injuries and deaths, which were consistent with blunt force trauma other than what you just described to the outside. Evidence for the theory is the study findings are supported by independent research by the Russian snow and climate scientists. Researchers also conducted on-site video evidence collection that bolsters the idea that a slab avalanche occurred. The study's model shows that conditions for the avalanche release could have been met after a delay of 7.5 to 13.5 hours from the moment the hikers made the cut in the slope, in agreement with the forensic evaluation of the time of death.
Yeah. And so, and I think that was part of the Swiss research study in 2021. And then there was the 2022 on-site evidence in March 2022. Further evidence bolstered the slab avalanche theory. Researchers conducted expeditions capturing video evidence of recent slab avalanches in the area. These findings demonstrated that the region is indeed prone to such avalanches occurring under weather conditions similar to those experienced by the group. This on-site evidence reinforced a hypothesis of slab avalanche that could have been responsible for the hikers' demise.
Yeah, I think the big discrepancy here is trying to compare exact circumstances between
from an incident in 1959.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't go back decades later and try to recreate that. It just can't, because it's never going to be the same. Even if you go back at the exact same time, during the year, it's going to be almost impossible to recreate that. But even take that concept and try to recreate that scenario when you're initially investigating this. Weather can change so drastically, even within a few days, that it would be almost impossible to confirm or deny what the circumstances of the weather were. So this is one that I think the slab theory definitely holds a lot of water, and probably more so than any of the other theories. I mean, except for Bigfoot, obviously. That's still probably the leading one, clearly. But I think
long live Yeti.
Long live the Yeti. I think if you couple the slab theory with the hypothermia theory, you can really kind of make a lot of 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon and how we got there, right?
Yeah, I can explain a chunk of it. My favorite, newest one, March 2025, a new theory has emerged suggesting that a failed Russian rocket launch caused a man-made disaster that struck the unaware hikers. This introduces possibility of a technological mishap contributing to the tragic events. So along with that one, so the let's see. Obviously, there's no proof of this, but that would explain the radioactive traces that were found on site. And then, but the other problems is like, why wouldn't this cleaned up? Did we talk the infrasound panic? The theory around the sound?
Yeah, I thought we did, because that's one that really appealed to me, because that's one of those things that nobody really thinks about, but it can be so powerful and manipulative to your mental state. Infrasound is so undetectable, but can have such a strange effect on person to person. It's why people have strange paranormal experiences. It's a really great way to explain scientifically why people have experiences seeing or hearing things or feeling things, senses of uneasiness, depending on the level, depending on the source of the infrasound. So yeah, that was one that really appealed to me, because that can drive you mad given the right circumstance. Just a simple infrasound coupled with extreme weather conditions and blunt force trauma, like so many of those things, they had to have essentially what they were exposed to was torture in several ways. Now, granted, it was all self-inflicted, but it's not why they went out there, but it's what happened. They experienced a lot of horrific things all in one shot. So I think that also does help explain some of the strange explanations for any self-harm or bodily mutilation to themselves or others, whether it would be the infrasound or the hypothermia madness that would ensue.
And I think no matter what the different explanations of this, here's kind of where most people will go. You'll have your confirmation bias, whatever theory fits the narrative that you feel is the right one, or you predict, or makes most logical sense to you, and people will write it off pretty quick that way, whether avalanche or whatever they think happened. Then you have some of the more skepticism that's going to be out there of like all the incomplete records. If you dig into the documents, there's still a lot of, it's like the JFK files, everything's still redacted. Like it drives people insane, and you just keep digging, you want more and more and more. Ultimately, kind of where I land with it, I don't think there was a Yeti. But
well, you're alone on that one.
Not on this specific one. Okay, sorry, Yeti. Yeah. I think Yeti's much kinder than people give him credit for. I don't think he went and killed a whole bunch of hikers for no reason. That's just not.
He might have been on vacation. People don't know.
Who knows? Maybe they stole his food, and then he.
Well, in that case, it was self-defense, and they deserved it.
Yeah, but ultimately, all the explanations that we went through 5.5 years ago, and even some of these newer ones, there's just too many gaps from what we were told. The autopsy reports and coroner reports to these explanations, they just don't add up.
Well, given when this happened and what you're looking at in terms of who investigated and why they investigated, it's not like this was one of top priority personnel. Not really, given who the victims were, and it's given the time. What can you really expect in terms of investigation?
Yeah, but I unfortunately, to me, it's still kind of a mystery. Like this didn't get closed for me in one bit. Like I still think that a whole bunch of things could have happened. You could have had an avalanche and still had some of the mysterious stuff going on. There's just too much, especially the biggest ones for me are how the bodies were found. That's none of these explain that. I don't think any of them try to explain it. And I think that's where my little switch goes off. It's my back into the left moment on this.
Right.
If you were like, wait a minute, why ain't anybody talking about that?
Yeah. No, I agree that this doesn't close the case by any means, but I think coupling the avalanche theory with the hypothermia and any other severe trauma that would cause them to essentially lose their mind, because you can't predict how and what the aftermath is going to be of how an avalanche is going to take a campsite. You just can't. So I don't think it explains how the bodies were found, where they were found, why they were found the way they were, but I think it does help try to explain that a little bit. It definitely doesn't cement that, though. So yeah, there's some mystery here, but I think the hypothermia slab avalanche is probably my most consistent new favorite idea behind how and why this all happened.
Well, with that, I guess, what do you think happened on that fateful night in 1959? Make sure you stick around, you join us, leave some comments, tell us what new info did you find, what maybe we missed something altogether. Let us know, tell us what we sucked at. Tell us
reach
what you
out
learned.
To us for sure.
Yeah. But either way, just join us for more endeavors to come and more updates to come. Until then, stay curious and watch your step as we step deeper into the unknown as we decode it and stuff. Dun dun dun.
Boom. I'm Tony G. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you on the next one.
As always, appreciate you. Love you.
Now it has been decoded, but now they're no longer decoding the unknown. They are now Dark Side of the Fringe. Get it right, guys. Sheesh. But yeah, that's why I got that Dark Side of the Fringe right there on the screen, so you can definitely see it. So we got the Philadelphia Experiment, Moon Conspiracies, Ancient Aliens, Nessie, and then let's see, Elisa Lamb. Oh yeah, the Cecil Hotel thing. Those guys, they're convinced there's some kind of conspiracy going on with that thing. So, but we are going to end tonight's entertainment with the Philadelphia Experiment. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening at the K.O.E. Nation, but your entertainment, we still got another hour to go, folks. So they're going to get into the Philadelphia Experiment here on what used to be, well, now it is Dark Side of the Fringe. Now they got it right, at least. Come on, give them credit. Give them credit. But yes, folks, we're going to get into this final episode for the evening. There's 4 more to go, so my next chill stream, I'll try to get those in. But yes, folks, enjoy this episode of Dark Side of the Fringe, the Philadelphia Project. Rock and roll, folks.
Picture this. It's October 28, 1943. World War II is raging. At the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard, the USS Eldridge, a Cannon-class destroyer escort, sits ready for a top-secret test. The Navy, desperate to outsmart the Axis powers, flips the switch on an experiment to make the ship invisible to radar. But what happens next defies belief. A greenish fog envelops the hull. The air hums with electricity. And then, in a blink, the Eldridge vanishes. Moments later, it's spotted 200 miles away in Norfolk, Virginia. Before snapping back to Philadelphia, when the haze clears, the crew is a nightmare. Some fused into the ship's steel, others driven mad. A few simply gone. Was this a breakthrough in science or a descent into chaos? Join us as we unravel the eerie legend of Project Rainbow. Why did they call it Project Rainbow? Like the foresight of that, just like, I thought I did a really good job, like holding it together through that whole thing. And then it was like Project Rainbow. And I'm like, yeah, man. Like,
I thought
how can I take it serious when it's Project Rainbow?
Why did they call it Project Rainbow?
I am Dr. Chicken. Find me on the X at Bark and Cluck. This is Decoding the Unknown, and joined my partner in crime as always.
It is I, Tony freaking G, back again. Your quadruple distilled blend master of ceremonies, folks. Yeah, I was chuckling quietly to myself throughout that entire description, reminding me of this episode. And then, yeah, it was the bow on top. It's called Project Rainbow because of all the crazy, weird time travel, paranormal happenings of this crazy story. They call it the most uncool thing in the world.
Yeah.
Project Rainbow.
Well, that was okay. It's a product of its time, right?
Is it?
Well, we didn't know a certain group of people were going to steal refracted light and make it a thing and make a whole month about it. So
that's
like,
not really where my mind was going. It's just that this is already uncool as hell. The name is ruining it. It was funny, at least to a certain degree. Like, even the staunchest of conspiracy theorists, this is like way out there. Okay, it just is.
Okay.
It's way out there. And then
I'm gonna do something so bold. I am a product of my time, and this has nothing against my LGBT folks out there, but this is gay. In the sense,
then it was aptly named. Okay,
I grew up in the '90s. This is gay.
Yeah, it's right there with up your butt and around the corner. So
yeah.
Or eat my shorts, right?
Did you know that the phrase blowing smoke up your ass was actually a medical thing that doctors were trying to do to people? I just found this out today.
That was a thing, huh?
Yeah. The more you know, folks, look it up. Blowing smoke, the origins of it. You're going to be like, what? Yeah, that's a thing. Anyway, if you couldn't tell, we're talking Philadelphia Experiment today.
It's
which
such
is
a well-known story.
It's a much cooler name than Project Rainbow. No offense again.
Yeah, I don't like. Why didn't we just go with that? Did this need a project name, or was the project name already in place? And then, because of the crazy shit that happens or allegedly happened, did they then change it? I actually don't remember if we delved into all of that. There's a lot to unpack on this one, folks. So I don't really know how to prepare you if you're not familiar with this one, because I wasn't back in October of 2019 when this original episode was dropped and we recorded this. So it's been a minute. It's been a hot minute since we really relished in this conspiracy, weird, paranormal, uber multi-dimensional time travel story. So I cannot prepare you for what you're about to listen to, because I know I wasn't, and you're going to hear my reactions in real time, like reacting to what this was, because I did no homework for this one before we originally recorded, if I remember right.
All right, folks, join us as we go back to October 2019 when Tony learns about Project Rainbow. We'll see on the other side. We'll discuss it a little bit. I don't think there's many updates, but we'll come back and chat more about it. We'll see on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Episode 21. Hopefully,
look at you remembering the number.
I know. Look at me go. I got skills. I can count. Sometimes.
Yeah, well, we both went to the same high school.
You just gave away everything right there. Like, everybody's like, oh, it all makes sense now.
Yeah, sorry, no, spoiler alert, my bad. Go back. Start over.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is episode 22. Oh shit.
See.
Anyway, we got a good one for you tonight, folks. This is we're going to be talking about, it's kind of a conspiracy, kind of a mystery, kind of a, don't know if it really happened, but there's real people. There are some facts, but there's a lot of crazy involved with it too. I'm sure we could easily just jump in and start shitting on stuff, but we could talk about what people actually like to hear and bring it back full circle and how it relates to today. So
now we like to speculate and then shit on it, because that's what we do.
I just like to shit on stuff. So so Tony, you want to introduce it, and then I can kind of go through some of the story and the background of this.
Yeah, so the topic tonight is the Philadelphia Project, and essentially Cliff Notes of this is very simple. It boils down to, in Philadelphia, the USS, Eldridge, thank you. USS Eldridge was the subject of a naval government test, and basically what the test was supposed to be was cloaking or transportation, or a combination of both. It had a small crew on said ship, and what happened was this ship teleported, disappeared, and from that day, a lot of different stories came out, a lot of old wives' tales, a lot of urban legends, a lot of weird stuff. and I'm finding out from Chicken here a lot of rabbit holes. So it's one of those conspiracy theories that unfortunately there's not a lot of valid firsthand accounts, like concrete, like from what I've seen. Like there's not a lot of great retellings of it on film or through writing that aren't I don't know about that one. So I'm excited to hear what we have for evidence, because the story is fascinating in itself as far as conspiracy theories go, but the rabbit holes that he's telling me about, I'm really excited to hear about.
Yeah. So to properly tell this story, we got to go back, and we're going to put ourselves in the setting. I believe we're going to want to go back to about 1942.
I thought it was 43.
Hold on there, fella.
I think it's 43.
It is 43, but it goes back a little bit farther with the opening of a specific place called Camp Hero. So Camp Hero right now, if you were to look it up, it's called Camp Hero State Park. But originally, so think of 1942, height of World War II. We are in fear of another Pearl Harbor hitting the East Coast. So what we do outside of New York is we set up a kind of camouflage military base. And I'm trying to remember what they tried to set it up as, but it was supposed to just look like some kind of farm or whatever. But it was actually had multiple guns there and big, huge radar system in order to detect anybody trying to invade the United States on that East Coast, especially coming into New York. Valid thought, right? After Pearl Harbor, World War II. So smart move. But
right there, I think that's what adds validity to how these urban legends start, because think of the time frame and think of the response to wartime situations. You always want to get a step ahead of your enemy, and what better way to do that than try to figure out teleportation and cloaking?
Yeah. So they commissioned this place in 1942, and supposedly they wanted to start working on some experimental stuff. So U-boats, if you're not familiar with U-boats, was the German, it was kind of like a submarine deal, but they were very maneuverable and were able to take down our biggest battleships and destroyers very easily, because first off, our battleships were really fast, but they couldn't turn. And they couldn't maneuver, nothing like a U-boat could. So we were losing ships in droves. So they were experimenting with technology on these mid-class ships that were kind of like a destroyer, but not as fast, or kind of like a battleship, but not as fast, and could maneuver better. But they wanted them to be invisible, as Tony alluded to, and how they were going to do this was kind of cloaking them in a way. So they were experimenting with magnetism to avoid them being shown on radar. Now, here's where it goes crazy. Supposedly, around October 28, 1943, they claim that they were able to take the destroyer escort USS Eldridge, was the name of this ship, and actually teleport it to another location and return it to the same location. So that sounds crazy and majestic in its own matter, but then they're saying that there were crew members actually on the ship during the experiment, and that's when shit gets crazy. As I don't know, I can imagine this if I were on a ship that got teleported somewhere and then returned back. Like, I don't know, I'm a Star Trek fan, and I just imagine, I'd have an arm stuck in a fucking wall or something. And that's what supposedly happened to this USS Eldridge.
Right. Yeah. So the weirdest claim about what happened to him is obviously that some of the crew members were fused into the metal of the ship during this teleportation process. Yeah, there's some glorification reenactments, obviously. But I feel like, why don't we have any photographic evidence of this, or any evidence of this? But wow, what an idea, what a story. I mean, it sounds insane, but like, if they somehow did find a black hole or a portal to transport them, you would assume that, yeah, they probably don't have the science down perfect. Maybe there were some complications. But also went along with that was some of them supposedly went instantaneously insane upon getting off the ship. Some had, trauma, PTSD. Some were just never seen again. They maybe just got lost in the void during the teleportation. And I think somebody supposedly with his family walked into a wall and was never heard from again. But again, these are all stories.
Yeah, lots of stories. So we'll jump into a couple of those stories. So first, let's see if this is even possible. So Newton was originally talking about time travel and said that it's like shooting an arrow. It's a straight line, doesn't end. It just goes in a single path. Well, Einstein comes in with relativity and says, well, no, that's not quite how it could go. You can poke holes in this and you can curve it and bend space and time. And so in theory, time travel would be possible. So supposedly there was I'm trying to find it. There was actually a theory that Einstein had that they supposedly had cracked the code to. Now, there's rumors that Tesla and Einstein had both been working on this Philadelphia experiment and helped crack this code to where they could actually teleport through time and space and make this possible. So,
well, was he one of the accounts I read on a neighboring ship that was supposedly next to the Eldridge, another USS vessel? Supposedly Einstein was aboard it watching this experiment take place. Am I wrong?
I have read that. I don't know if that's been been proven or anything. There a lot of of course all of this is just speculative when you go around and reading through. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, you can obviously connect the dots to Einstein, like you said, his theory of relativity, and of course he'd be interested in something like this. But yeah, the time frame fits and his research fits, so the dots can be connected. But yeah, I guess I'd really be interested to know if he was actually involved with this project.
So, and a lot of it just goes back to his theory. So I don't know if he is or not. Like, I don't think anybody will ever know that. It'd be cool. It'd be really badass if we were like, oh my God, Einstein did do this.
Well, I mean, some of this, what stuff was he involved with that we will never know about? That'd be more interesting.
Yeah. So a couple of guys on this ship. Here's probably the first. I don't know. This is probably the craziest story of them all, and this will probably take up a good chunk of our time.
All right.
Real quick, I did just find it. So Albert Einstein, if you want to look this up, it's the unified field theory is what they were using to supposedly time travel or teleport.
What now is that basically? Am I wrong in assuming that's more like a layered theory, as in you can travel through space and time via layers or dimensions, if you will?
Yeah, but I think it has more to do with how do you physically, how do you make that happen? So,
okay. Transportation of physical matter.
Yeah, exactly. And how physically you make that, the in front of you more dense, behind you less dense, and then hit that speed of light or however they're going to do it. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, so there were two gentlemen. Now this gets really confusing. Follow me. Gentleman named Ed Cameron and Duncan Cameron. And Ed is also known as Al Bellick, I think is how you pronounce it. And that's probably what most people would find his name if you look him up. And this goes into the Mantok project. So Mantok is the little town where I had mentioned Camp Hero at the beginning of the podcast is located. So in Mantok, New York, where this little fake farm town that's actually a military base is located, he claims him and Cameron, I believe it was, or Duncan, yeah, him and Duncan Cameron had jumped off in the middle of the Philadelphia experiment because they saw it was going haywire. They're like, something's wrong.
Okay.
This isn't what's supposed to happen. abandoned ship, and they go to jump off. So depending on where you look this up and where you read it, they either jump off and come to shore in 1983, 40 years in the future.
What?
Yep. Supposedly they come into Montauk, and the guy that was leading the research project in 1943 is still there 40 years later as an old man, and says, "I've been waiting for you guys for a long time," and explains the whole thing and what had happened.
What the hell? Okay. So hang on. Let's just stop. Pump the brakes.
Pump the brakes. I knew this would get you going.
Yeah. So, okay. These are actual people. Like, these are verified, real people involved with this project. This isn't just a portion of the story that could be an urban legend. These are real people.
Real people. Yes.
Okay. And we're talking about them jumping into the water, abandoning ship before the actual experiment happened.
So they claim during the experiment they thought it was going wrong, jumped ship in 1943.
Okay.
And when they washed up on shore, it was 1983.
Okay. And we don't have any like records of these people. Like, okay, the story's amazing, but you feel like that would be news, like especially for the 80s. Like, come on, like movies are going sci-fi, and this wasn't a big story.
So
really,
it has been a big story in the past. This was covered by Art Bell.
That should still be a big story now.
Well, he died in 2011. The last guy who was still around, but he gave several interviews over the years of his experience and explaining his scenario. So go ahead.
But okay,
You're trying to digest this. I understand.
I'm trying to digest it. But what baffles me here is, so we got these guys, like they were verified people in 43. They disappeared for 40 years during this experiment. They're resurfacing 40 years later, 1983, and he dies in 2003. And this
2011.
Or 11, excuse me. Sorry, got hung up on the 3.
Right, yo.
Yeah, all right. You're right. Screw what I said. What do I know? But no, like, I just feel like this is like it's such a amazing claim that this should still be a news story right now. Like, come on, how do we not have it? Like, he disappeared. And then when he resurfaced, there wasn't like any procedures done to see why he hadn't aged in 40 years, or had he aged? How does this work?
Well, let me kind of run you through the life of Mr. Al Bielek. So, born in 1927, claims his first memories were when he was 9 months old at a family Christmas party. Odd thing about his memory is that he fully understood the conversations that were taking place around the piano at 9 months old.
Okay.
As
that's not uncommon. Some people, yeah, I've heard of people making claims like that. Yeah.
Through grade school, Al was known as a walking encyclopedia. Before graduating high school, he took an electronics test and was the only one to pass. The Navy needed help with like him during the war years and recruited him. Let's see. He did different contract jobs for the military. Let's see. He worked on psychic operations for the U.S. government, supposedly.
Okay.
After that, things started to happen. Now, don't get too ahead of me on this timeline here, because we're going to come back to this. It jumps ahead. While in Hawaii in 1956, he had a brief encounter with who he believes now to be Mark Hamill, the actor in Star Wars. Soon after, he was recruited into the Montauk Project. He would work his normal job in California and take the underground subway to Montauk, Long Island to carry out his duties there. After the time tunnel was perfected, he would simply be teleported to the underground base and return back to his apartment. During the 70s, he was a program director for the psychics or physics.
Wait.
No, it's psychics.
Time. There's a time tunnel?
Yep.
Hang on. No, you can't just gloss over that. I mean, I let you go when you mentioned Luke Skywalker.
Yes, he met Luke Skywalker.
He meets Luke Skywalker, and Then you just gloss right over that. And you try to gloss over the time tunnel. What? Okay, what is a time tunnel?
There's a reason I'm just glossing over this, because these fantastic claims don't end.
Okay.
So there's this Montauk. He was a psychic director for this Montauk chair, which then they referred to the Montauk Boys, which supposedly was a government testing and manipulation of children in time travel, which gets weird and creepy. But no, never. So he was responsible for a mind control program, regular contact with not only Duncan Cameron, and also Preston Nichols, who was the person who kind of supposedly blew the lid off this whole thing back in the early 90s and kind of came public first. And they actually made a movie about this in '84, so maybe that was Preston. I'm not sure. We can look that up just to be
positive. Okay, yeah. When I was doing research, I did see the
there was some like shitty low budget movie about this, but
yeah, I kind of want to watch it because those are usually like the best of the worst movies.
Yeah. And then so in the 80s, when the
push it to the limit. Come on, what you cannot tell me you don't have that pulled up at the ready for this. We're talking time tunnels and teleportation, and you don't have safety not guaranteed at the ready. All right.
You better get it pulled up, buddy.
All right.
In the 80s, when the time control programs were in operation, supposedly Al had participated in time travel experiments. Both him and Mr. Duncan Cameron traveled to Mars on several occasions. He also remembers several trips where he...
What?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm not done, man.
Dude! How are you glossing over this and we're not...
There's so many. We can go back to any of these. Calm down.
Mars!
Are you still taking this serious?
I was trying to.
Okay,
let me just flip that switch off.
Yeah. Let me get through this. This is painful.
Time tunnel to Mars. Wait, what year at Mars? Because that's got to be important. Was it before we left Mars as a species after we destroyed the planet and came to Earth to ruin it?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's dig deep in this rabbit hole.
Yeah, there too. He also remembers several trips he took with his teams to a research station in 100,000 BC, other planets, to get canisters filled with light and dark energy, and to the year 6037. In January,
say that again.
He traveled to the year 6037, supposedly.
6037. What did he say about 6037?
I'm curious. I don't know. It doesn't say on here. Anyway, again, in January 1988, after
were weapons provided, or did he have to provide them himself? Safety's not guaranteed. Okay. We'll just keep that at the ready.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pump that up.
We're going to need that again. You just have...
Yeah.
So...
Holy shit, man. 6037. I wonder if the dinosaurs thawed out and Walt Disney was riding them on a monkey body.
Oh, probably was. January 1988, 4 years after the movie came out, he finally seen the Philadelphia experiment, and all of a sudden his memories had returned. He believes his involvement with the Montauk ended with that revelation. Over the time and through meetings with Preston and Duncan and many others, and more memories returned. Ironically, just after the memories returned, Dr. John von Neumann, which was the one that I mentioned was in charge of Philadelphia experiment, and then that had witnessed him 40 years later, supposedly tried to get in touch with him. Fun fact, John von Neumann is believed to have died back in 1957. Let's move on. So this dead guy tried to get in touch with him. A promise he...
Right.
Yeah, he had promised he made to Ed Cameron should his memories ever return.
Well, apparently timelines don't mean shit in this story. So
I'm gonna draw this out for you. You're gonna this is a headache. This thing is a fucking headache.
All right. Great.
So he made the decision to go public with the information about his involvement in Montauk and Philadelphia experiment in 1989. He has been a prolific speaker on both talk radio shows and conferences. He believes he has not been harmed or stopped because his time-traveling experiences locked him into this timeline somehow by being here today. Among others, they serve to balance the effects they produced from prior time-traveling experiences. An experiment.
Yeah, open it up. Open that limit up. So he got into contact with a dead guy, and I know that was one of the big things that a lot of the research I'd seen shit all over was, never mind, this guy died here, and he tried to talk to him here, and he was successful. And what the...
So here, you want the craziest part of this guy.
Oh, we haven't gotten there yet.
Nope. Sure haven't. So let's talk about Ed Cameron, totally different gentleman.
Okay.
Born August 4th, 1916. This gentleman also involved with several government programs and other things, and apparently knew Dr. John von Neumann, apparently worked on experiments with Albert Einstein when it comes to the nuclear bomb, and
there it is, the Einstein connection.
Project Rainbow. Now, this is weird. I'm trying to find the exact line here. So through all their experiments, it talks about how he kind of knew too much. And let's see, he was taken on to Montauk August 12th, 1953. But then, since he knew too much,
he got suicided.
Kind of. Supposedly, they went back in time.
Oh, shit.
Talked to his father to have another child so they could take Ed Cameron's soul and place it into this new child, which became Al Bielek, the guy we just spoke of.
Okay, so not only have we perfected time travel at this point, we have also figured out how to transfer souls into new bodies.
I've perfected shitting on a conspiracy within 5 minutes of a podcast. That's what this is turning into.
Well, I like to usually save our assumption and our final thoughts on what we think it's hearsay or not, but that's kind of hard to ignore. I feel like maybe there'd be an app for soul transfer by now if that was actually real story. I feel that'd be in the Apple Store, Google Play, like, hey, I'm tired of this body. I think let me Snapchat you and send my soul into your head. And what the hell? Like, this is really a portion of this story.
So, in his time travels, Al.
I love how you're just staying stone-faced about it.
Al regressed back into Ed during some of his time travel. So he became his prior self in some of these and saw life through his former soul, if you will, and traveled to 2137. So he went to 2137. Supposedly there's magic flying cities at this time. And I believe he spent 2 years there before Cameron came and rescued him and brought him back to 1983. Yeah.
What kind of vessel are they using to jump through time?
They're just jumping off ships, man. That's all they got to do. It's just, if you're on a boat, fucking jump off, and you'll be in 2137 all.
Okay, yeah. So there's no cool DeLorean. There's no telephone booth?
No,
Like,
just magic.
okay. That's disappointing.
So from the year 2137, Ed Cameron, who is actually Al, but he's living through Ed Cameron, who is his prior self, travels alone to 2749 for a 2-year period. He was a tour guide and remembers floating cities built with anti-gravity technology in a society run by computers. The programmers of these cities, called wingmakers, had several meetings when they were explained their agenda and what was going on. But after 2 years, Ed had to go back to the year 2137.
I would like to know. Okay, I would really like to know how
the timeline of him and him.
Okay,
they coexisted apparently for a few years.
Well, yeah, that doesn't poke a hole in anything, or no, that's perfectly logical. So, oh my God, so many questions. Where do you start? Okay, so jumping between, I mean, we're talking like thousands of years of time travel, back and forth, up and down, transferring of souls, and how is any of this even being reported?
Okay, so I'm kind of glad we just jumped right into shitting on it, because here's the problem. Here's the problem with these conspiracies. Now, you know, in some of these that we've done in the past, Tony, like I don't know. I don't always dig in as deep as I did on this one. I've heard this one on several other podcasts. I've heard this one on TV shows. I've heard this one all over the place. Not a damn one of them talked about him going to the year 2137.
So you're saying there's a loophole, maybe there's some untouched information somebody's forgetting.
So with just spending, you know, a few hours actually, you know, looking up the names of the two guys that jumped off a ship, like I'm like, hey, if two guys jumped off of a ship in 1943 and teleported 40 years into the future, I'm sure somebody would have their names. Somebody would know who they are, and then I could,
yeah,
and I look them up, and this is what I find: these guys were nut jobs.
No, I think it just proves that their story's real, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't be that creative. Surely this is all factual.
Yeah. I just...
Holy crap. Okay, so what'd you say, 6137? They went to, or he went to?
They went to like so many different time frames.
Okay. For what though? Like you're just saying they went there and came back. There was no reason.
No, well, shit. If you could time travel, pick a date. Just go. I guess if I could, I would. I'd just be like, hey. And so the time travel like fantasies out there and people that claim to have time traveled, you'd be surprised how many people claim to have gone to the future or gone to the past. There's claims he went back in time, found Jesus, and got a vial of his blood.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was a giver, so why not?
He just wanted some wine.
Yeah. You don't get finer wine than that, right from the tap, man.
Yeah. So that's good shit right there.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Stick that in a wine cellar. You could really host some impressive parties that way. Holy crap. Okay, so, like, but if I was going to do it, I don't think I would jump 5,000 years into the future. I think I'd do it like 10 years at a time, so I knew what I was kind of jumping into, so I could kind of see evolution of where society was and not be shell-shocked upon arrival and go, holy crap, I'm in the gopher living in anus dimension reality year 6372. I mean, you want to know what you're going into, right? Like, you can't just jump blind. Doc Brown would be so disappointed in these guys.
Doc Brown would be. So I don't know. So it starts off as a cool story of government doing experiments, and it starts.
Oh
off,
yeah, the story that
starts
we're
off
touching on. That's
plausible.
right.
It starts off plausible, but like we skipped over a lot of it just to get to the what the hell moments of it. In the middle, there likely is some truth to parts of this. So the government.
Yeah, the actual experiment itself, the actual vessel teleporting, that whole thing we were starting with.
So, yeah. Let's go back to the ship, the Eldridge. So the place where it supposedly had arrived and materialized and then disappeared and went back to Philadelphia, it was actually down a channel that was travelable like within a day. You could get there and back in a day, so it very likely could have been in two places in that same day. And
Yeah, it was Norfolk, Virginia, wasn't it?
yeah, something like that. So it wasn't a terribly long distance. This is something totally possible that they could have just made the trip and logged the ship in both places.
Right, but we're talking about a day or so trip, and this was a matter of minutes, supposedly, that this teleported back and forth between. So my initial question is it not entirely possible that they just got the name of the ship wrong?
It could be. Somebody could have wrote it down, but did they have timestamps? Did they actually log like the
Right.
ships showing up and leaving and arrival and departures?
Mm-hmm.
There's none of that information available, so it's all speculative. And there's
how is there not any of this documentation of this anything? There's no documentation of any of this happening. So that's where I was initially skeptical, and then that rabbit hole will just hang on. But then the other stuff that happened during this experiment, supposedly there was the ship itself got somewhat transparent, translucent, and there was a green haze on the ship surrounding.
Yeah, and I've watched some physicists actually saying how that is possible if you're actually doing a magnetic, like electronic, like charging of the ship, and depending on the weather conditions and the atmosphere and the humidity, blah 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 blah. I don't know. I'm not that damn smart.
Oh, something about specific type of storm could create a plasma something effect.
That's not unheard of, and you might be able to recreate that in certain scenarios.
Okay. So I guess what really the documentation, who was on the crew, what happened to these people, the fantastic stories of not the crazy time travelers, but the rest of the crew, like the ones that were fused into the ship. How is there no photographic evidence of this? Or
what, a Google search of fake images wasn't good enough for you?
I'm sorry, you're right. I probably should learn to trust Google image search a little bit more.
Here's the bad part. In the year 2137, somebody's going to listen to this podcast and been like, these assholes. This guy was right. I remember seeing him. And we are living in the same city.
I hope that we are a big time deal in the year 2137, that they listen back to our show and go like, man, these guys shit all over it, but this is real.
Yeah.
Hey, future people.
Assholes know.
Yeah, they didn't know shit back then. My God.
Yeah, you got like an earthquake going on in that place.
Well, at least we got documentation of it. What the?
Somebody's being murdered in Tony's house.
No, my kids are like sleep deprived today, so they're like crazy wound up, about to pass out. Just ignore it. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. That's the best way to go about it. So you got your Jameson tonight?
Yep, you betcha. I filled my glass with ice and headed down here and started talking insane time travel and space-time continuum theory with you. This is fantastic for a Sunday night.
Yeah. Well, I'm appropriate. I got my Oktoberfest.
Yeah,
it's October.
Right.
I'm not traveling through time. I am sticking to October and appropriate beers for October. So
I'm surprised you're not partaking in Joe Rogan's Sober October.
I could. I don't know if I want to.
How's that working for you? Were you trying to put the
hat over top the headphones.
Yeah,
there.
I was gonna try it. It doesn't work.
I'd say it didn't look like it went well.
No, it didn't. It didn't.
For those of you listening on Spotify, I just thought I'd convey what I was watching.
Yeah, thanks, Dick.
You're welcome.
Oh,
I was gonna say I have noticed I've been listening to Rogan's podcast here this last week just because I've had a lot of window time, and
that's crazy, dude. You ever tried DMT?
No, but I want to now.
No, right? Everybody wants to try some DMT.
I know he sold me on it in one 5-minute portion of a podcast
when he was telling you how terrified he was, and you're like,
"No, that wasn't it."
Try.
No, he was talking to Dan Aykroyd about it, and it was very interesting. I was like, "Wow, this sounds fantastic. Why doesn't everybody do DMT?" And then Dan Aykroyd's like, "Yeah, I was like 15. I tried DMT. Oh, how'd you do it? Did you do it like this? Did you freebase? Oh, a friend gave me a pill. Yeah, you didn't do DMT. Oh, I didn't. No, that's not how you do it. Oh, well, he said it was.
Yeah, it was LSD probably.
Yeah, and that's kind of what Joe assumed. I mean, he is the expert. But I was going to say, I've noticed so many comparisons. Like, I could tell you have logged a lot of hours listening to Joe just on your delivery.
Right. Yeah. So I started watching shit. He was like episode 800. I started hitting the road working this new job.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I got a lot of hours of Mr. Rogan in.
He's almost on like 1,400 now, I think.
Most of them are 2 to 3 hours long. Yeah, I got a lot.
I was to say, yeah, I that's the first thing I noticed. Like, holy crap, these are all like 2.5 hours long. Holy shit. Yeah, you got to listen to that Dan Aykroyd one. That was pretty good. Dan Aykroyd.
I got a lot of hours to drive this week. It's loaded up on my phone, ready to go when I hit the road this week. So
yeah, that one's good. Like Dan Aykroyd is like balls deep into UFOs, ghosts, all sorts of different. It's crazy, but I mean, he's very. I don't want to call it accepting of skeptics because he pretty much ignores all the skepticism Joe throws his way, and he stands his ground. And I kind of like that. That's refreshing to see. But yeah, like he's very intelligent and factual when it comes to firsthand account history, like the very first people who were supposedly abducted by UFOs. He's very knowledgeable about their firsthand accounts and the history of it. So it's very entertaining.
So yeah, I'm trying to. He was in Ghostbusters.
He was Bonnie Hill, I think was the name. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the recent movies he was in. I'm looking it up here, but like
he hasn't done a lot of movies in a while.
Looks like Ghostbusters 2020 he's going to be in.
Yeah, they after the colossal failure that was the all-female Ghostbusters, I think they're getting most of the cast back, plus the girls, and they're going to do kind of a collab from the sound of it. So that'll actually be pretty good.
Good. I'm not sure. It looks like he did a cameo in Zombieland Double Tap. I haven't seen that yet.
Ah, I am looking forward to that one. Bill Murray was fantastic. If you
kill off Bill Murray, you better, Ghostbusters theme going. You better kill off Dan Aykroyd, I guess.
Yeah. All right, we got that to look forward to.
I don't see a whole lot else.
Yeah, he doesn't. I think he mostly does like writing, producing now. I don't think he does a lot of acting anymore.
It's probably good. He's got a long list though. Like he was in a lot of shit.
Oh, he's in everything. Like, yeah, he started a long time ago. So yeah, he's got a pretty long resume. But he spent like the first 20 minutes of that podcast talking about his Crystal Skull vodka.
So, Love at First Sight, 1977.
Wow,
that was his first film.
And of course, Blues Brothers. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just classic as hell. And he was in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Holy crap! I guess I didn't realize that.
He was a cameo in that one.
Well, yeah, cameo. Go figure. I haven't watched that in a while, but yeah, I didn't know he was in that. Which, yeah,
there's a lot of these I've never heard of.
I wonder what his thoughts on the most recent Indiana Jones is then, because he was really knowledgeable about the Crystal Skull, stories, which those are mostly total
bullshit, but the way he talks about it, you'd think it was completely factual.
I didn't.
It's very convincing.
I was giving you shit about him being in Coneheads. He was also
Yeah.
seriously.
Oh yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. No, like that's what I mean. Like he's had, I think, 3 or 4 firsthand accounts of seeing UFOs himself. He says, and it kind of stemmed from his interest in it. Stemmed from, I think, I don't think his mother was abducted, but I think she saw something, and then she started doing like newspaper clippings and stuff like that. So he got interested in it, and then supposedly, like they lived, I think, on a farm, and they had like a personal psychic for the family because something weird happened on the farm, and yeah, it went deep. Like he's had a deep history of paranormal stuff, so very knowledgeable about it and very convincing. So yeah, you're gonna enjoy it.
Sounds fun. Sounds good. There's a bunch of those on there. Who's the dude from Blink 182? Like a UFO like researcher, claims that the government's paying him to do a bunch of this research. He sounds weird and shit, but like it sounds like everybody says he's credible and that this shit's real, what he's doing. But
yeah, well, I mean, but that's how we've gotten the flat Earth theory, like convincing sounding people, convincing gullible people. So yeah, you want to believe these people, you want to, because they sound so passionate and convincing, but damn, you still got to step back and be like, oh man, I don't know. Have you really been to the year 6377? Because I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, I have.
Did you really send your soul into somebody else, into your father's new child? Did you really do that? Maybe.
So it's Tom DeLonge. So here it is. I'm looking at.
Sorry. I can't not play that.
You just got to work on your timing. I love it.
I know.
Timing.
I got bad service down here, so every time I hit the button, I got to hit it like 6 times. I wanted it to be so punctual, and it wasn't.
So anyway, back to so it's Tom DeLonge. He's the guy from Blink 182. So I got it pulled up here on the screen. Tom DeLonge's UFO video is acknowledged by Navy as unidentified aerial phenomenon because they don't like UFO anymore. It's UAP is what we're gonna refer this to.
Well, is that just because everybody assumes that UFO just instantly means aliens, so we had to change the terminology?
I don't. Does it matter? Does it change anybody's thoughts on it? You can call it whatever. You can call it a penis. I wouldn't.
Well, the term UFO
is still the same thing.
It is. It is.
The acronym is what would they say? An unidentified aerial phenomenon. That sounds worse than a unidentified flying object.
Right, but like people just assume like that's just the stigma that goes with that acronym. So I assume that's what we're trying to do with making a new acronym.
Anyway. So he got some acknowledgement for some of his claims and videos that he's pushed out there. So he's getting some traction. Tom DeLonge's not completely crazy.
Take off your pants and jacket.
What? Yeah.
That was their album.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just can't not think that when.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll shut up.
Let's see. He also quoted saying, if I played Blink 182 to aliens, they would get really offended and start an interplanetary war. So nice little promotion there.
I'm going to blow your mind for a second. His song, What's My Age Again, was directly inspired and written by the guy that had his soul transferred into his half-brother's body and time traveled, met him, helped him write that song, and then time traveled back.
Well, they wrote it in 2137, didn't they?
Well, yeah, they went to the future to write it, and then he dropped him off on the way. They went through McDonald's, probably got some Szechuan sauce, and then he went back. Like, I think that's how it went down. Like, that makes the most sense.
And then Marty McFly did what? He produced the album, or?
No, Biff Tannen did, because he took the Gray Sports Almanac,
made his millions, and then but the Divergent timeline. Wait, no, I'm getting confused.
Oh, where's Keanu Reeves in all this? I'm just seeing greed numbers and letters going up and down right now.
Well, he's the one that'll save us all. I mean that's just accepted. Doesn't matter what year, he'll be around. He doesn't age.
So is he going to be Neo, or is he going to be what's the new?
No, Bill and Ted save us here because they're the time travelers. I thought there was supposed to be a new Bill and Ted movie coming out.
Yeah, they've been talking about it for a couple years now.
5 years, yeah, and still
I'm looking forward to it.
But no, apparently we're going to get a fourth Matrix before we get the Bill and Ted reboot. Because we needed the Matrix 4.
Is the Wachowski sisters going to make it now?
One of them. I think one of them is returning to do this.
What's the other one doing? Is the other one still a guy, or is he?
No, they both transformed into women, and I think they both still are.
Oh, dear.
I don't know. But yeah, we have to make the Matrix 4 because nobody asked for that. And call me crazy, but didn't everybody freaking die at the end of that?
Yeah, but it's just a cycle of many times that they've all died. So you can die again, I guess, and start it all over.
Well, yeah, like the one, but it wasn't necessarily said that it was the exact same people, recycled over and over. Well, I always assumed it was just.
Well, that's convenient because then you can just change your actors around and whoever the.
But they're not. It's Keanu Reeves and whoever the hell the chick was that played Trinity, and then Morpheus, Lawrence Fishburne. I don't even think he's in it. So the one guy that lived out of the main three, he's not in it, but Neo and Trinity are, and they both died.
Makes total sense to me.
Wait, sorry, spoiler alert if you haven't seen Revolutions yet.
Oh, shit. People haven't seen it yet?
Well, some people like to forget they saw it.
Well, that was a doozy.
I don't know about you, but I don't need any substances to feel groggy after that one.
I feel like I took some substances after that.
Yeah, I think you have to. My biggest question is, how have there not been multiple shitty made for Netflix movies about this thing?
I think there's been some
cheap
documentaries. Why does it sound so weird when I say it?
Because it's spelled kind of weird. You're saying it how it's spelled. That's the problem.
Probably. I see words in my head when I'm talking. So it's like I'm reading when I'm talking sometimes.
Well, after that, I see flashes and tracers and, Mark Twain riding a unicorn.
There's no green fog around you, though, right?
No, there's not. But I'm having like an out of body, spiritual awakening right now, because that's what it would take to believe any of the shit that's involved with the Philadelphia experiment. I'm sorry, but I haven't changed my mind on this one. This one was fun because it was so clearly and blatantly delusions of grandeur. Like I get that government cover-ups and hidden agendas and CIA operative things like this, it piques people's interest. So of course we try to connect dots, and that's what we do with these conspiracy theories. But I don't feel like there were a lot of dots to connect on this one. I feel like this was, I'm bored. Let's just go nuts. Let's create some total weird fabrication out of thin air and see if anybody bites on it. And I think this one was too far gone for people.
Well, you'll be surprised to learn that there are 0 updates on this whole thing. Not even in the JFK documents. There is no reference to anything to do with any of this. You did mention movies. So 1979, there was a movie named Project Invisibility.
And better than Project Rainbow. Can't believe they didn't go with that for the movie.
Let's see. Any claims, unverified sources. So some fringe voices, like a 2022 poster on X, Joseph Warren claiming inside knowledge. So this is episode 67 of his Strange Things podcast. So apparently he did a whole episode. However, such claims lacking substantiation blah, 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 and align with the pattern of anecdotal embellishments.
That's putting it lightly.
Yeah. No corroborating evidence. These remain speculative entertainment rather than updates. The Montauk Project connection, related conspiracy theory, alleged time travel experiments tied to the Philadelphia experiments. They see mentions online occasionally, but no substantiated or credible witnesses, no credible data, only viewing niche discussions, physics feasibility. Let's see. Modern science continues to dismiss the experiment's premise. Teleportation of ship-sized object would require energy and data transfer far beyond 1940s technology or even today's.
Yeah,
good to know.
Crazy. Who knew? I thought we were clearly moving gigantic pieces of matter through space and time, but no, we're not yet.
Crazy. Here we go. Here's some archival information. Extensive searches by the Naval History and Heritage Command and independent researchers have found no records of a Project Rainbow linked to teleportation. The term rainbow in the 1940s referred to war plans against Axis powers, not experimental physics. Could you imagine if we were like in World War III and we're like, Project Rainbow? We're going to take out the Russians.
Yeah,
that's like, oh, what are you going to do to the Russians with Project Rainbow? You going to throw Skittles at them? Like,
taste it. Taste it.
Taste it. Unless it's one of those like not made for TV Skittles commercials.
Oh, yeah. This one, it's like every bit of it, there was no actual substance to any of the claims or theories. It was all playground level, 5th grade. Hey, I totally unlocked one of the dudes from Tekken in Mortal Kombat, and here's how I did it. Like before the internet type level video game playground fantasy theories. You know what I mean? Like none of these had any substance. All the claims are so far-fetched. Like moving people through space and time, like, oh no, they appeared out of thin air decades later and just completely across the country. This totally happened, even though we have no record of it. And yeah, all the people fused into the metal of the ship, that totally happened. We have no documentation of it though.
Yeah. I using my buddy Grok here to try to dig up anything that we may have missed. The verdict, though, as of March 30th, 2025, there's no credible truth. As popularly told, no invisibility, no teleportation, no mangled crew. At best, it's a distorted echo of mundane naval procedures like degaussing wrapped in Carl Allen's imaginative hoax and Cold War intrigue. Historians and Navy peg it as fiction, and no recent updates or any documents shift that theory. The only truth is its origin as a compelling yarn, only that reveals more about human storytelling than historical facts. That's pretty well put.
I feel like if there's any substance to this at all, this is probably more than likely one of the early day type operations to try and not necessarily move things through space and time, but use basic parlor tricks and sleight of hand as a weapon. Like how can we fool an enemy into thinking we can do this and we have this ability to do something like this without actually being or having the capabilities of doing it. So in essence, what I'm saying, my theory would be we're using sleight of hand magic to try and trick an enemy or something along those lines. And I think that's maybe where this could have possibly stemmed from. Because David Copperfield can move a fucking elephant or make a building disappear, right? From the right vantage point to the right audience. And I think that's what
that totally happened, by the way.
Yeah, obviously. I saw it on TV when I was a kid. I don't know. Obviously. I picked the right tarot card. Did you? I had my hand on it.
Yeah.
Back on the old tube TV.
Yeah, and Tony, we got a few of these episodes out now, and I know I mentioned that we should probably do this, and I completely forgot until this one, because while we're talking just like ridiculous stuff, we need to have the Alex Jones scale of truth to this.
Yes,
is some people have the Alex Jones was right jar. We're just gonna have the five scales of Alex Jones. One. It's total bullshit. Or 5, Alex Jones was right. So I think I can assume where you're going to put it on here. I'm definitely going to go 1 Alex Jones. This is total bullshit. It's not worth your time. It's a fun story to tell to young kids.
I'm not going to go 1, actually. Believe it or not. Brace yourself. Okay, here you go. My rating for this is a quarter of an Alex Jones, probably just his right leg. Because I've got to go less than 1. This one was a total fabrication and complete and utter bullshit. There's nothing about
the first time using the scale. Tony breaks the fucking scale.
Look, that's what we do here.
That's pretty rainbow of you, okay?
I feel like Alex Jones would be proud of me for breaking.
Yeah, I think he would be.
They're turning the frogs rainbow.
Hey, I like it. I think that's a good way to wrap this one up. Folks,
I can't wait to see Michael Bay's recreation.
Michael Bay would make this pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. Michael Bay produced the Project Rainbow, produced by Michael Bay. So many explosions. It'd be amazing.
Hell yeah. Well, there you have it, folks. Project Rainbow, or as you were, the Philadelphia Experiment. Thanks for coming back in time with us and talking about this thing that didn't happen. We did decode the truth on this, or decode the unknown. This is known bullshit. So consider, hey, we got one. It's decoded. We did it.
We did it.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Episodes. That's amazing.
In 5.5 years. Yeah.
Wow.
Nailed it. We got our first one down.
This is the one that turns out to be true.
Yeah, then all of a sudden tomorrow, some documents come out with the JFK leaks, and you're like, shit. Go back. We got to re-record this shit, Tony.
Oh, actually, that'd be even better.
Yeah. Oh man, we'd have so much egg on our face.
Well,
I'd wear a rainbow shirt just for that occasion.
I'm okay with protein on my face. Eggs are good.
Yeah, eggs are good. Anyway, thanks for joining us, folks. Until next time, stay. You can't hide a boat. Don't try to make boats invisible. It doesn't turn out good.
No, that's true. And I'm Tony G. So I'll see you in 30 years in a random hospital in California for your next update. That's how this works, right?
Beautiful. Appreciate you, Livia.